Chapter 701, Suppressing Many Heavenly Talents. 1. Chu Zhou opened his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, 9th level World Overlord. Attribute points, 1008 trillion. Laws. Law of Space, 90%. Gravity Law, 90%. Repulsion Law, 90%. Soul Law, 90%. Law of Metal, 90%. Law of Wood, 90%. Law of Water, 90%. Law of Fire, 90%. Law of Earth, 90%. Absolute Arts. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, perfected 1st level. Soul Armor, perfected 4th level. Killing Sword Art, 1st level Large Mastery. Chaos Dharma Body, 100,000 meter Chaos Dharma Body. 1000 Body Cannon, 1 clone. Flowing Moon Movement Technique, 1st level Beginner. 6 Radiance Shield, 1st level Beginner. He only let the attribute board display the key information and hid the rest. Unfortunately, I don't have enough attribute points I can upgrade the Flowing Moon Movement Technique and the 6 Radiance Shield. Chu Zhou thought to himself. However, he was actually very satisfied with this breakthrough. The 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had all been raised to 90%. This was the limit that a world overlord could reach. He had also cultivated the Chaos Dharma Body. In addition, he had cultivated the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture and successfully condensed a clone. If not for the fact that he had accidentally found and devoured the Star Marrow Lake, as well as the large number of foreign race corpses collected by the dragon, and obtained a huge number of attribute points. It would probably take many years for him to do all of this. The 5 elemental laws have all reached 90%. Next, I'll think of a way to integrate the 5 elemental laws and comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Then, I'll condense the nomological godhood and advance to a universe lord. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou instantly shrank back to the size of an ordinary person. The 1000-star vine shrunk instantly. With a whoosh, it wrapped around his body and quickly fused into it. Chu Zhou, what's the name of the divine body you cultivate? It's too powerful. Dragon looked at Chu Zhou, who had returned to the size of a normal person, and said in shock. The Chaos Dharma Body. Chu Zhou said with a smile. He did not hide anything. The Chaos Dharma Body. Dragon's eyes revealed a hint of heat. He decided that he would immediately ask his teacher, the Mammoth King, if he had any divine body techniques comparable to the Chaos Dharma Body in the Infinite Battle Arena after returning to the headquarters. He decided to cultivate a powerful divine body absolute art after seeing how powerful the Chaos Dharma Body was. When Chu Zhou saw Dragon's burning gaze, he immediately guessed what Dragon was thinking and smiled. The mammoth bloodline of Dragon was an extremely powerful physical bloodline. Dragon would be able to unleash the advantage of the mammoth bloodline if he could cultivate the ultimate technique of the divine body. Therefore, he did not dissuade Dragon. Suddenly, Chu Zhou looked down at the screen on his left arm and saw the message from Zhou Yu. Chu Zhou, I've already gathered with Sister Bing Selen and the Wretched Man. A secret vault of the Lord of Reincarnation is about to appear. A large number of prodigies are gathered here. Come quickly. Chu Zhou's eyes flashed when he saw Zhou Yu's message. Dragon, let's go. Without another word, Chu Zhou activated a spatial power that enveloped Dragon and instantly disappeared. Not long after, Chu Zhou brought Dragon and appeared above a vast palace ruin. This place was filled with broken walls and ruins, as well as countless rubble. At this moment, there were at least 1,000 geniuses gathered on this ruin. Everyone looked at the distorted void above the ruins excitedly and expectantly. In the void, an incomparably huge stone hall gradually appeared. Is this the Lord of Reincarnation's secret vault? Dragon looked at the huge stone hall that was gradually appearing with an excited expression. What kind of person was the Lord of Reincarnation? He was a terrifying figure who stood at the top of the universe overlords and was feared by all the overlords and even saints in the universe. How could the secret vault left behind by such a big shot be easy? I checked on the Mirror Universe network. In the past, when the Reincarnation Mystic Realm opened, a secret vault would occasionally appear. This should be one of the many secret vaults left behind by the Lord of Reincarnation. But even so, it's attractive enough. As Chu Zhou spoke, he swept his gaze across the geniuses and quickly found Zhou Yu and the other two. He brought Dragon and flew to Zhou Yu and the other two with a whoosh. Chu Zhou, you're finally here, Zhou Yu grumbled as she looked at the dragon beside Chu Zhou. This is Bing Selin and Xi Liujin also sized up Dragon curiously. He had never heard of Chu Zhou having such a friend in the company. Could they have just met? These are my friends Dragon. Chu Zhou introduced with a solemn expression. When Zhou Yu and the other two saw Chu Zhou's solemn expression, they immediately realized that Dragon was not ordinary in Chu Zhou's eyes. They looked at Dragon with even more curiosity. Even though they had only known Chu Zhou for a year, they already understood his personality. Chu Zhou usually looked calm and approachable, they knew that he was actually very proud. Ordinary people would not take it to heart. Didn't they see that he had basically never befriended other core members of the chaotic mystic realm after he became a core member? Zhou Yu and the other two were very curious. Who was this person called Dragon? Chu Zhou actually valued her so much. This is Zhou Yu. This is Bing Selin. This is Xi Liujin. Chu Zhou introduced Zhou Yu and the other two to Dragon. Chapter 702, Suppressing Many Heavenly Talents. 2. Hello. Dragon greeted Zhou Yu and the other two with a smile. Zhou Yu responded with a smile. Xi Liujin, on the other hand, looked at the Dragon curiously. Brother. Brother Dragon, you, we, are, father-in-law, 11. Are you from the company? A prodigy nearby roared like thunder and said angrily, let me say it for you. I'm about to suffocate to death. Xi Liujin nodded. Yes, 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 yes. I. I'll think about it. I'll ask you this. 1. Hey. Bad luck. The prodigy stuttered. Then, he shook his clothes in anger and said, I'll listen to you for a while more. I'll either suffocate to death or die of anxiety. The impatient prodigy flew to another place. This person is no, not particular. Crud, is too bad. A look of disdain appeared on Xi Liujin's face as he watched the prodigy leave angrily. However, his wretched appearance made him look a little out of place. Yes, right. As he spoke, he turned to ask Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, and Bing Selin. Chu Zhou and the other two looked up at the sky speechlessly. The surrounding prodigies also ran to other places. It was as if listening to Xi Liujin was a form of torture. Why are they all running away? Xi Liujin said gloomily as he watched the prodigies around him run away in disdain. Hurry! You're suffocating me! The last Cyclops prodigy nearby glared at Xi Liujin and ran away. SSS so crude! Xi Liujin said angrily, no. No manners, no. No manners, no. No morals. He glanced at the departing geniuses unhappily and turned to the dragon. You. Tell me, right? Brother Dragon. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, and Bing Selin covered their faces. It was too embarrassing to have such a companion. Dragon was amused by Xi Liujin. He smiled and answered Xi Liujin's question. I'm not from your company. I'm from the Infinite Battle Arena. Hearing that the dragon was from the Infinite Battle Arena, Xi Liujin, Zhou Yu, and Bing Selin were even more curious. They could not imagine how Chu Zhou had such a good relationship with the prodigy of the Infinite Battle Arena. Xi Liujin and the others wanted to know more about the dragon, but at this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded in the void. They instantly looked in the direction of the roar. Then, they saw a huge stone hall descend from the void above the ruins. The stone hall was 300 meters tall and emitted an ancient aura. The moment they saw this stone hall, be it Chu Zhou and the others or the other geniuses, their eyes lit up. The secret vault has descended. Let's charge. Zhou Yu's face was filled with excitement as he spoke. His entire body turned into a flame-like afterimage as he took the lead and rushed towards the secret warehouse. Chu Zhou and the others followed. At that moment, the thousands of heaven's favorites on the ruins rushed toward the stone hall almost at the same time. Moreover, many geniuses attacked the people at the front and even the surrounding people. Chu Zhou and the others were relatively fast, so they were attacked many times. I'll cover you. Charge forward in peace. Chu Zhou said calmly as he waved his fists casually. Waves of majestic and extremely heavy fist pressure surged, obliterating the attacks that enveloped him. It was like two chaos grinders crushing the void. Even the surrounding void was obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. A CP rank long saber and a CQ rank scarlet spear attacked Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's expression did not change. He continued to wave his fists casually and bombarded the two CG rank weapons with his fists. Bang bang! The two C9 rank weapons were directly blasted into pieces by Chu Zhou. Zhou Yu, Bing Celan, and Xi Liujin were dumbfounded. When did Chu Zhou's body become so abnormal? He actually used his fists to block two C9 rank weapons and smashed them into pieces? Zhou Yu and the other two's hearts were in turmoil. They had thought that they knew Chu Zhou well enough. He knew that Chu Zhou's nomological profound and ultimate techniques like the killing sword art were extremely powerful. Only now did they understand that they didn't know Chu Zhou well enough. Chu Zhou's body was also very abnormal. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and enter the stone hall to get your treasures. Chu Zhou reminded and casually destroyed more than 10 attacks that enveloped him. Zhou Yu and the others immediately collected their thoughts. Exactly. At this moment, the most important thing was to seize the treasures in the stone hall. Zhou Yu and the others came to their senses and quickly approached RHE stone hall. Boom! Suddenly, a greyish-black palm print slapped towards Chu Zhou and the others. Zhou Yu and the others immediately felt a suffocating pressure on their souls. An expert. Chu Zhou's gaze froze slightly. Traces of the power of the soul quickly gathered in his fist and he threw a punch. A huge fist imprint collided with the greyish-black palm imprint that descended with a bang. With a loud bang, space was annihilated inch by inch. A terrifying soul fluctuation swept out. The surrounding geniuses' souls were impacted, and many of them spat out blood. Chapter 703, Suppressing Many Heavenly Talents. 3. I'm sorry. I can't let you enter this secret vault first. A young man in black clothes walked over slowly, but he was actually very fast. His entire body was surrounded by wisps of black fog. Xiu Si. The moment they saw the young man in black, Zhou Yu, Bing Celan, and Xi Liujin's expressions changed drastically. The surrounding geniuses looked at the young man with a hint of respect. Chu Zhou, be careful. He's Xiu Si, ranked second on the list of must-kill human prodigies. His strength is very abnormal. He's even stronger than Miller. Zhou Yu reminded him and spoke quickly. Chu Zhou, Xiu Si is best at soul attacks. Bing Celan also said. I know him. Chu Zhou nodded slightly and looked at Xiu Si indifferently. Even though Romo, who was ranked first on the list of must-kill human prodigies, was the only one who really cared. He checked Xiu Si information, who was ranked second, with ease. He knew that Xiu Si was the most monstrous prodigy of this generation in the Universe Adventurer Alliance. He was extremely powerful and was above Miller. He also knew that this person was from the Dark Shadow clan. His soul talent was peerless among the human prodigies of the same generation. He was especially good at soul attacks. Zhou Yu, long time no see. Xiu Si smiled and greeted Zhou Yu. Then, he looked at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, hello. My name is Xiu Si. I was fine. But now that I've been disturbed, it's not that good. Chu Zhou said indifferently. Xiu Si was slightly stunned before he laughed involuntarily. Are you blaming me for stopping you from rushing into the secret vault? What do you think? This can't be helped. I will enter the secret vault first. Almost at the same time, Chu Zhou and the others, as well as Xiu Si, rushed towards the entrance of the secret vault. Chu Zhou fought with Xiu Si as he advanced. Everyone wanted to enter the secret vault first. However, soon, third-party competitors, fourth-party competitors, and fifth-party competitors appeared. Miller and Sardius also showed up and rushed towards the entrance of the secret vault. Feng Yan, who was ranked fourth on the list of must-kill human prodigies, and Solomon, who was ranked fifth, also appeared and rushed towards the entrance. The other geniuses also rushed towards the secret warehouse like a tide. Instantly, an extremely chaotic battle erupted outside the entrance of the secret vault. Chu Zhou, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others attacked each other. At the same time, they faced the attacks of the other prodigies. In order to fight for the treasures in the secret vault, everyone was merciless. Many people were killed in the chaotic battle and teleported out of the reincarnation mystic realm. Humph, you can't stop me. Chu Zhou sneered and instantly stacked tens of thousands of layers of space around him, Zhou Yu, and the others. Then, he led them calmly towards the stone door. Most of the attacks were blocked by layers of space. The few attacks that pierced through ale space were also obliterated by the chaotic power that surged out of Chu Zhou's body. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and many other prodigies wanted to stop Chu Zhou and the others when they saw them approaching the stone door. However, they suddenly realized that they were getting further and further away from the stone door. Not good. Chu Zhou is using his spatial ability to teleport us into the distance. The geniuses were astounded. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others could no longer remain calm. They wanted to break free from Chu Zhou's spatial power. At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly turned around and waved at them, looking like he was sending off his guests. Everyone, have a safe trip. Swoosh. In the next moment, a strong spatial fluctuation erupted from his body. Xiu Si and the others disappeared one after another. When Xiu Si and the others came back to their senses, they were already hundreds of kilometers away. Chu Zhou. Everyone was furious. One by one, they returned to the ruins at full speed, while their spiritual force arrived one step ahead. Then, they saw Chu Zhou and the others open the stone door and leisurely walk into the stone hall. The law of space is really a troublesome ability. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others looked at Chu Zhou's back and thought of what had happened just now. Their expressions turned slightly solemn. Chapter 704, Ancient Blue Demon Tree. 1. I've learned it. Zhou Yu clicked his tongue in surprise when he saw Chu Zhou send all the prodigies away. So the best way to compete with your opponents is to send all your opponents away. Space is king, and time is king. It lives up to its reputation. Bing Xilen sighed. What a convenient ability. Xi Liujian's eyes were filled with envy. Chu Zhou's expression was calm as he teleported his opponent far away. It was just a simple use of spatial laws. It was nothing to him. They walked into the stone hall expectantly. Then, an empty space entered their eyes. Balls of light floated in this empty space. In every bale of light, there was something. That's the weapon of one of our ancestors, the blade of war. Zhou Yu suddenly widened his eyes and looked at a sharp blade covered in sawtooth not far away in disbelief. On the surface of the sharp blade, mysterious blood-colored engravings flowed like flowing blood. And on the blade handle, there were 2 universal languages of war engraved. When Chu Zhou and the others heard Zhou Yu's words, they immediately looked at the weapon and immediately felt an aura of flames of war. They seemed to see a battlefield where billions of living beings were fighting each other. It's a very powerful Universe Lord weapon. It's almost at the Universe Nobility level. Chu Zhou exclaimed. He felt that although that sharp blade was not as good as his purple dragon sword, it should be the best Universe Lord weapons. This blade of war was the weapon of a very stunning ancestor of my race. However, that ancestor died in the 10,000 races battlefield and this weapon was lost. I didn't expect it to be here. Zhou Yu explained the origins of the blade of war to Chu Zhou and the others. Dragon, Bing Xilen, Xi Liujian, and the others stared at the blade of war and felt the immense pressure and threat coming from it. A hint of passion flashed in their eyes. If they obtained this weapon, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Zhou Yu saw the passion in the eyes of Dragon and the others and immediately became vigilant. Everyone, this is the weapon of our ancestors. I want to take it back. Please give it to me. Sure. You keep it since it's your ancestors' weapon. Chu Zhou had the purple dragon sword and did not care about the blade of war. Dragon and the others knew that the blade of war was Zhou Yu's ancestors' weapon. Naturally, they were too embarrassed to compete with Zhou Yu. Thank you for your support. As Zhou Yu spoke, he flew eagerly toward the blade of war. The blade of war seemed to have sensed the aura of an old friend. With a buzz, it suddenly trembled. Without waiting for Zhou Yu to collect it, it automatically turned into a bloodlight and flew into Zhou Yu's hand. When Chu Zhou and the others saw this scene, they immediately understood that the blade of war was indeed Zhou Yu's weapon. Otherwise, it would not have flown into Zhou Yu's hand. Zhou Yu gripped the blade of war tightly. A blood-red light spread out from the blade and surged into her body. In an instant, she felt as if the war bloodline in her body was burning. Moreover, as it burned, it gradually became purer. Her long red hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Her ruby-like eyes became sharper unconsciously, and the aura on her body became iron-blooded and domineering, like a war queen. At the same time, many memories and unique skills appeared in her mind. My war bloodline has become even purer. Moreover, I've also obtained my ancestors' cultivation memories and unique techniques. Zhou Yu was pleasantly surprised. She did not expect that not only did she find the weapon that her ancestor had lost, but she also obtained a portion of the bloodline power hidden in the Blade of War and the inheritance of her memory. Zhou Yu has become stronger. Chu Zhou and the others could clearly sense the change in Zhou Yu. Chu Zhou and the others could clearly sense the change in Zhou Yu. They also wanted to obtain an opportunity like Zhou Yu. Chu Zhou looked at the balls of light and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly wanted to open his world and pack up all the treasures. I can't open my own world in this place. Chu Zhou realized. He looked stunned. There seemed to be some powerful law in this void that prevented all living beings from opening their world here. Then, he realized that he could not use the spatial ring and the law of space here. Could it be that the Lord of Reincarnation was afraid that someone would break into his secret vault and take all the treasures away? Is that why they set such a restriction? Chu Zhou thought gloomily. He could only give up on the plan of packing them up. With a flash, he flew into the empty space to find the treasure he liked. Like Chu Zhou, Dragon, and the others had wanted to pack up all the treasures just now. After realizing that this idea did not work, they flew into the void to choose the treasures. Chu Zhou did not reject any treasures. He moved quickly in the void like a stream of light. He would accept all the treasures he encountered, regardless of their quality. Since he couldn't store these treasures in his internal world and interspatial ring for the time being, he could only condense his origin power into a line and tie the treasures to his body. Chapter 705, Ancient Blue Demon Tree. 2. Soon, he had more than 30 weapons and some other treasures on him. Among these treasures, what satisfied him the most was a hexagonal crystal tower and a blue pearl. The hexagonal crystal tower was called the Realm Sea Tower, and the blue pearl was called the Hell Pearl. They were both B9 rank weapons, peak venerable level weapons. In Chu Zhou's opinion, the Realm Sea Tower and the Hell Pearl were not inferior to Zhou Yu's Blade of War. He was prepared to give the Realm Sea Tower and Hell Pearl to Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei. Just as Chu Zhou and the others were collecting the treasures wantonly, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others also rushed into the stone hall. Seeing Chu Zhou and the others look like they had gained a lot, their eyes turned red. They couldn't be bothered to vent their anger on Chu Zhou and rushed into the void to crazily collect the treasures. A moment later, a large number of geniuses rushed into the empty space to fight for the treasure. Originally, there were hundreds of treasures in the void, enough for Chu Zhou and the others to split. However, when nearly 1,000 geniuses surged in, the treasures immediately became insufficient. A bloody battle instantly erupted. Chu Zhou, Long, Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, Xi Lu Jin, and the others were the first to enter. They collected the most treasures. Many geniuses were envious looking at the treasures hanging on their bodies. Therefore, many prodigies attacked them crazily, wanting to kill them and snatch their treasures. Not good. They want to kill us and snatch the treasures we obtained. Zhou Yu waved the Blade of War and slashed out an incomparable blood light, killing 3 prodigies in a row. There are too many attacks. We can't hold on for long. We have to leave the stone hall as soon as possible. Bing Selin said nervously as a violent soul fluctuation erupted from her body, shattering 4 to 5 attacks. Dragon and Xi Liujin also resisted the attacks with difficulty. Chu Zhou flew to Zhou Yu and the others' side. His fists moved like chaos millstones, obliterating the attacks one after another, blocking most of the attacks for Zhou Yu and the others. He looked at the surrounding prodigies with burning gazes and knew that if Zhou Yu and the others continued to stay here, they would be completely killed before long. Facing the joint attack of so many geniuses, even he could not withstand it for long. These were the top prodigies among the countless elites of humanity. They were not ordinary world overlords that could be casually dismissed. Even if his strength far surpassed these paragons, he could not fight 1,000 alone. He immediately made a decision. I'll help you open up a path. Leave the stone hall immediately. Chu Zhou's gaze focused as a terrifying chaos tsunami instantly erupted from his body. It was as if a vast sea of chaos swept out from his body. Many paragons were sent flying by the chaos tsunami, vomiting blood. Boom! Boom! Chu Zhou punched heavily in the direction of the stone hall's exit. In an instant, the void shook violently. 2 chaotic fist imprints that seemed to have crushed time and space roared towards the exit of the stone hall. Everywhere it passed, all the prodigies were killed and turned into rays of light that disappeared. The 50-odd prodigies blocking the path between Chu Zhou and the others were instantly wiped out. The other geniuses were stunned when they saw this. Those who were qualified to enter the reincarnation mystic realm to train were all top prodigies of the human race. Even if some prodigies were not as good as the core members of the mirror universe's chaotic mystic realm, it was only slightly inferior. More than 50 such prodigies were actually killed by Chu Zhou in 2 punches. This feeling was similar to instantly killing more than 50 core members of the chaotic mystic realm with 2 punches. The Mirror Universe Corporation only had 100 core members of the chaotic mystic realm. It was almost equivalent to killing more than half of the core members of the Mirror Universe's chaotic mystic realm in an instant. How could anyone not be shocked by such a scene? Even Zhou Yu and the others were stunned. However, they quickly reacted and immediately flew out of the stone hall along the passageway created by Chu Zhou's 2 punches. At this moment, the geniuses in the stone hall had yet to recover from their shock. They looked at Chu Zhou as if they were looking at a terrifying freak. There was a hint of reverence and fear in his eyes. His strength has actually reached such a level. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others, who were fighting for the treasure, could not help but stop at this moment. They looked at Chu Zhou's figure with extremely solemn expressions. Miller's expression kept changing. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Could it be that in this year, he has also been improving rapidly while I'm improving myself? Miller found it hard to accept this fact. Suddenly, an extremely bright blue light bloomed from the depths of the void. It was as if a blue sun had risen from the depths of the void. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted by the blue sun. Chu Zhou also looked at the blue sun. Instantly, he saw an incomparably huge blue ancient tree inside the blue sun. Instantly, he saw an incomparably huge blue ancient tree inside the blue sun. Moreover, every leaf of the blue ancient tree seemed to be made of blue gold. Every leaf shone with mysterious and strange symbols. The most shocking thing was that in the center of the trunk of the blue ancient tree, there was a face that looked like a demon. The ancient blue demon tree. This is the ancient blue demon tree of the royal family of the Mana clan. Moreover, it's a young ancient blue demon tree. A prodigy suddenly screamed as if he had seen something extraordinary. What? This is the Mana race's ancient blue demon tree. Many geniuses were shocked when they heard this. Heavens! Why is there an ancient blue devil tree here? The ancient blue devil tree is as famous as the bug tribe Queen Mother. It's an existence that all races in the universe fear. That's right. The Queen Mother of the insect race can produce countless insect race soldiers. The ancient blue fiend tree can also produce countless treant soldiers. They're all terrifying existences that form an army alone. When the geniuses mentioned the ancient blue demon tree, their faces were filled with fear. The ancient blue demon tree was too famous among the myriad races in the universe. It was comparable to the incest race's Queen Mother. It was a terrifying existence. Chu Zhou was also very shocked when he saw the ancient blue demon tree. In the years he had been in the universe, he had not come into contact with many foreign races other than humans. However, he did not understand much about foreign races from the Mirror Universe network. Among them, he knew about the ancient blue demon tree that humans regarded as a huge threat. The strength of the ancient blue demon tree was actually not much stronger than creatures of the same level. The truly terrifying thing about it was that it was similar to the incest race Queen Mother in that it could quickly produce a large number of powerful soldiers. It could be said that the ancient blue demon tree itself was an army. Therefore, the ancient blue demon tree had always been regarded as a huge threat by humans. The higher-ups of the human race had been arranging for experts to assassinate the Mana race's ancient blue demon tree for countless years. Not only humans, the upper echelons of the other races had also been arranging for experts to assassinate the ancient blue demon tree. However, as the royal family of the Mana race, the blue demon ancient tree was very well protected by the Mana race. Even the infant blue demon ancient tree was usually protected by more than 10 Mana venerables in secret. Therefore, it was very difficult to assassinate the ancient blue demon tree. Now, a young blue demon ancient tree had actually appeared in this secret vault. Instantly, the eyes of almost all the geniuses became greedy. If anyone could snatch and control this blue demon ancient tree, wouldn't that be equivalent to indirectly controlling a powerful army? This ancient blue demon tree is fated with me. A glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. He looked at Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others. Almost at the same time, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others were also sizing each other up. Without a doubt, they all wanted this ancient blue demon tree. Kill. Suddenly, Chu Zhou, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others attacked together. However, they were not attacking each other. They were attacking the other prodigies. They tacitly began to clear the area. Many prodigies were instantly killed by Chu Zhou and the others. Not good. In order to occupy the ancient blue demon tree, the 5 of them are going to work together to clear the area. The geniuses were astounded. They were not stupid. They instantly knew what Chu Zhou and the others wanted to do. Chapter 706, Obtaining a Tree. 1. Damn it, they're going to clear the area for the ancient blue demon tree. Many prodigies were furious when they saw Chu Zhou, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other 5 experts on the human prodigy role suddenly attack them. No one was stupid. After some thought, he understood that Chu Zhou and the others were reducing the number of competitors fighting for the ancient blue fiend tree. However, anger was powerless. Chu Zhou and the others were too powerful. In the blink of an eye, almost 200 prodigies were killed by Chu Zhou and the others. There were also geniuses who wanted to join forces to kill Chu Zhou and the others, but they were quickly killed. In the end, the geniuses could only curse and leave the stone hall unwillingly. What happened in the stone hall? Why did so many geniuses leave not long after we came out? Yeah, that's weird. In the distance, Long, Zhou, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin were full of questions as they watched the geniuses retreat from the stone hall. However, they did not dare to appear and ask. The geniuses who came out of the stone hall all knew that they had obtained a large number of treasures in the stone hall. They were in high demand now. If they appeared, they would definitely be attacked by a group. I'll go check out the situation. As Xi Liujin spoke, his figure instantly disappeared like a ghost. Not long after, a normal-looking and skinny young man appeared in the ruins. This perverted young man spotted a silver-haired prodigy who was staring at the stone hall indignantly and walked over. This perverted young man spotted a silver-haired prodigy who was staring at the stone hall indignantly and walked over. The vulgar-looking young man transmitted his voice to the silver-haired prodigy. Don't bother me. Can't you see that I'm annoyed? The silver-haired prodigy glanced at the vulgar young man impatiently, his face full of disdain. This wretched man in front of him was right beside him. When he spoke to him, he actually did not say it directly. He even had to use his divine sense to transmit his voice. He did not know what kind of strange habit he had. The vulgar youth's skin was surprisingly thick. He ignored the impatience and disdain on the silver-haired prodigy's face. He chuckled and continued to speak with his inner sight. Brother, I wonder if you've heard of this saying, if you speak of the troubles in your heart, your troubles will be reduced by half. I've always been helpful. I'm willing to share half your troubles. The silver-haired prodigy stared at the vulgar young man and thought to himself that this person was too annoying. However, what he said seemed to make sense. It was not easy for him to encounter a priceless young ancient blue demon tree. However, before he could fight for it, he was chased out of the stone hall by Chu Zhou and the others. He was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. Perhaps it would be more comfortable to vent the grievances in his heart. Brother, tell me, I heard that this secret treasury has appeared and wanted to come here to test my luck. But the secret treasury is right in front of me. Why did all of you come out in a panic? Could it be that you've encountered something extremely ominous here? The vulgar young man continued to speak with his divine sense. What a bullshit ominous thing. The silver-haired prodigy could no longer hold it in. He gritted his teeth and looked at the stone hall. An infant ancient blue demon tree appeared inside. In order to reduce the number of competitors, Chu Zhou, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, and Solomon, chased us out. Upon hearing the words young ancient blue demon tree, the young man's pupils constricted. It's too aggrieved. That's the ancient blue demon tree. If I can obtain it, I can indirectly control a powerful army in the future. The silver-haired prodigy said unwillingly. Brother, I sympathize with you. If it were me, I would feel aggrieved too. The vulgar young man patted the silver-haired prodigy's shoulder sympathetically. When the silver-haired youth saw the vulgar-looking young man's expression, he felt much better. He suddenly felt that this vulgar-looking young man wasn't that annoying. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His soul shook violently, and his vision turned black as he fainted. The perverted young man held a hammer in his right hand. When he saw the silver-haired prodigy who had fainted in front of him, he thought to himself, I've controlled his strength very well. It's just enough to knock him out, but it's not enough to kill him. If someone died, they would be teleported out of the reincarnation mystic realm. Then he would get nothing. Brother, You're too aggrieved. You need to rest well. Only when you rest well can your mental state recover. The vulgar young man muttered in his heart. He skillfully took down the silver-haired prodigy's origin power armor in a few moves. Another hand pressed on the silver-haired prodigy's head. He activated his divine sense and directly entered the world inside the silver-haired prodigy's body, taking out all the treasures inside. He stored all the things he had obtained from the silver-haired prodigy into his inner world. Then, he turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. Only a naked silver-haired prodigy in his underwear was left. When the other geniuses on the ruins saw this, they were all dumbfounded. In the distance, Long, Zhou, and Bing Selen were also stunned when they saw the scene just now. The moment the vulgar youth appeared in the ruins, they immediately recognized him as Xi Liujin. Chapter 707, Obtaining a Tree. 2. Even though his appearance had completely changed and even his soul fluctuations were different, that extremely wretched aura could not be hidden from them. However, they did not expect Xi Liujin to be so black-hearted. It was fine if he wanted to get information, but in the end, he actually used such a dirty trick to steal everyone's assets. Has he always been like this? Dragon looked at Zhou and Bing Selen strangely. Zhou and Bing Selen covered their faces. They felt ashamed to have a companion like Xi Liujin. I'm back. Xi Liujin was back. He excitedly told Dragon and the others with his inner sight, this time, I've found an important piece of information. He told Dragon and the others what he had learned from the silver-haired prodigy. Tisk. An infant ancient blue demon tree actually appeared in the secret vault. Zhou's face was filled with shock. Ancient blue demon tree is a terrifying existence comparable to the queen mother of the bug tribe. The value of an infant ancient blue demon tree is simply immeasurable. Dragon and Bing Selen were also shocked. They finally understood why so many geniuses suddenly escaped from the stone hall in a panic. It turned out that Chu Zhou, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other 5 experts were working together to clear the area. The news that a young ancient blue demon tree had appeared in the secret vault was quickly spread by the prodigies who had been chased out. Instantly, all the geniuses who were exploring other places in the reincarnation mystic realm were in an uproar. They all rushed towards the ruins. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, hundreds of geniuses who had been killed were suddenly teleported out, attracting the attention of many venerables in nobility realm. Many venerables and nobles were shocked when they learned why these people were killed. There was actually an infant ancient blue demon tree in the secret vault? Many venerables and nobility realms couldn't help but have burning eyes. Almost all of them had been to the battlefield of the myriad races and had personally witnessed the ferocious might of the ancient blue demon tree. They knew very well how terrifying it was. It was also because of this, that they knew the astonishing value of an infant ancient blue demon tree. I didn't expect that there would be a young ancient blue demon tree in the secret vault this time. If it weren't for the fact that venerables couldn't enter the reincarnation mystic realm, I would have rushed in and snatched that ancient blue demon tree. A venerable said regretfully. That's right. If the ancient blue demon tree grows to the Universe Lord level, its value will be immeasurable. Those Universe Lord ancient blue demon trees of the Mana race have made us humans suffer. The venerable level ancient blue demon tree is nothing. The Universe Nobility level and Overlord level ancient blue demon trees are truly terrifying. Every time a Universe Nobility level and Overlord level ancient blue demon tree appears on the battlefield of the myriad races, they are terrifying existences that can directly determine the outcome of a battle. Many venerables conversed with the kings. When they talked about the ancient blue demon tree, their expressions were very solemn. I heard that Chu Zhou, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others are fighting for the ancient blue demon tree. These 5 youngsters are really too lucky. I wonder who will obtain the ancient blue demon tree in the end. Xiu Si probably has the greatest hope. After all, he's ranked 2nd on the list of must-kill human prodigies. His ranking is higher than the other 4. Many venerables and King Realm experts were envious of Chu Zhou and the others' opportunities. Without a doubt, no matter who obtained the ancient blue demon tree in the end, their foundation would immediately surge. Green King stared deeply at a small screen that showed ruins in a stone hall. There seemed to be a mysterious power in the stone hall that stopped the prying of the mirror universe's network. The scene inside could not be displayed. Young ancient blue demon tree. Miller, this is the best opportunity for you to increase your foundation. I hope you can seize it. Green King thought to himself. King Bei King was also looking at the stone hall on the screen. His gaze was calm and confident. He believed that his good disciple, Chu Zhou, would definitely not miss such an opportunity. In the reincarnation mystic realm, in the Stone Hall, Chu Zhou, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others had already reached a climax in their fight for the ancient blue demon tree. They were all frantically trying to collect it or approach the ancient blue demon tree. However, no matter who tried to collect the ancient blue demon tree or approach it, they would be attacked crazily by the other four. At this moment, other than Chu Zhou, the other four were all injured. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, and Solomon looked at Chu Zhou with extremely solemn gazes. My soul attack is actually ineffective against him. How is this possible? Xiu Si looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. He confirmed that his soul attacks had all hit Chu Zhou. Logically speaking, even if Chu Zhou had not been killed by him, he should have been seriously injured. One had to know that even Romo could not ignore his soul attack. He had fought Romo many times. Even though he had been defeated by Romo every time, Romo had also been injured by his soul attacks every time. However, Chu Zhou was completely immune to his soul attack. This was difficult for him to accept. Miller, Feng Yan, and Solomon also looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Chu Zhou's physical body was too abnormal. When their previous attack struck Chu Zhou, it was as if they had struck ancient divine iron, causing sparks to fly. However, Chu Zhou was completely fine. They had never even heard of such a terrifying physical defense. Looks like I have to show some of my true strength to take down the ancient blue demon tree. When Chu Zhou saw that Xiu Si and the other three were about to join forces to deal with him, he decided to show some of his true strength and quickly take down the ancient blue demon tree. Boom! Chu Zhou instantly released the suppression on his body and released his 100,000 meter tall chaos divine body. Instantly, the entire void seemed to be filled up by his incomparably huge chaos divine body. A vast sea of chaos mist swept out from his body. Damn it! The terrifying divine body that appeared not long ago was him. When Xiu Si and the others saw the huge chaos divine body that suddenly appeared in front of them, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, a huge chaotic hand that covered the sky and seemed to be able to crush 3,000 macro worlds slammed down on them. In an instant, they felt an endless pressure. Furthermore, not only did the chaos hand contain terrifying material attacks, but it also contained surging soul attacks. The expressions of Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, and Solomon changed drastically. They felt that if they did not go all out to resist this palm strike, they might very well be directly slapped to death. In an instant, Xiu Si and the other three couldn't care less. They unleashed the power in their bodies with all their might to resist the suppressing chaotic giant hand. Boom! Terrifying energy collisions erupted with a world-shattering bang. Layers of 1,000-meter-tall energy waves swept through the void. If not for the fact that the stone hall seemed to be protected by a powerful nomological power, it would have long turned into dust. Xiu Si and the others used all their strength to block the attack of the giant chaos hand. However, when everything calmed down, they realized that Chu Zhou had disappeared. At the same time, the ancient blue demon tree had also disappeared. He got it. Xiu Si and the others' eyes were filled with unwillingness. Chapter 708, Conquering the Ancient Blue Demon Tree. 1. A figure appeared in front of Dragon, Zhou, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin without any warning. Dragon and the others thought that some geniuses had sensed their existence and wanted to attack them in secret. Their pupils constricted, and their faces revealed sharp expressions. The origin power around their bodies surged as they prepared to attack. However, when they saw who it was, they instantly relaxed. Chu Zhou. Dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief seeing that it was not other prodigies. Chu Zhou, I heard that a young ancient blue demon tree appeared in the stone hall. Who obtained it? Dragon asked curiously. Zhou, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin looked at Chu Zhou with burning eyes. Let's leave this place first. Chu Zhou said with a smile. Seeing Chu Zhou's smiling expression, Dragon and the others were shocked. They already knew the answer. When they thought about how Chu Zhou had actually suppressed Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others and forcefully seized the ancient blue demon tree, Dragon and the others were shocked. They could no longer imagine how strong Chu Zhou was now. Chu Zhou activated a spatial power that enveloped the figures of Dragon and the others and instantly disappeared. On the ruins, many prodigies were staring at the stone hall. They wanted to know who took the ancient blue demon tree in the end. Chu Zhou teleported away. Therefore, many prodigies did not see Chu Zhou leave. Under the close watch of many prodigies, Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other two rushed out of the stone hall with depressed expressions. The first thing they did after coming out was to release their divine senses with all their might and search the surrounding area to see if they could find any traces of Chu Zhou. It was obvious that they couldn't find it. It seems that he has already left, Miller said with a dark expression. He hid himself too deeply. At the critical moment, he erupted with power that far exceeded our expectations and caught us off guard. That was why he snatched the ancient blue demon tree in one go. Xiu Si sighed. What a pity about the ancient blue demon tree. It's an existence comparable to the queen mother of the insect race. Feng Yan looked regretful. Upon hearing Feng Yan's words, the corners of Miller, Xiu Si, and Solomon's mouths twitched violently, and their hearts ached. No matter who it was, after obtaining the ancient blue demon tree, their foundation would greatly increase. Unfortunately, it ended up benefiting Chu Zhou. They all understood that the possibility of them snatching the ancient blue demon tree back from Chu Zhou was almost zero. After leaving the stone hall, Chu Zhou must have stored the ancient blue demon tree in his world. In that case, even if they could kill Chu Zhou, he would only be teleported out with the ancient blue demon tree. Unless they could completely suppress Chu Zhou without harming his life. Only then would they have a chance to forcefully pull the ancient blue demon tree out of Chu Zhou's world. However, with Chu Zhou's strength, if they wanted to suppress him without harming his life, this possibility could only be said to be wishful thinking. The situation doesn't seem right. Why are Xiu Si and the others so pale? Did they not obtain the ancient blue demon tree? Many prodigies who had been paying attention to the stone hall immediately sensed that something was wrong when they saw Xiu Si and the others come out. By the way, where's Chu Zhou? Why is he missing? Could it be that he was killed in the stone hall and was teleported out? Many people realized that Chu Zhou had disappeared again and immediately made guesses. We can't get the ancient blue demon tree, but we can't let Chu Zhou have an easy time either. We'll spread the news that he obtained the ancient blue demon tree. Even though the possibility of snatching the ancient blue demon tree back from him is very small, I believe many people still have fantasies. Solomon said coldly as he turned into a stream of light and left. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, and the others looked at each other and parted ways. Soon, the news that the ancient blue demon tree had been obtained by Chu Zhou spread among all the geniuses. Instantly, many geniuses were in an uproar. Some prodigies who coveted the ancient blue demon tree took action. They knew that Chu Zhou had the ability to suppress Xiu Si and the others and obtain the ancient blue demon tree. He must be extremely powerful. Therefore, they had never thought of using their own strength to snatch the ancient blue demon tree from Chu Zhou. Instead, they began to rope in people and form teams. They prepared to rely on the advantage of numbers to defeat Chu Zhou and snatch the ancient blue demon tree. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobles also knew that Chu Zhou had obtained the ancient blue demon tree. I didn't expect this. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others are all ranked higher on the list of must-kill human prodigies than Chu Zhou, who is ranked 8th. However, the person who obtained the ancient blue demon tree is Chu Zhou. Many venerables and nobility were very surprised by this result. They originally thought that the winner this time would be Xiu Si, who was ranked 2nd on the list of must-kill human prodigies. If Miller was lucky, he would have a chance to obtain it. However, he did not expect Chu Zhou to win. I knew it. King Bei King wouldn't casually accept an ordinary prodigy as his personal disciple. Many venerables and nobilities looked at King Bei King with admiration. On the battleship of the Mirror Universe Company, Green King's face was gloomy, especially when he saw the calm King Bei King. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. King Bei King had a calm expression and did not say anything. In Chu Zhou's inner world. Is this the ancient blue demon tree? Dragon looked at the ancient tree that was emitting a strange blue light in front of him and clicked his tongue in surprise. The dense blue scales seemed to be made of blue and gold, giving off an indestructible feeling. The demon-like face in the middle of the tree trunk looked ferocious and terrifying. I didn't expect to have a chance to come into close contact with the ancient blue demon tree, which is as famous as the queen mother of the bug tribe. I didn't expect to have a chance to come into close contact with the ancient blue demon tree, which is as famous as the queen mother of the insect race. Chu Zhou has the ancient blue demon tree. In the future, I'm afraid no one among us human geniuses can compare to him. Bing Selin and Xi Liujin looked enviously at Chu Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged under the ancient blue demon tree. Chu Zhou leaned against the ancient blue demon tree with his eyes closed. His soul power surged like a surging tide and continuously surged into the ancient blue demon tree. He was invading the ancient blue demon tree's consciousness. Soon, he saw a dim blue sun. Is this the soul core of the ancient blue demon tree? Chu Zhou's consciousness sized up the small blue sun curiously and quickly spread over. The soul core of the ancient blue demon tree was actually severely injured. After approaching, Chu Zhou realized that the surface of the small blue sun was covered in countless cracks. The dense cracks were like spider webs. Moreover, the consciousness fluctuation of the small blue sun was very weak, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. No wonder it didn't resist me from the beginning to the end. I was still wondering why the infamous ancient blue demon tree allowed me to take it away without any struggle or counterattack. It turns out that its soul core has been severely injured and is in a deep sleep. However, this is convenient for me to refine its soul core. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou immediately circulated his soul power to wrap around the ancient blue demon tree's soul core and began to refine it. The consciousness of the ancient blue demon tree, which had fallen into a deep sleep, seemed to have sensed danger. The small blue sun suddenly trembled slightly. An angry consciousness fluctuation crazily attacked Chu Zhou's soul power. He wanted to destroy Chu Zhou's soul power. However, the consciousness fluctuation was too weak. Compared to Chu Zhou's soul origin, which was 30 times that of a normal world overlord, it was like a breeze that brushed past his face. It was completely useless. Furthermore, Chu Zhou's soul power contained the power of the soul law. The angry consciousness fluctuation was quickly suppressed by Chu Zhou's soul power. Boundless spiritual strength wrapped around the small blue sun and kept refining it. A large amount of soul power also seeped into the deepest part of the ancient blue demon tree's soul core through the dense spider web-like cracks on the surface of the small blue sun. A moment later, the ancient blue demon tree's soul core calmed down. Moreover, a human face similar to Chu Zhou's appeared on the surface of its soul core. This was the personal mark that Chu Zhou had carved with the soul law. It worked. Chu Zhou looked at the human face on the surface of the small blue sun and could not help but be overjoyed. This refinement process was much easier than he had imagined. Master! A faint fluctuation of consciousness suddenly came from the small blue sun. Chu Zhou knew that this was the ancient blue demon tree's consciousness and immediately communicated with it. Don't you have a name? There might have been, but my soul core was severely damaged, and I lost this part of my memory of my name. Is that so? Your main body is the ancient blue demon tree. From now on, you'll be called the Blue Demon. Thank you for the name, Master. There are still many soul stones in the Black Mountain secret realm in my inner world. They should be quite useful for repairing the soul core. If there aren't enough soul stones in the Black Mountain secret realm, tell me. I'll think of a way to help you find other treasures to repair the soul core. Thank you, Master. After Chu Zhou finished communicating with the ancient blue demon tree, his consciousness immediately returned to his main body and his eyes opened. At this moment, the ancient blue demon tree behind him suddenly trembled, and the blue light it emitted became even more vast and mighty, rising and falling like a blue tide. Dragon and the others were alarmed. Under the surprised gazes of the dragon and the others, the roots of the ancient blue demon tree rose from the ground. Then, it used the roots as legs and quickly flew towards the Black Mountain mystic realm not far away. This ancient blue demon tree, has come back to life. Xi Liujin stared at the ancient blue demon tree in shock. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes at Xi Liujin and said, "The ancient blue demon tree is alive. However, its soul core has suffered a huge blow, so its consciousness has been in a deep sleep. Now, its consciousness has been awakened by me. Of course, it can move freely. Looks like you've successfully subdued the ancient blue demon tree. Congratulations!" Long, Zhou and Bing Selen said enviously to Chu Zhou. "Ha ha ha, this is indeed a joyous occasion. However, you don't have to envy me. There are many opportunities in the reincarnation mystic realm. Perhaps you will also obtain opportunities that I envy." Chu Zhou smiled. With a thought, he brought Long and the others out of his inner world. Chapter 709, The Mist Race. In the reincarnation mystic realm, Chu Zhou and the others quickly passed through a dense ancient forest. Suddenly, more than 100 murderous figures appeared from the surrounding forest. Without any communication, they attacked Chu Zhou and the others. "Someone has come to die again. Dragon, Zhou, Bing Selen, Xi Liujin and the others were not nervous at all when they saw the 100-odd figures that suddenly surrounded them. Instead, they revealed mocking expressions. The first time they faced such a situation, they were still very nervous. However, this was the 5th time. They were already used to it. Sigh, it's a pity that I can't really kill people. I can't obtain any benefits. Chu Zhou glanced impatiently at the more than 100 figures charging over. Suddenly, countless rays of white light shot out from his body. It was as if a sun had fallen into the world, illuminating the forest within a radius of dozens of kilometers. However, under the illumination of this blazing white light, an extremely terrifying scene appeared in the forest. The attacks that the hundreds of figures launched at Chu Zhou and the others suddenly exploded from the inside. Cracks that were like sharp objects slashed across, cutting all the attacks into pieces. Then, they exploded into cracks that filled the sky. Under the surging airflow, the entire forest shook with a bang, like surging waves. The hundreds of figures also disappeared in astonishment. Then, countless ancient trees, flowers, and plants within a radius of dozens of kilometers turned into dust and flew in the air. Hundreds of miles away from the forest, an exquisite-looking elven prodigy with a bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right watched this scene from afar. Cold sweat fell from his forehead like rain, and his entire body trembled violently from fear. Too scary. The elven prodigy muttered and his figure instantly disappeared. In the dusty forest, Chu Zhou only glanced indifferently at the place where the elven prodigy had disappeared and ignored him. Even though this isn't the first time I've seen such a sword technique, it's still terrifying. Dragon and the others were shocked. Let's continue searching for opportunities. Chu Zhou said calmly and continued forward. He did not take it to heart at all. Dragon and the others hurried after him. Half a day later, Chu Zhou and the others entered a vast stone forest shrouded in thick fog. This stone forest is a little strange. My divine sense is severely limited here. I can only explore 100 meters at most. Dragon reminded as he scanned his surroundings warily. Zhou, Bing Selen, Xi Liujin and the others frowned. They had discovered the same problem. With their strength, it was not a big deal, a token, for their divine sense to envelop an entire star with a single thought. But here, it could only cover 1 to 200 meters. There was clearly something wrong with this stone forest. There seems to be a mysterious power in the thick fog that severely restricts our divine sense. Zhou looked at the white fog around him and guessed. Let me see what's in this fog. Chu Zhou's gaze focused. A vast divine sense suddenly erupted from his body and quickly spread in all directions. At the same time, he also let his spiritual force fuse with the law of space and spread out in the thick fog to the greatest extent. The aura of life. His expression suddenly changed. After combining his spiritual force with the law of space, he actually discovered the aura of countless lives in this thick fog. More importantly, they were surrounded. Be careful, Chu Zhou was about to remind Dragon and the others. However, just as he spoke, an arm condensed from thick fog suddenly stretched out from behind the dragon. It grabbed Dragon's shoulder and pulled it into the thick fog. Almost at the same time, a chain condensed from thick fog suddenly shot out from the unknown depths and wrapped around Bing Selen's waist, pulling her into the thick fog. A huge tongue condensed from thick fog suddenly stretched out from under Xi Liujin's feet, wrapped around his feet, and disappeared like lightning. There was also a 5-clawed dragon condensed from thick fog. It suddenly swooped down, opened its mouth, and swallowed Zhou. Then, it soared into the sky and disappeared into the thick fog. There was also a huge claw condensed from the thick fog that stretched out and grabbed at Chu Zhou. Humph, you're just pretending. Seeing dragons and the others being captured one by one, Chu Zhou was furious. He extended his right hand and instantly transformed into a chaos arm that was like an ancient mountain range. Boom! The huge claw condensed from thick fog was shattered by the chaos arm. The chaos giant arm extended into the depths of the thick fog and grabbed fiercely, bringing out a strange figure. This was a strange living being. Tongtian was grayish-black and had no legs. His lower body was like a huge scaleless snake tail. He had no hands and only had 2 strange black wings. His head was similar to a human's. Overall, it looked like a grey ghost. The strange living being that was grabbed by the chaos hand struggled crazily and let out strange screams that were ear-piercing. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the chaos giant's grip. What kind of creature is this? Chu Zhou was a little confused. He immediately sent out a wisp of consciousness to connect to the mirror universe's network and investigate its origin according to the characteristics of this strange creature. Soon, he found the answer on the mirror universe network. The mist race is one of the races of the origin race. It is a strange life form born in the clouds and mist and is naturally proficient in the rules of the clouds and mist. The mist race likes to live in groups. Usually, a large number of the mist race will live in groups and work together to create a special fog that has a high restriction on spiritual will. The mist race is extremely vengeful. If one of the mist race is killed, the other mist races will usually swarm over. So it's the mist race. Chu Zhou was enlightened. When he saw the words "the mist race likes to live in groups" and "the mist race," he immediately smiled. It was good to live in groups. It was even better to bear grudges. He liked such creatures. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen countless attribute points in the white fog in front of him. He looked at the mist race in the chaos giant's hand and suddenly exerted strength. With a bang, the mist race was crushed into a ball of ink like grey fog. However, this grey fog was different from ordinary grey fog. It contained a large amount of life essence and soul fluctuations. Chu Zhou opened his mouth indifferently and a terrifying devouring power spread out. The grey fog was swallowed by him. Rumble. Just as Chu Zhou killed the mist race creature, the entire sea of fog boiled. Countless greyish-black ghost-like figures suddenly appeared in the white sea of fog. Countless greyish-black ghost-like figures suddenly appeared in the white sea of fog. Chu Zhou's actions of killing and devouring the living beings of the mist race had completely enraged them. In an instant, countless living beings of the mist race controlled the clouds and clouds to condense endless weapons. There were also densely packed behemoths that charged towards Chu Zhou. Good timing. Chu Zhou sneered and instantly released the suppression on his body, releasing his true body. Boom! A towering figure that seemed to have cut through heaven and earth instantly appeared in the sea of fog. Chapter 710, Cultivation Ruins. Boom! A huge figure suddenly appeared in the boiling sea of fog. He was like a giant that had split the world apart. His feet sank into the earth, and the vast sea of fog only drowned his knees. The part above his knees was above the sea of fog. Even the sea of clouds in the sky could only reach his chest. His head was hidden in the sea of clouds above the 9 heavens. Chaos waterfalls descended from the gigantic figure. Terrifying energy fluctuations that were like raging waves and gush erupted from that huge figure. At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. 2 pairs of eyes that were like super powerful searchlights penetrated the clouds in the sky and shot straight down. Then, they pierced through the sea of fog below and scanned back and forth. In the boiling sea of fog, countless creatures of the mist race that were densely packed like greyish-black ghosts were all exposed to the terrifying gaze that was like a searchlight. In addition, that terrifying gaze swept across Dragon and the others who were fighting the living beings of the mist race in different areas. Chu Zhou was relieved seeing that Dragon and the others were fine. Suddenly, Chu Zhou felt an itch below his knees, as if something was scratching him. He swept his gaze and realized that countless greyish-black mist race creatures were attacking his 2 calves crazily. He swept his gaze and realized that countless greyish-black mist race creatures were attacking his 2 calves crazily. It was powerless and ridiculous. Chu Zhou's gaze pierced through the layers of the void and indifferently scanned the densely packed mist race creatures that were like ants in the sea of fog. He opened his mouth. In an instant, the law of gravity was activated. His huge mouth seemed to have turned into a huge black hole, and a devouring power that made one's heart tremble spread out. The void of the entire world became distorted. The sea of clouds in the sky surged towards the huge mouth. The countless rays of light that fell from the sky also deviated and shot towards the black hole-like mouth. In the white sea of fog below, there were also streams of fog that were hundreds of meters thick. They soared into the sky and fell into the huge mouth. Countless ghost-like creatures of the mist race also flew into the huge mouth with the huge fog. Countless living beings of the mist race struggled and screamed, wanting to break free from the gravitational force. However, it was in vain as they fell into the huge mouth. The entire sky dimmed. The sea of fog below was shrinking at a visible speed. There were also mountains hidden in the sea of fog. At this moment, they rose from the ground and flew into the sky, flying towards the huge mouth. Dragon and the others were originally fighting endlessly with the living beings of the mist race. However, they suddenly realized that all their opponents had disappeared. Then, they noticed the changes in the sea of fog and the sky. When they looked up and saw the scene in front of them, all of them fell into boundless shock. This was, too abnormal. At this moment, Dragon and the others even suspected that Chu Zhou had already advanced to become a universe lord. How could a world overlord be so powerful and terrifying? Rumble. Under the shocked gazes of Dragon and the others, the huge black hole-like mouth in the sky quickly devoured the entire sea of fog. Almost all the living beings of the mist race in the sea of fog had been devoured. There were only more than 100 powerful mist race creatures left that were filled with transcendent world overlord energy fluctuations. When the 100-odd strongest living beings of the mist race saw that their clansmen had been devoured by the giant in front of them, they screamed angrily. They turned into dark clouds that were densely covered in lightning and rushed towards the giant's head, preparing to kill the giant and avenge their clansmen. However, as soon as they flew into the clouds, the giant's huge mouth suddenly expanded by 100 times. There was a click. Its huge mouth swallowed the dark clouds that were densely covered in lightning. It also swallowed a large area of space. Chu Zhou smacked his lips and muttered in his heart. Invincible. Zhou Yu watched as Chu Zhou swallowed more than 100 transcendent world overlord level mist race creatures in one gulp. Her scalp went numb. Xiu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon and the others are definitely not his match. I reckon, even Romo, who is ranked first on the list of must-kill human prodigies, is not his match now. Chu Zhou opened his attribute board expectantly. Attribute points, 41,008 trillion, plus 40,000 trillion. My attribute points have increased by 40,000 trillion. This should be enough for me to upgrade the first level of the killing sword art to the perfected realm. A hint of joy appeared on his face. In the next moment, his body had returned to the size of a normal person. Swoosh! His figure flashed and appeared beside Dragon. Zhou Yu and the others also flew over. Now, there was no thick fog in this area. As far as the eye could see, there were huge stalagmites everywhere. Chu Zhou, what were those strange creatures just now? It's too strange. They seem to be able to fuse with the thick fog at will. They can also control the thick fog to transform into powerful weapons and powerful ferocious beasts. Zhou Yu asked curiously. It's a mist race life from, Chu Zhou told Zhou Yu and the others about the situation of the mist race. It's actually the mist race of the source race. Zhou Yu clicked her tongue in surprise. I really don't know how many living beings of the various races in the universe were captured by the Lord of Reincarnation back then and imprisoned in the reincarnation mystic realm. Chu Zhou and the others chatted as they searched the vast stone forest. This stone forest was where the mist race resided. Perhaps there were some secrets hidden here. Come here. Bing Selen suddenly called Chu Zhou and the others to a zone filled with countless smooth stalagmites. Look at the words and marks on the stalagmites. She pointed at the dozens of stalagmites. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, and Xi Liujin immediately looked over. Soon, they saw scattered words on the stalagmites, as well as many seemingly random drawings. The 6 Annihilation Blade Technique. Chu Zhou looked at the words on a stalagmite seriously. There was actually a saber technique recorded on it. However, this ultimate technique seemed to have been casually written down by someone. Moreover, what was mainly recorded was not the content of this unique skill, but more about the comprehension of this unique skill. Chu Zhou pondered seriously and slowly immersed himself in it. According to his experience, he determined that this so-called 6 Annihilation Saber art should be an ordinary marquee level technique. It was far inferior to the profoundness of the killing sword art he cultivated. However, the comprehension of the 6 Annihilation Blade technique by the person who left behind the words was extremely exquisite and profound. It seemed to have far surpassed the profundities contained in the 6 Annihilation Blade technique and reached another level. Chu Zhou had also cultivated saber techniques before. He had his own understanding of saber techniques. But now, he felt that his understanding of saber techniques was nothing compared to the person who left behind his comprehension. The difference was too great. He couldn't help but become engrossed as he watched. Suddenly, the stalagmites where the 6 Annihilation Saber art was suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Countless illusory saber shadows flew out from the stalagmites and fused into Chu Zhou's body. Countless comprehensions of the 6 Annihilation Saber art immediately appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. He seemed to see an unparalleled and terrifying figure standing in the depths of the starry sky, practicing the 6 Annihilation Saber art. With one slash, the galaxy reversed. With a single slash, the world was destroyed. With a single slash, all living beings were destroyed. That peerless figure was too terrifying. With the saber in hand, he seemed to be invincible. As long as he wanted to, he seemed to be able to kill all the living beings in a galaxy with a single slash. It was so strong that it made one tremble. Chu Zhou had never seen such a terrifying person. After a long time, the unparalleled figure disappeared. Countless insights into saber techniques appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. He did not obtain the cultivation method of the 6 annihilation saber technique. However, he felt that the enlightenment of these saber techniques was even more precious. Just like Chu Zhou, Long, Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin were observing the scattered words and patterns on the stalagmites. The stalagmites suddenly emitted light, and a large number of shadows flew out and fused into their bodies. When Long, Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, Xi Liujin, and the others opened their eyes, they were all overjoyed. Chu Zhou, the words and patterns on these stalagmites seemed to be cultivation insights left behind by a peerless expert. Moreover, it contains the spiritual energy of that peerless expert. Once someone seriously comprehends these words and patterns, the insights will be passed on to the person who comprehends them. Zhou Yu said excitedly. Her ruby-like eyes emitted a scorching light. Bing Selen had always been calm and composed, but at this moment, she could no longer remain calm. I feel that this might be the place where the Lord of Reincarnation once cultivated. These insights might have been casually left behind by him when he was cultivating. Ha ha ha, even though the absolute arts recorded here are incomplete and there are no specific cultivation methods, I feel that the insights contained in them are even more precious. We've made a killing this time. Dragon could not help but laugh. I've earned a lot. Xi Liujin was also trembling with excitement. He looked at the scattered stalagmites around him with an intoxicated expression. This is our opportunity. Next, we'll cultivate here for a period of time until we absorb all the cultivation insights contained in the stalagmites. Chu Zhou made a prompt decision and immediately activated a chaos fog, forming a huge chaos fog sea that enveloped the stone forest. It was to prevent outsiders from disturbing their cultivation. Dragon and company could not wait to comprehend the stalagmites. They knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It might be very difficult to encounter such an opportunity in the future. They had to cherish it. Therefore, they did not want to waste a second. Chu Zhou looked at the dragons and the others who had entered a state of comprehension and smiled. With the help of the many insights here, I might be able to cultivate the first level of the killing sword art to the perfected stage without expending any attribute points. Chu Zhou smiled and walked in front of the stalagmites. He began to study it seriously. Chapter 711, Miller's Challenge. In the Reincarnation Mystic Realm, in the Stone Forest. A month later. Ah! A clear sword cry suddenly came from Chu Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Billions of ox hair like sword lights suddenly shot out from all the pores on his body. They kept changing and rotating outside his body, gradually forming an incomparably huge green lotus. At the same time, translucent sword chi suddenly appeared around the swaying green lotus. Each cluster of sword chi was hundreds of meters tall, and some were even 10,000 meters tall. Streams of sword chi turned into dense lotus leaves that covered the void. Dragon and company, who were comprehending the stalagmites, were jolted awake. They instantly felt a terrifying sword intent that could destroy all worlds. Chu Zhou's killing sword art broke through again. Zhou Yu said in shock. She stared at Chu Zhou, who was sitting on the lotus platform. She could clearly sense that the sword intent on Chu Zhou's body was even stronger than before. Lord Bei Kang's killing sword art is rumored to have a total of 24 levels. Chu Zhou has only cultivated to the first level, but he's already so terrifying. It's hard to imagine what will happen when he completes all 24 levels. Dragon looked at the countless lotus leaves condensed from billions of sword lights and the huge green lotus in the center. He truly felt how terrifying the killing sword art was. He felt that he might not even be able to withstand the attack of a lotus leaf. Old Chu, it seems that, he's about to cultivate the first level of the killing sword art to perfection. He's really perverted. Xi Liujin stammered as he looked at Chu Zhou as if he was looking at a monster. It's a pervert. Bing Selen nodded in agreement. The killing sword art was the top universe nobility technique among humans and even the myriad races in the universe. The difficulty of cultivating such a unique skill was self-evident. Generally speaking, it was considered fast to be able to reach the beginner realm in tens of thousands of years. How long had Chu Zhou been in contact with the killing sword art? It's only been a year. In a year, not only had he reached the beginner realm, but he had also cultivated the first level to the perfected realm. This cultivation speed was unimaginable for other human geniuses. If he wasn't a pervert, what was he? On the lotus platform, Chu Zhou opened his eyes. Two sword chi vortexes formed by billions of sword beams appeared in the depths of his eyes. As expected, with the help of the countless cultivation comprehensions here, I didn't need to consume any attribute points at all. The first level of the killing sword art automatically advanced to the perfected realm. A hint of joy appeared on Chu Zhou's face. In that case, he would use his attribute points to increase the second level of the killing sword art. As soon as he thought of it, Chu Zhou closed his eyes again under the surprised gazes of Dragon and the others. In his consciousness, the 43rd to 84th exquisiteness of the killing sword art appeared. The second slaughter sword painting appeared, sword rain painting. Upgrade the killing sword art. Chu Zhou's heart stirred. In an instant, his attribute board shook. A vast power surged out like a torrent and surged into Chu Zhou's mind. Under the effect of this mysterious torrent, Chu Zhou's thoughts were running at an unimaginable speed. The 43rd to 84th exquisiteness of the killing sword art, as well as the sword rain painting, were originally extremely difficult to comprehend. Even the prodigies with the highest comprehension among the tens of thousands of races in the universe would probably spend a very long time comprehending it. However, at this moment, all kinds of exquisiteness and the sword rain painting became extremely easy in Chu Zhou's eyes. It was as if a difficult calculus question had suddenly become 1 + 1 =. All of the profound mysteries surged in his heart like a fountain. The green lotus under Chu Zhou and the layers of lotus leaves suddenly transformed into sword beams that were like billions of cow hairs and returned to his body. At the same time, a dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky from his body. Above his head, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and endless dark clouds appeared. Then, it started to rain. Endless rain fell from the sky and drowned heaven and earth. Is it raining? Dragon wiped the rainwater off his face. He could vaguely feel that the rainwater was cold and seemed to be slightly colder than ordinary rainwater. His intuition told him that this rain was not ordinary rain. He picked up some rainwater with his hands and observed it carefully with his inner sight. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Tisk! Damn it, these drops of rain are actually condensed from endless sword lights. Dragon's scalp went numb as it hurriedly shook off the rainwater on its hands. He even instinctively activated an energy shield to isolate the rain that was falling on his body. This is the scene after cultivating the second slaughter sword painting of the killing sword art. The sword lotus painting that Chu Zhou cultivated has just been perfected. He cultivated the sword rain painting so quickly. Zhou Yu looked at Chu Zhou in confusion, as if he had seen a ghost. She had seen many battle videos of King Bei Kang. She had also seen the scene of King Bei Kang using the sword rain painting to deal with the enemy. Therefore, she could tell at a glance that Chu Zhou had mastered the sword rain painting. No. No, no. Unbelievable. Xi Liujin was also stunned. Bing Selen took a deep breath and barely calmed herself down. I once saw a battle video of Lord Bei Kang on the 10,000 races battlefield. Lord Bei Kang once faced an army of billions of foreign races alone on the 10,000 race battlefield. At that time, he only waved his sword briefly, and dark clouds instantly covered the entire battlefield. Then, it started to drizzle. In less than 10 seconds, the army of billions of foreign races melted under the drizzle. Dragon and the others were shocked when they heard that. They almost immediately guessed that the reason why the rainwater was harmless was because Chu Zhou was controlling it. However, if Chu Zhou had any killing intent, the endless rain that descended from the sky in front of him would immediately turn into the most ferocious weapon in the world. Attribute points, 3,508 trillion. Killing sword art, perfected second level. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board with a satisfied expression. At the perfected second level of the killing sword art, his strength had increased by a large margin again. With a thought, the dark clouds that covered the sky instantly disappeared. The rain that covered the sky and earth also disappeared. Chu Zhou, have you mastered the killing sword art's sword rain painting? Seeing that Chu Zhou had stopped, Zhou Yu immediately ran over and asked. You think? Chu Zhou smiled. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes. She already knew the answer after seeing Chu Zhou's expression. You're so perverted. She sighed deeply. With that said, she walked to another stalagmites and began to comprehend the words and patterns on it. Dragon, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin congratulated Chu Zhou on his breakthrough and continued to study the stalagmites. Chu Zhou continued to study the stalagmites. The various insights contained in these stalagmites were quickly absorbed by him and turned into his own accumulation. While Chu Zhou and company were comprehending the stalagmites in the stone forest, the other prodigies had also obtained various opportunities in the reincarnation mystic realm. There were also many paragons who were killed by other paragons while fighting for opportunities. There were also many geniuses who were killed by the foreign races in the reincarnation mystic realm. In a deep underground cave, Miller sat cross-legged in a pool filled with mysterious golden liquid. In the mysterious golden liquid, mysterious patterns appeared, as if they contained the most fundamental power of the universe. Miller quickly devoured the mysterious golden liquid, his entire body undergoing a magical transformation. Affliction was written all over his face, as if he was suffering the cruelest torture in the world. Crack! Crack! His body suddenly trembled violently, and the sound of hard matter shattering came from his body. Then, pieces of white bone were expelled from his skin. Pieces of flesh and even pieces of dirty flesh were squeezed out of the wounds torn by the bone pieces. One could vaguely see a vast golden light circulating at high speed in his body through the wounds. This is divine spiritual liquid, we can't waste it. Miller opened his eyes and looked at the remaining golden liquid in the pool crazily. He endured the pain that was countless times more painful than having his tendons and skin peeled off. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the remaining golden liquid. Ah! The moment he devoured all the golden liquid, Miller's pupils dilated, and he let out an extremely painful and delighted roar. Swoosh! His figure instantly disappeared from the underground cave and appeared in the sky above a forest. Bang! 2 wings of holy light that were more than 5,000 kilometers long suddenly extended from his back. He transformed into a blazing white sun that emitted boundless light. Earth-shattering energy waves swept out from his body. The forest below and the surrounding mountains were reduced to dust almost instantly. Many geniuses who were searching for opportunities nearby were alarmed. That's Miller. Oh my god! Miller's aura is so terrifying. He seems to have broken through. What kind of fortuitous opportunity did he obtain? How did his strength become so much stronger? It's too enviable. Many prodigies looked at Miller in the blazing white sun and were moved. The 2 holy light wings that covered 10,000 miles made these geniuses feel an incomparably huge threat. They could clearly sense that the 2 wings of holy light contained a terrifying power that was filled with dignity and holy. Miller floated in the sky and felt the power that was as deep as the sea in his body, especially the power that was filled with solemnity and order in his bloodline. He was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Miller, am indeed a proud son of heaven. I can even encounter a cosmic treasure like the divine spirit liquid. With the help of the divine spiritual liquid, my physique and bloodline have undergone a fundamental transformation. My current strength is at least 3 times stronger than before my transformation. He felt the changes in his body and was extremely excited. At this moment, Chu Zhou's figure appeared in his mind. Chu Zhou, I want to challenge you. Miller suddenly roared, his voice filled with confidence and arrogance. What? Miller wants to challenge Chu Zhou. Many prodigies who were looking at Miller from afar were instantly in an uproar. Chapter 712, A Battle of Attention. Miller floated in the sky. His divine light was like the sea, and his holy wings covered the sky. He was like a god that had descended to the world. He was like the center of heaven and earth, the protagonist of the era, so eye-catching. At this moment, his eyes were filled with endless confidence. After bathing in the divine spiritual liquid and completing his transformation, he was confident that no one in his generation could match him. He was confident that he could even defeat Romo, who was ranked first on the list of must-kill human prodigies. Chu Zhou, I'll defeat you first. I'll prove to teacher that I, his disciple, far surpasses King Beikang's disciple. I will challenge Romo after defeating you. I want everyone to know, that I, Miller, am the protagonist of this era, just like King Beikang back then. As Miller thought of this, his heart was filled with pride and boundless fighting spirit. He wanted to compete with the heavens. He felt that his stage should no longer be limited to humans. He should have been like King Beikang back then. He should have walked into the universe and suppressed the prodigies of the 10,000 races in the universe, leaving behind his glorious legend among the 10,000 races in the universe. Chu Zhou, you're just a stepping stone in my process of composing the legend. With this thought in mind, he left a sentence in the void. Chu Zhou, I'll wait for you in the ruins of the secret vault. With that, his figure immediately turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the void. Hiss! Miller actually wants to challenge Chu Zhou. When the prodigies nearby heard what Miller said before he left, they were all extremely shocked. Immediately, many people became excited. A month ago, Chu Zhou had suppressed Chu Si, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other 4 geniuses in the secret vault and seized the ancient blue demon tree. All the geniuses who were training in the reincarnation mystic realm were shocked. In particular, Chu Zhou had displayed a terrifying chaos divine body during the competition. This caused his status in the hearts of many geniuses to rise rapidly. Many prodigies were certain that he was second only to Romo among the human prodigies. Now, Miller's strength had clearly increased exponentially, and he still wanted to challenge Chu Zhou. This made many people feel that it was very interesting. Especially with their identities. Chu Zhou was once the personal disciple of the number 1 universe nobility of humanity, King Bei Kang. Miller was the personal disciple of the current number 1 universe nobility of the Mirror Universe Corporation, the Green King. The conflict between King Bei Kang and the Green King was almost an open secret. Now, Miller wanted to challenge Chu Zhou. In a sense, was this a competition between the Green King and King Bei Kang? Thinking of this, everyone looked forward to this battle even more. Hurry up and go to the ruins. We can't miss this battle. The surrounding geniuses all soared into the sky and flew towards the ruins at high speed. The news that Miller wanted to challenge Chu Zhou quickly spread throughout the entire reincarnation mystic realm like a storm. All the prodigies who were training in the reincarnation mystic realm were in an uproar. They all rushed to the ruins. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobles also learned that Miller wanted to challenge Chu Zhou through some geniuses who were teleported out. Miller wants to challenge Chu Zhou. Many venerables and nobles were shocked when they heard this. Then, they looked at King Bei Kang and the Green King. King Bei Kang's expression was indifferent. There was no ripple on his face, as if he did not care about this matter at all. However, Green King was very concerned. After hearing the news, his expression instantly tensed up. His body inadvertently emitted an incomparably grand and vast aura, as if it wanted to crush the eternal space and time, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Many venerables and nobles felt suffocated. They could truly sense how terrifying and powerful the number 1 Marquis of the Mirror Universe Corporation, Green King, was. Even some nobles felt that they could not withstand the pressure of the Green King. Even though they were all nobles. They felt that there was a dimensional difference between them and the Green King. The difference was immeasurable. The Green King is too terrifying. Many venerables and nobles looked at Green King's back in awe. The Green King ignored everyone's reaction. His burning gaze was fixed on a screen not far away. That screen was showing the situation of the ruins. A figure with boundless divine light and sacred wings that covered the sky was standing on the ruins at this moment. He was like an ancient god, emitting endless solemnity, holy, and endless confidence. Miller has become stronger. It seems that he has obtained a shocking opportunity in the reincarnation mystic realm. Now that he suddenly announced that he wants to challenge Chu Zhou, he must be confident in defeating him. Green King thought to himself. He was also filled with anticipation for this battle. In the reincarnation mystic realm, in the stone forest. 3 days had passed since Chu Zhou's last breakthrough. On this day, Chu Zhou and company finally absorbed all the cultivation insights contained in the stalagmites. Boom! A powerful fluctuation suddenly erupted from Dragon's body, and his aura rose rapidly. The phantom of an ancient mammoth that was as majestic as a mountain appeared behind him, emitting a terrifying aura that suppressed everything. Ha ha ha, I've advanced to level 8th World Overlord. Dragon said happily, its eyes shining. A hint of joy appeared on Zhou Yu's face. With a thought, she took out her battle spear. Divine chains flowing with flames spread out from her fair arm and wrapped around the battle spear. Pfft! She casually waved her battle spear, and a scarlet spear beam instantly pierced through the void, shooting out a pitch-black hole. Moreover, there were magma-like flames burning at the edge of the pitch-black hole. Under the burning of the magma-like flames, the space at the edge of the pitch-black hole quickly melted. Soon, the radius of the hole became 50 meters. Not bad, not bad. My Brahma World Spear Art has already reached the 6th level. She smiled happily. Bing Selin and Xi Liujin were also pleasantly surprised. They had also made a breakthrough. When Chu Zhou saw that Long and the others had all broken through, he was also happy for them. Truth be told, the most important thing for us is not the breakthrough that we're about to make, but our comprehension of cultivation. Those cultivation insights contain the wisdom of the Lord of Reincarnation. After settling down, they will become an extremely important foundation for us to go further in the future. Chu Zhou sighed. Dragon and the others nodded in agreement. This time, they had absorbed a large amount of cultivation comprehension in this stone forest. They had only digested a small portion of the insights, but they had already made a breakthrough. Their strength would definitely increase exponentially after they completely digested all the insights. Moreover, these cultivation comprehensions would become one of their most important foundations, allowing them to go further. Suddenly, Zhou Yu cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Chu Zhou and the others looked at Zhou Yu in surprise. Chu Zhou, quickly connect to the Mirror Universe network and enter our company's internal forum to see the news. Zhou Yu said. When Chu Zhou heard this, he was slightly stunned. His consciousness immediately connected to the Mirror Universe network and entered the company's internal forum. Almost at the same time, Bing Celan and Xi Liujin also logged into the company's internal forum. Dragon could not enter the internal forum of the Mirror Universe company, but he thought that if there was anything important, there should be news on the internal forum of the Infinite Battle Arena. Therefore, he logged into the internal forum of the Infinite Battle Arena. Chu Zhou saw a popular post with a bold red logo as soon as he entered the internal forum of the Mirror Universe company. Chu Zhou, I'll wait for you on the ruins. Hot. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw this popular post. There were actually more than 1 million comments. What was going on? Chu Zhou opened the post in confusion. He immediately saw a video after opening the post. In the video, a figure with vast divine light and holy wings that covered the sky shouted in an extremely arrogant and confident tone, Chu Zhou, I want to challenge you. Miller. Chu Zhou's gaze froze when he saw the figure in the video. His consciousness returned to his main body, and a playful expression appeared on his face. Miller actually wanted to challenge him. And it was in the reincarnation mystic realm. This surprised him a little. At this moment, Dragon, Bing Celan, Xi Liujin and the others had also finished reading Miller's post about challenging Chu Zhou. You all saw that popular post, right? As Zhou Yu spoke, she looked at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, Miller wants to challenge you. Moreover, he's waiting for you in the ruins of the secret vault. What are you going to do? Dragon and the others also looked at Chu Zhou. Before coming to the stone forest, Miller, who was ranked 3rd on the list of must-kill human prodigies, wanted to challenge Chu Zhou. They might even be worried about Chu Zhou. However, in the stone forest, they had personally witnessed the entire process of Chu Zhou devouring the fog race and the terrifying scene of Chu Zhou cultivating the 2nd level of the killing sword art. They were not worried about Chu Zhou at all. In their hearts, the person they should be worried about was not Chu Zhou, but Miller. What should I do? Chu Zhou smiled at Zhou Yu and the others and said playfully, since he has already challenged me in public, I naturally have to accept the challenge. Let me see how capable the personal disciple of the company's #1 universe nobility, the Green King, is. As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew in the direction of the ruins. Miller is in trouble. Dragon sighed. I watched Chu Zhou grow step by step, but I've rarely seen him so serious. But every time he's serious, his opponents will basically lose miserably. Hee. I guess Miller obtained some opportunities and broke through. He thought that Chu Zhou was no match for him, so he couldn't help but challenge Chu Zhou. But, he didn't know that he had broken through, and Chu Zhou's breakthrough was even more terrifying. If he wants to challenge Chu Zhou now, he can only suffer. Zhou Yu sneered. You brought this upon yourself. You can't grumble. Bing Celan sighed. Quick! Quick! Hurry up and watch the battle. Xi Liujin's eyes lit up. Miller and Sardius were good friends, and Sardius was Xi Liujin's sworn enemy. As a result, every time Xi Liujin met Miller, he would be targeted by him either openly or secretly. Xi Liujin was already displeased with Miller. Now, Miller actually dared to challenge a pervert like Chu Zhou. He was asking for it. How could Xi Liujin miss such a famous scene? Not only would he not miss it, but he also decided to record this famous scene and post it on the Mirror Universe network to spread the news. He, Xi Liujin, had always been magnanimous and never held grudges. He only remembered small books. Dragon and the others also soared into the sky and chased after Chu Zhou, flying towards the ruins. Chapter 713, Trembling. Silence. 1. A figure stood tall above the ruins. Divine light was vast and mighty, and holy wings covered the sky. It emitted an energy fluctuation that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Is this Miller, who's ranked 3rd on the list of must-kill human prodigies? He's too powerful. I feel like I'm in a completely different dimension from him. Many paragons looked at Miller's figure and were extremely shocked. At this moment, they all felt immense pressure from Miller. This made them feel like ants facing a dragon. In the crowd, Chu Zhou, Feng Yan, and Solomon stood side by side. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations on Miller's body, their expressions changed. Miller has become stronger. Feng Yan bit her red lips gently, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. In the past, although my strength was slightly weaker than his, I could still sense the difference. But now, I can no longer feel the specific difference between me and him. This means, his strength has far surpassed mine. He must have obtained some kind of shocking opportunity. Solomon clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of jealousy appeared in his eyes. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to become so much stronger in such a short period of time. He was filled with hatred. Chu Zhou obtained the ancient blue demon tree. Miller had also obtained a shocking opportunity. Why was it that he could only obtain some ordinary treasures until now, but he could not obtain opportunities that could allow his foundation to soar or his strength to transform? Chu Zhou stared at Miller's figure seriously. For some reason, he felt a huge pressure. In the list of must-kill human prodigies, he was ranked second, and Miller was ranked third. He had always been stronger than Miller. In the many sparring sessions he had with Miller in the past, he had basically won. But now, when facing Miller, he didn't have the confidence to win. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently swept over a cold blood-haired figure on a mountain in the distance. His pupils constricted slightly instantly. He is here too. Feng Yan and Solomon noticed the change in Chu Zhou's expression and could not help but feel curious. What was it that shocked Chu Zhou so much? They looked in the direction Chu Zhou was looking. When they saw the cold blood-haired figure, they couldn't help but be shocked. Romo. He's actually here too. Could it be that he's also interested in the battle between Miller and Chu Zhou? Feng Yan and Solomon were visibly moved. As the top 5 experts on the list of must-kill human prodigies, they knew Romo quite well. They were filled with reverence for Romo's strength. They knew Romo was one of the top 5 powerhouses on the list of must-kill human prodigies. It seemed that everyone was on the same level. However, in fact, they knew very well that Romo was on a separate level, while the 4 of them were on a different level. They were not qualified to be on par with Romo. In fact, they might not be Romo's match even if the 4 of them joined forces. They also knew Romo's temperament. He was only interested in cultivation and experts who were qualified to be his opponent. He was not interested in anything else. Therefore, the battle between Chu Zhou and Miller. They had thought that Romo would not come. Romo had come now. Obviously, there was someone here that he was interested in. Could it be that Romo already thinks that Miller is qualified to be his opponent? Solomon said in shock. She was both envious and jealous of how much Romo valued Miller. It might not be Miller. It might also be Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou said faintly. There must be someone between Miller and Chu Zhou who has attracted Romo's attention and made him think that he is qualified to be his opponent no matter what. Who exactly is it that Romo values so much? We'll know just by looking at the outcome of the battle. As Feng Yan spoke, she suddenly looked forward to this battle. When Chu Zhou and Solomon heard this, they were also looking forward to this battle. Romo. Is he here? Miller, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a familiar aura like that of a peerless demon god. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the aura. He immediately saw a familiar figure that made him revere him. Romo. Are you here for me? Miller was a little excited. After I defeat Chu Zhou, you'll be next. Chu Zhou is here. A prodigy suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, everyone's eyes looked towards the distant horizon. A handsome young man with a calm expression walked over step by step from the horizon under everyone's gaze. His steps looked slow. However, he appeared 1,000 meters away with every step he took. Miller's attention instantly shifted to Chu Zhou. His gaze was firmly fixed on Chu Zhou, and the aura on his body began to rise violently. The 2 sacred wings on his back that covered the sky emitted endless light, illuminating the entire world. Rumble. A terrifying energy storm swept through heaven and earth. The entire void shook. Chu Zhou, you're here. Miller said loudly as his body emitted a boundless aura. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world and was suppressing heaven and earth. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. You've already challenged me and it's still causing a commotion, so I have to go through it as a formality. Chapter 714, Trembling. Silence. 2. Go through it as a formality? Miller was furious when he heard Chu Zhou say these words. It was as if a long-suppressed volcano had erupted in his heart, venting endless anger and wanting to burn everything in the world. He attached great importance to this battle. It could even be said that this was a battle that had been planned for a long time. This battle had entrusted him with many things. He proved to his teacher, Green King, that his teacher's judgment was not wrong. His disciple was stronger than King Beigang's disciple. However, Chu Zhou, whom he regarded as a great enemy, was so nonchalant. He even said the words to go through the motions, to do something as a formality. This made him feel that Chu Zhou was looking down on him and insulting him. Angry, angry, angry. Miller's gaze was fixed on Chu Zhou's eyes. The two sacred wings on his body flapped slightly, raising endless waves. Rumble. The surrounding mountains collapsed from the violent waves and gush that swept through heaven and earth. Countless huge cracks also spread across the ruins on the ground. Gasp. This is too terrifying. Many of the surrounding prodigies had no choice but to retreat further away in the face of the violent waves. In the distance, Chu Zhou could feel Miller's anger. However, there were no ripples on his face and he did not care at all. Chu Zhou. You're arrogant. Miller enunciated each word clearly. Boom. Suddenly, an incomparably huge King Realm expert shadow rose behind him. The King Realm expert phantom seemed to be a supreme existence that had conquered countless countries and suppressed countless races. Domineering, dignified, and insufferably arrogant. Many prodigies had the urge to kneel and worship him. Green King's Secret Manual. Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon had very solemn expressions when they saw the incomparably huge King Realm expert phantom behind Miller. They had all fought Miller before and knew that the King Realm expert phantom was a peerless divine figure condensed by Miller's cultivation of the Green King's Secret Manual. The incomparably huge King Realm expert phantom attacked. A huge hand that covered the sky slammed towards Chu Zhou at a speed that exceeded the speed of light. When a King Realm expert was angry, millions of corpses would be buried. The universe would be turned upside down, and the mountains and rivers would shatter. Boom! Almost instantly, the huge hand slapped Chu Zhou's position. The heavens and the earth shook in an instant. The earth shattered, and dust soared into the sky. The huge earth between Miller and Chu Zhou was actually sunk by that palm. Only a bottomless pit was left. Many prodigies felt their scalps tingle. This was the reincarnation mystic realm. The earth here was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than the earth on ordinary planets. Even if a transcendent world overlord attacked with all his might here, he would at most shatter a few mountains. However, the King Realm expert phantom had directly sunk such a vast piece of earth with a single strike. This was truly unimaginable. Humph! Miller smiled coldly. He was certain that Chu Zhou would be severely injured if not dead. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and countless specks of dust to look at Chu Zhou. But what he saw stunned him. Chu Zhou calmly raised a finger. Like an unshakable pillar, it firmly suppressed the incomparably huge King Realm expert's hand above his head. All. Chu Zhou yawned, feeling a little bored. Is that all? This. Many geniuses were stunned when they saw this. Miller's face was so dark that it could drip water. Swoosh! The King Realm expert phantom behind him retracted his palm at lightning speed. The two huge holy wings on his back flapped gently, and he appeared in the sky like lightning. He suddenly turned into a blazing white sun. Boundless light erupted from his body, illuminating the world in front of everyone. The two holy wings on his back stretched out with all their might, covering the entire sky. A terrifying order power that was above everything spread out from his body, causing countless spider web-like cracks to appear in the sky. Miller also had a cross sword in his hand. At this moment, Miller was like an ancient god of order above all living beings. He held the holy sword in his hand and arbitrated all living beings in the world who violated the order. Suddenly, the endless light, vast energy, terrifying power of order, and the King Realm expert phantom floating behind Miller all disappeared. Miller seemed to have lost all his strength. He could not sense any energy fluctuations from him. Only the cross sword in his hand gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. It was as if this cross sword had become the most terrifying weapon in the world. It could destroy countless large worlds in an instant. Kill! Miller suddenly shouted. His figure was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. In a billionth of a second, he appeared in front of Chu Zhou and stabbed at him. At the same time that Miller stabbed out, an extremely terrifying fluctuation suddenly spread out. The sky, earth, rivers, forests, and everything in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers instantly shattered. Many prodigies were teleported out before they could react. This sword caused the expressions of Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others to change drastically. Even Romo, who had been observing the battle indifferently, had a hint of surprise on his face. Everyone was deeply aware of how terrifying this sword attack was. This sword is interesting. Chu Zhou looked at Miller's terrifying sword that seemed to be able to pierce through the myriad worlds and smiled faintly. He suddenly extended his hand. There was a snap. His palm firmly grabbed the sword that shocked the geniuses. Rumble. The cross sword that was grabbed by his palm was like an angry dragon that had been grabbed. It struggled violently and erupted with a terrifying energy that caused the color of the heaven and earth to change. And at that moment, Chu Zhou seemed to have transformed into a dragon-capturing warrior. No matter how ferocious and savage the dragon was, it was unable to break free from his palm that was surrounded by chaos fog and filled with five-colored light. This is impossible. Miller looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. However, Chu Zhou suddenly raised the cross coldly and brought Miller's body up into the air. Then, he smashed it fiercely on the other side of his body. Boom! It was as if a comet had crashed into Earth. The ground, which had already sunk 100 meters, sank hundreds of meters again by Chu Zhou. Miller's entire body was smashed into the depths of the earth. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the geniuses trembled. Everyone fell silent. It was as if a pause button had been pressed on this world. Chapter 715, Who in the World Doesn't Know You? 1. Silence. Dead silence. Many geniuses looked at Chu Zhou's figure in a daze. Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Romo also looked deeply shocked. Even Dragon and the others, who were watching from afar, were moved when they saw the scene just now, even though they knew that Chu Zhou had a high chance of defeating Miller. Everyone expected that the battle between Chu Zhou and Miller would be an earth-shattering and extremely fierce battle. But who would have thought that the battle actually ended so quickly? In just 2 moves. Before many people could react, Miller suffered a crushing defeat. This was Miller, who was ranked 3rd on the list of must-kill human prodigies, and his strength had increased greatly. He had actually lost so miserably, so easily, and so without any suspense. This was too shocking. Have you been teleported out? Chu Zhou calmly activated his divine sense and scanned Miller's location. He realized that Miller had already disappeared. It was obvious that Miller had suffered a fatal injury and was directly teleported out of the reincarnation mystic realm. He did not care about this. He brought the cross sword in his hand in front of him and carefully sized it up. He discovered that countless silver-white cosmic engravings flowed on the body of the cross sword, and it seemed to contain a trace of the mighty power of order. Almost instantly, he determined that it was a BQ rank, Universe Lord Venerable, sword. It's much inferior to my purple dragon sword, but it's not bad. If I sell it in the Mirror Networks Mall, I should be able to earn a lot. He muttered in his heart and stored the cross sword into his world. This was his trophy. He couldn't return it to Miller. Let's wrap up and continue searching for opportunities. He casually clapped his hands as if he had just dealt with an insignificant matter. He took a step forward and his figure flew in front of Dragon and the others like a bolt of lightning. Let's go. He strode forward as he spoke. Oh. Dragon and the others were still immersed in shock and had yet to recover. After hearing Chu Zhou's words, they instinctively followed behind him. Many geniuses watched Chu Zhou's figure leave quietly. They all knew that Chu Zhou had the ancient blue demon tree on him, but at this moment, no one was thinking about the ancient blue demon tree on Chu Zhou. I didn't expect Chu Zhou's strength to reach this level. We still underestimated him. Feng Yan stared at Chu Zhou's back and said in shock. Her opinion of Chu Zhou was overturned again. Before the trial in the reincarnation mystic realm, after learning about Chu Zhou from Su Yingxiu, she used the power of the Universe Galaxy Bank to investigate Chu Zhou's past information. She was amazed by Chu Zhou's talent after understanding his unbelievable growth trajectory. They believed that Chu Zhou had a chance of surpassing Romo in the future. This was her first impression of Chu Zhou. However, not long ago, someone had obtained the recognition of 5 rules at the same time in the reincarnation mystic realm. She was certain that the person was Romo. Hence, she overturned the possibility of Chu Zhou surpassing Romo in her heart. In the secret vault, when fighting for the ancient blue demon tree, Chu Zhou used his chaos divine body and suppressed her, Shui, Miller, and Solomon to snatch the ancient blue demon tree. This changed her opinion of Chu Zhou again. She believed that even though Chu Zhou could not surpass Romo, he was still extremely powerful. It was very likely that he had already surpassed Shui, who was ranked second on the list of must-kill human prodigies. Now, he had personally witnessed the process of Chu Zhou crushing Attila with absolute advantage. Her opinion of Chu Zhou was once again overturned. Chu Zhou was completely qualified to be on par with Romo, and might even surpass him. To think that I was worried that he would surpass me on the list of must-kill human prodigies? It turns out, he has actually surpassed me long ago. In fact, he probably doesn't care about me at all. Solomon said self-deprecatingly. At this moment, he felt like a clown who did not know his limits. He regarded Chu Zhou as an opponent and was afraid that Chu Zhou would surpass him. However, in Chu Zhou's eyes, perhaps he had never existed. This feeling made him so embarrassed that he almost dug out a room and 3 halls with his toes. I'm inferior to him. Shui let out a long sigh and suddenly looked at the small mountain where Romo was. He really wanted to know Romo's reaction now. Feng Yan and Solomon also looked at Romo. Their thoughts were the same as Shu's. They wanted to know how Romo would react after watching this battle. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the small mountain where Romo was. It was as if a peerless demon god had descended, causing all living beings in heaven and earth to tremble. R.O. Romo. Many geniuses looked at the terrifying figure standing on the small mountain and their bodies instinctively trembled. They felt a cruel, cold, domineering, and ruthless pressure crushing down on them. It crushed their bodies and their consciousness. Facing that terrifying figure, they felt suffocated and had no intention of resisting at all. Chu Zhou and the others were also alarmed by the sudden outburst of aura. They turned around and looked in the direction of the explosion. Gasp! It's Romo! When Zhou Yu and the others saw the blood-haired figure that looked like a peerless demon god, they could not help but gasp. Chapter 716, Who in the World Doesn't Know You? 2. Could Romo have his eyes on Chu Zhou? Dragon had a bad feeling. Romo. Chu Zhou looked calmly at the unparalleled demon god-like figure. His gaze collided with Romo's gaze in the void. Chu Zhou, you're good. Romo grinned, as if he was not used to smiling. He smiled stiffly. You're not bad yourself. Chu Zhou was not excited by Romo's praise. He only replied calmly. We'll meet again. Romo's figure suddenly turned into a black line and disappeared at lightning speed as he spoke. Chu Zhou looked at Romo, who had disappeared, and did not say anything else. When he saw Romo's fanatical gaze just now, he already knew that there would be an inevitable battle between him and Romo. However, his heart was very calm at this moment, without any ripples. He was now absolutely confident in his own strength. He was invincible at the World Overlord realm and had no opponents. Whether it was Romo, who was silently acknowledged as the #1 prodigy of the human race, or the strongest prodigy of the other races in the universe. None of them were his match. Therefore, even though he knew that Romo would very likely challenge him soon, his heart was as calm as still water. Chu Zhou, from the looks of it, Romo seems to want to challenge you. As far as I know, Romo is only interested in 2 things, 1, cultivation, 2, someone who is qualified to be his opponent. Chu Zhou, now that Romo has his eyes on you, he will definitely fight you. This is Romo, the #1 prodigy of our human race. He's not someone Miller can compare to. Dragon, Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, Xi Liujin and the others sensed that Romo had the intention to challenge Chu Zhou and looked at him worriedly. Romo was completely different from Miller after all. Romo was the true #1 prodigy among the human prodigies. Furthermore, everyone knew that Romo's strength far exceeded that of Miller and the other prodigies. In fact, many higher-ups of the human race even compared Romo to King Beigang back then. They felt that Romo's achievements might reach King Beigang's level in the future. Therefore, they were all a little worried about Chu Zhou, who had been targeted by Romo. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and said calmly and confidently, Don't worry. I'm invincible among the world overlords. I'm invincible among the world overlords? When the dragon and the others heard this, their minds were stirred. This sentence was too domineering. One had to know that Chu Zhou's words were not only limited to world overlords among humans, but also all the world overlords of the 10,000 races in the universe. How confident did Chu Zhou have to be to say such words? Even Romo, or even Bei King when he was still a world overlord, would not dare to say that, right? Not only did Dragon and the others hear what Chu Zhou said, Xiu Si and the other geniuses also heard it. Xiu Si and the other paragons were dumbfounded. They had never thought that someone would dare to say such arrogant words. How many world overlords were there in the universe? There were countless of them, even if only considering humans. If all the world overlords of the various races in the universe were calculated together, it would be an astronomical figure. Not only were there countless geniuses among so many world overlords, there were also many ancient world overlords who had lived for countless years and had unimaginable accumulations. Who dared to say that they were invincible among world overlords? Romo did not dare to say that. Even King Bei King, who had shocked all the races in the universe back then, did not dare to do so. In fact, no one had ever said such arrogant words among the many legendary figures and great existences born of humanity. And today, they heard it from Chu Zhou. Xiu Si and the other prodigies wanted to say that Chu Zhou was too arrogant. However, for some reason, when they recalled the scene of Chu Zhou crushing Miller and saw the extremely calm expression on Chu Zhou's face, they inexplicably believed Chu Zhou's words. Perhaps Chu Zhou was really invincible among world overlords. Chu Zhou left with Long and the others. However, his departure left an endless shock in the hearts of Xiu Si and the other geniuses. His words "I'm invincible among the world overlords" reverberated in the hearts of many geniuses for a long time. A prodigy uploaded this sentence to the Mirror Universe network and immediately caused a shocking gush. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, under the gazes of many venerables and nobles, Miller staggered to the front of Green King. He looked at the silent Green King, who was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Then, he thought of his teacher, Green King's expectations and cultivation, and felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. He dropped to one knee with a snap. "Teacher, I've lost. I've let you down." He choked as he spoke. His eyes were wet and 2 streams of hot tears flowed down his face. "Don't cry!" The Green King shouted and suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura that shattered through the ages. An endless, majestic and awe-inspiring nomological aura suddenly rose from his body. In an instant, the starry sky boiled and the stars trembled within a radius of billions of kilometers. All the prodigies, venerables, and even nobles felt that the surrounding starry sky seemed to have turned into an angry sea with monstrous waves, and they were like lonely boats in the raging sea that could be swallowed by the raging waves at any time. Many geniuses, venerables, and nobilities looked at the Green King in fear. Too terrifying, too terrifying. The aura that erupted made them feel as if their bodies were cracking and their souls were destroyed. This was especially true for those geniuses. Many of them spat out blood from the shock. "Oh no, Lord Green King is too powerful. Many prodigies will die from the aftershock if he doesn't restrain his aura." Chapter 717, Who in the World Doesn't Know You? 3. A venerable said in shock. Right at this moment, another incomparably grand aura rose, and only then did it offset the aura that attacked everyone. Many venerables and nobles immediately realized that King Bei King had attacked. This made them heave a long sigh of relief. However, they still had lingering fears about how terrifying the Green King was. The Green King is too strong. He's probably half a step into the Overlord realm. A universe nobility said. The Green King ignored King Bei King, who had negated the influence of his aura. He looked at Miller with a dignified and sharp gaze. "You are my Green King's disciple. You are not allowed to cry in this life. This is the first and last time. It's just losing once. What's the big deal? The one who has the last laugh is the winner. Let's go." With that, he grabbed Miller's figure and was about to fly away when he suddenly stopped. With his back facing King Bei King, he sneered and said, "Bei King, your disciple is even more arrogant than you were back then. Hehe, I am invincible among the world overlords? If that's the case, he really dares to say it. I believe him." King Bei King replied indifferently. "Humph, I'll see how far he can go." With that, he didn't stay any longer. He turned into a green light with Miller and instantly tore through the universe, disappearing from the eyes of the venerables and universe nobility. Everyone heaved a huge sigh of relief seeing Green King's figure disappear. The aura released by the Green King when he was enraged was too terrifying. Even a universe nobility felt that he would not be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, the Green King had already left. It's not that Miller isn't strong. Looking at the power he erupted with in the battle just now, even if he's not as strong as Romo, he's probably not much weaker. It's a pity that Chu Zhou is too monstrous. That's right. I can only say that Miller is unlucky to have met Chu Zhou. At this moment, many venerables and universe nobility discussed the battle between Chu Zhou and Miller. They were all shocked by Miller's terrifying strength just now. Originally, they all thought that Miller would definitely win. But who would have thought that? Chu Zhou was even more perverted. With just 2 casual moves, he easily crushed Miller. How strong was Chu Zhou? It was difficult for these venerables and universe nobility to accurately judge. The only thing they were sure of was that they had never seen such an abnormal world overlord. In their opinion, even King Beijing back then was probably not this abnormal. Chu Zhou is outstanding enough. Without exception, he will shock all the races in the universe like his teacher back then. However, isn't he a little too arrogant? Since he dares to say that I'm invincible among world overlords. One of the universe nobility complained. There's nothing wrong with that. Those with capital are called confident. Those without capital are called arrogant. One of the universe nobility replied. Even though many universe nobility felt that Chu Zhou was a little arrogant, they still thought highly of him. As for the venerables and prodigies, they didn't dare to speak. Their teacher, King Beijing, was still here. Those nobles could be fearless, but they didn't dare to speak carelessly. If they made King Beijing unhappy, they would be in trouble. Chu Zhou's glorious battle record of crushing Miller in 2 moves and his words of "I'm invincible" among the world overlords quickly spread in the Mirror Universe network. Countless human experts were in an uproar. Some people were amazed by Chu Zhou's strength. Some people felt that Chu Zhou was too arrogant. No matter what, on this day, the name Chu Zhou was known by countless human experts. Many human venerables and universe nobility also remembered the name Chu Zhou. The 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation. 9 Mountains Dojo. Auntie, come and take a look. There's news about Big Brother. In an exquisite manner, a young and beautiful girl with pigtails excitedly rushed to an elegant woman lying on a recliner and opened an internet interface in the void. The elegant woman looked at the popular posts on the interface. Among the world overlords, I am invincible. Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou crushes Miller in 2 moves. TT explode. The craziest heavenly talent in history. Chu Zhou and Romo, who is the true #1 prodigy of humanity. Upon seeing these posts, and they were basically all related to Chu Zhou, the elegant woman was shocked. She immediately straightened her body and carefully opened a post to read. And, I was originally worried that Big Brother would fall behind us if he stayed on Earth. I didn't expect Big Brother to be so awesome. He actually joined the Mirror Universe Corporation and became Lord Beijing's personal disciple. What's even more unexpected is that Big Brother is still as abnormal as when he was on Earth. He became the top prodigy of our human race so quickly. Moreover, he crushed the #1 prodigy of the Mirror Universe Corporation, Miller, in 2 moves. What a pity. I was still thinking about when I would return to Earth and teach Big Brother a lesson so that he would know how powerful I am. Now, it seems like, I don't have a chance. The beautiful girl chattered non-stop beside the elegant woman. Her voice was crisp and moving. When she reached the end, there was a hint of regret on her face. It was as if it was a pity that he could not beat someone up and show off his current strength. The elegant woman did not seem to have heard the beautiful girl's words. She opened the posts one after another seriously and watched the content and battle videos. Chapter 718, Who in the World Doesn't Know You? 4. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Was this really her nephew? Her nephew didn't rely on anyone else's help and traveled the starry sky alone. How did he make such a name for himself so quickly? This was truly unimaginable. Sigh, Big Brother is outstanding enough, but his bad habit of being narcissistic can't be changed. He actually dares to say that I'm invincible among the world overlords. This will offend many people. The beautiful girl frowned slightly, worried for a certain arrogant Big Brother. Why couldn't he change Big Brother's bad habit of being arrogant? And, are you listening to me or not? Seeing that the elegant woman had been reading the post seriously from the beginning to the end and seemed to have turned a deaf ear to her words, she could not help but feel a little angry. The elegant woman raised her head and poked the beautiful girl's head with her finger. She smiled and said, "Little girl, you don't have to worry about your brother. He's already outstanding enough. Moreover, he has a teacher like Lord Beijing. Who can hurt him?" I think so. Lord Bei King is a legendary figure among us humans. With him around, it's true that no one can hurt Big Brother. The beautiful girl tilted her head and thought about it. She immediately felt that it made sense and was relieved. Don't worry now, the elegant woman said. Don't worry, don't worry. The beautiful girl said. Her eyes suddenly became earnest and elegant. She said, Aunt, when are we going to look for brother? I miss him. Her eyes were filled with deep longing as she spoke. It had been almost 45 years since she'd left Earth. If she hadn't known her brother could live at least 400 or 500 years, she would have been tempted to go back and see him. Now that she knew that her brother had joined the Mirror Universe Corporation and was usually cultivating in the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation, the longing in her heart immediately erupted like a flood. He wished he could go and look for his big brother immediately. The elegant woman looked at the eagerness in the young girl's eyes and could not help but say guiltily, Xiao, you know that my teacher has had an accident recently. I haven't left recently. When my teacher's matter is more or less settled, I'll accompany you to look for Xiao Zhou. Is this okay? When the beautiful girl saw the guilt on her aunt's face, she felt terrible. She also knew that her aunt had been very busy recently, so she had become much more haggard. Even though she missed her big brother, she did not want to make things difficult for her aunt. Hence, she nodded. All right, I'll listen to you, aunt. When you're free, we'll go look for big brother together. When the elegant woman saw that the young girl was so sensible, a hint of gratification appeared on her face. In the vast universe, 5 mysterious creatures suddenly appeared in a void. Each of the 5 living beings was wrapped in a ball of distorted light and their true appearance could not be seen. Human prodigy, Chu Zhou, defeated Miller. His ranking on the list of must-kill human prodigies should have been raised to 3rd place. A living being spoke in a somewhat unfamiliar human language. 3rd, it's too low. Miller's strength increased exponentially after entering the reincarnation mystic realm. Chu Zhou can crush Miller in 2 moves. I'm afraid his strength is no weaker than Romo's. He's at least rank 2nd. Another living being spoke in the same fluent human language. We'll decide on Chu Zhou's ranking after the reincarnation trial. I have a feeling that he'll fight Romo. At that time, we'll know who's stronger and who's weaker. The creature that spoke had a strange squeaking sound in its voice, as if insects were chirping. Agreed. Agreed. The last 2 creatures echoed. There was a moment of silence. Another living being said in fluent human language. Chu Zhou is too much of a threat. We have to arrange for someone to kill him as soon as possible. We can't let him become the 2nd King Bei Kang. Chu Zhou is too much of a threat. We have to arrange for someone to kill him as soon as possible. We can't let him become the 2nd King Bei Kang. Yes, we should kill him. He actually dares to say that I'm invincible among the world overlords. In that case, he treats our geniuses as nothing. He deserves to be killed. The other mysterious creature also said coldly. Kill. Kill. The other 3 living beings chimed in with the same murderous intent. Chapter 719, Unexpected Change, Reincarnation Ancient Tomb. 3 months. Chu Zhou and the others had explored the reincarnation mystic realm for a full 3 months ever since that battle. The reincarnation mystic realm was actually a vast world. Not only were there many foreign races like the Mist race, but there were also many dangerous places and many unknown opportunities. Chu Zhou and the others explored all the way and took risks along the way. There were endless dangers and bloody battles. The difficulties involved were not something that outsiders could understand. Even someone as powerful as Chu Zhou had encountered a few accidents and almost died. However, these 3 months were also 3 months of harvest. They had witnessed one foreign race expert after another encountering thousands of secret techniques and passing through danger after danger. Through the tempering of blood and fire, Chu Zhou and the others were growing rapidly. The countless comprehensions they had obtained in the stone forest were also quickly digested and converted into strength bit by bit. 3 months later, Chu Zhou and the others crossed the entire reincarnation mystic realm and crossed from one end to the other. They returned to the ruins. No wonder the higher-ups of our human race would use the reincarnation mystic realm as a trial ground for the top prodigies of our human race. Not only does this place have a large number of extremely powerful foreign races, but there are also many dangerous places and many opportunities. This place is indeed too suitable for a trial ground for geniuses. Dragon stood in front of the ruins. He was tall and strong, and his gaze was sharp. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. Compared to 3 months ago, his temperament had undergone a huge change. He became even more confident. The power fluctuation he emitted had reached the 9th level World Overlord realm. What a pity! I feel that there are still many places in the reincarnation mystic realm that are worth exploring. It's just that the trial time is about to end. Zhou Yu's long red hair was like flames, shining under the sun and emitting a unique charm. She had a slender figure, fair skin, and deep eyes. She exuded confidence and dominance. The blade of war in her hand emitted a terrifying sharpness. In the past 3 months, her strength had also undergone a shocking transformation. In fact, not only Dragon and Zhou Yu, but Bing Selin and Xi Liujian's strength had also increased exponentially. The current them could probably easily defeat them before the trial. Chu Zhou looked at the changes in everyone and smiled faintly. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, 9th level World Overlord. Attribute points, 2,500 trillion. Rules. Law of space, 90%. Gravity law, 90%. Repulsion law, 90%. Soul law, 90%. Law of metal, 90%. Law of wood, 90%. Law of water, 90%. Law of fire, 90%. Law of earth, 90%. Absolute arts. Myriad transformation secret manual, perfected 1st level. Soul armor, perfected 4th level. Killing sword art, perfected 3rd level. Chaos Dharma body, 100,000 meter Chaos Dharma body. 1000 body cannon, 1 clone. Flowing moon movement technique, perfected 1st level. 6 radiance shield, perfected 1st level. In the past 3 months, Dragon and the others had improved greatly, and he had also improved at lightning speed. The 3rd level of the killing sword art had already been perfected. Furthermore, he had also cultivated the flowing moon movement technique and the 6 radiance shield from the beginner stage of the 1st level to the perfection stage of the 1st level. His current strength was so strong that even he could not estimate it. This reincarnation mystic realm is indeed a good place. Unfortunately, every human prodigy can only enter once at most. Chu Zhou felt that it was a pity. If not for the fact that the trial was about to end, he really could not bear to leave the reincarnation mystic realm so soon. Rumblood. Suddenly, the entire reincarnation mystic realm shook violently. The weather in the world changed, and dark clouds covered the sky. What? What's going on? This sudden change stunned Chu Zhou and the others. What the hell happened? In the reincarnation mystic realm, the prodigies who were still alive felt the violent tremors on the ground and looked at the dark clouds that covered the sky with a blank expression. In the outside world, the venerables and marquises who had been paying attention to the reincarnation mystic realm through the virtual screen were all shocked when they saw the sudden change in the reincarnation mystic realm. Even King Beikang revealed a hint of surprise on his face. What's going on? The reincarnation mystic realm has opened at least tens of thousands of times. This seems to have never happened before. A venerable said in surprise, but no one could answer his question. Many nobles flew to King Beikang's side. King Beikang, there seems to be an unexpected change in the reincarnation mystic realm. Do we need Master of Void Silence to teleport all the remaining prodigies out now? Many nobles looked at King Beikang, waiting for his decision. King Beikang stared at the screen with a calm expression and said, "There's no need. Let them continue their trial inside. Even though there are unexpected changes, true tempering is full of variables. They have the means left behind by the Master of Void Silence. It should be enough to protect them. Even if there's an accident, there's nothing to say. True experts grow from hardship. Besides, this might be their fortuitous opportunity." Upon hearing King Beikang's words, the nobles immediately gave up on the idea of letting the Master of Void Silence teleport all the prodigies in the reincarnation mystic realm. Just as King Beikang had said, the true trial was filled with variables. This sudden change, whether it was the calamity or the opportunity, was all part of the trial. In the reincarnation mystic realm, Chu Zhou and the others, as well as all the paragons, had blank expressions. They did not know what the source of this sudden change was. Rummel. The heavy vibrations became louder and louder, as if an unknown giant was approaching from the unknown depths. Suddenly, the dark clouds that covered the sky split open. Everyone looked up at the huge crack and immediately saw an incomparably huge translucent giant wheel. The giant wheel seemed to have descended from the distant depths of space and time, emitting a vast, ancient, and mysterious aura. There were countless gears that were much smaller than the giant wheel. Countless gears turned along with the giant wheel. The middle wheel of the big wheel set, and the small wheel set. The giant wheel and the endless gears slowly spun together, emitting a strange aura, as if it was pushing the entire universe to reincarnate. These are the huge wheels and gears that appeared when the reincarnation mystic realm opened. Now, they actually appeared again. Bing Selen said in shock. I've never heard of giant wheels and gears appearing in the reincarnation mystic realm. Could it be that we've encountered a heaven-defying opportunity? Zhou Yu's two ruby-like eyes sparkled, and there was a hint of eagerness in the depths of his eyes. Opportunity? Chu Zhou muttered in his heart and looked expectantly at the huge wheel and countless gears descending from the sky. Could it be, we are, the chosen ones? The trial, is about to end. There's actually, a fortuitous opportunity. Xi Liujin had a wretched look on his face as he stared at the sky with his peach blossom eyes, almost drooling. If this is also an opportunity, I'm afraid this opportunity is not simple. I'm afraid, it has something to do with that Lord of Reincarnation. Dragon said in a deep voice, his eyes burning with passion. This was the reincarnation mystic realm. The huge wheel and countless gears that had descended from the sky were closely related to reincarnation. If it contained a fortuitous opportunity, it would probably be the greatest fortuitous opportunity that had been hidden in the reincarnation mystic realm. Moreover, this opportunity might be related to the Lord of Reincarnation himself. Chu Zhou and the others were agitated and could not calm down hearing Dragon's words. If this opportunity was related to the Lord of Reincarnation himself, it would be heaven-defying. I've been training in the reincarnation mystic realm for so long. Even though I can vaguely sense the existence of the law of reincarnation, the law of reincarnation is too illusory. Therefore, I can't comprehend it. Perhaps this opportunity is my last chance. Chu Zhou thought to himself and clenched his fists. Chu Zhou and the others were not the only smart ones. Those who could enter the reincarnation mystic realm to train were all top prodigies among humans. They were all smart people. They looked at the huge wheel and countless gears descending from the sky and vaguely guessed that it might contain a heaven-defying opportunity related to Lord of Reincarnation himself. Instantly, all the geniuses were staring at the sky with bated breaths, waiting for the next change at this moment. Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others were all boiling with origin power. They were ready to attack at any time. Romo stood on the surface of a huge lake like a peerless demon god. He also raised his head and stared at the sky. The Lord of Reincarnation. This was one of the few heroes in the long history of humanity. There were countless legends and mysteries left behind among humans. It could even be said that not only humans, but the Lord of Reincarnation was also one of the most legendary and mysterious figures among all the races in the universe. If an opportunity appeared this time, and it was related to the Lord of Reincarnation, it would definitely be a heaven-defying opportunity. Romo was determined to get it. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobility also saw the giant wheel and countless gears that appeared through the virtual screen. They had also thought that there might be a heaven-defying opportunity related to the Lord of Reincarnation. Immediately, the venerables and nobility couldn't help but breathe rapidly with red eyes. Even the expression of King Bei Kang, who had always been extremely calm, changed slightly at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that venerables and above couldn't enter the reincarnation mystic realm at all, they would definitely barge in and fight for the heaven-defying opportunity that might exist. Runiblut. In the reincarnation mystic realm, the giant wheel and countless gears kept spinning. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared in the center of the giant wheel, and the sound of chains colliding could be heard. A huge ancient tomb connected by countless chains suddenly descended from the center of the giant wheel under everyone's close watch. Two mysterious words appeared on the tombstone. No one recognized those two mysterious words. However, when everyone saw the two words, they inexplicably understood what they meant. Those two words represented reincarnation. This. Could this be the graveyard of the Lord of Reincarnation? A prodigy said with a trembling voice. More geniuses immediately soared into the sky and rushed towards the ancient tomb. Chu Zhou and the others, as well as Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others, rushed towards the ancient tomb immediately. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobilities were also envious. The tomb of reincarnation. Could this be the tomb of the Lord of Reincarnation? The treasure left behind by the Lord of Reincarnation must be in this tomb. So what if it's a treasure? The Lord of Reincarnation is the only person who has cultivated the law of reincarnation to large mastery. If he leaves all his comprehension of the law of reincarnation in the tomb, whoever obtains this inheritance will make a killing. Damn it! Why is the reincarnation mystic realm restricting experts above the venerable realm from entering? At this moment, many venerables and nobilities wished they could tear apart the barrier of the reincarnation mystic realm and barge into the graveyard. Chapter 720, Incomparably Powerful, 1 against 4. 1. In the reincarnation mystic realm, Chu Zhou and the others, Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others, as well as many prodigies, all rushed towards the reincarnation ancient tomb in the sky. Boom! Someone attacked, mercilessly attacking the people in front of him or the people around him. Many prodigies who were attacked were directly killed and teleported out. However, there were also people who had long been vigilant and defended in time. They counterattacked with killing intent. Chu Zhou also suffered more than 10 attacks. It was obvious that even though many geniuses revered and feared him, they still attacked him under the temptation of enough benefits. Chu Zhou sneered. His figure flashed like lightning, and an incomparably sharp sword wave shot out from his body. Not only did he instantly destroy all the attacks that were directed at him, at the same time, he also killed more than 10 geniuses who attacked. Almost at the same time, Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others were also surrounded by a large number of prodigies. It was obvious that these paragons felt that Chu Zhou, Romo, and the others were too powerful and could not compete with Chu Zhou and the others. Therefore, they tacitly joined forces to eliminate Chu Zhou, Romo, and the others in advance. Romo and the others had cold expressions. Almost instantly, they killed all the prodigies who dared to attack them. Many ants could indeed bite an elephant to death. However, if the ant was facing a dragon, it would be a different matter. A dragon could crush ants at will no matter how many ants there were. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou, Romo, and the others were dragons, while the other normal prodigies were ants. Chu Zhou, Romo, and the others killed all the prodigies who dared to stop and surround them. Soon, they arrived beside the huge reincarnation ancient tomb. Rumble! At this moment, the tomb of reincarnation suddenly shook violently. Countless cracks appeared on the surface and powerful rays of light shot out from the cracks. Suddenly, weapons that were emitting resplendent light flew out from the cracks. Gasp! The worst weapons are all Universe Lord weapons. Everyone felt the energy fluctuations emitted by the weapons and their breathing quickened. Everyone started to fight for the weapons. Universe Nobility level weapons. Chu Zhou aimed at a circular crystal plate and reached out to grab it. Boom boom boom. There were also more than 10 energy hands that grabbed at the circular crystal plate. However, Chu Zhou's energy hand suddenly shook, and a wave of chaos mist spread out, annihilating the other dozen energy hands. Immediately after, his energy hand grabbed the circular crystal plate and retracted it with a swish. He had no time to study what kind of weapons the circular crystal plate was. After quickly storing the round crystal plate into his internal world, he once again fought for other weapons. In a moment, he obtained 3 more Universe Lord weapons. At this moment, Chu Zhou realized that Long was fighting a prodigy for a battle axe. He pointed with his finger and blasted out a sword wave that pierced through the void, killing that paragon. Chu Zhou continued to fight for other weapons after helping Dragon. At this moment, 12 fist-sized beads suddenly flew out of the reincarnation ancient tomb. It was too dazzling, like 12 small suns. Boundless brilliance bloomed. What was even more shocking was that the moment they saw the 12 beads, everyone seemed to see an incomparably huge giant wheel in the depths of endless space. The giant wheel was unimaginably huge and slowly rotated, as if it was pushing the reincarnation of the myriad worlds. These 12 pearls seemed to contain the power of the law of reincarnation. Could they be the power crystals left behind by the Lord of Reincarnation? Someone exclaimed. At this moment, the eyes of all the paragons were filled with greed. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobilities were also shocked. Those 12 pearls seemed to contain the power of the law of reincarnation. Gasp! I didn't expect the Lord of Reincarnation to leave behind such a precious treasure. If I obtain those 12 pearls, I might be able to comprehend the law of reincarnation through them. The value of these 12 pearls is not inferior to Overlord-level weapons. No, they should be more precious than Overlord-level weapons. Even though Overlord-level weapons are rare, there are actually many of them in the universe. However, there might only be those 12 pearls that contain the power of reincarnation. Many venerables and nobles were envious. Among the myriad races in the universe, how many experts wanted to comprehend the law of reincarnation but found it difficult to reach the beginner level. And now, the shortcut to comprehending the law of reincarnation was right in front of them. They really wanted to rush into the reincarnation mystic realm and snatch the 12 pearls away. It's all mine. Chu Zhou's burning gaze locked onto the 12 pearls that were like small suns. He directly activated his spatial ability, wanting to collect all 12 pearls from afar. However, Chu Zhou had just activated the spatial ability when Romo threw a berserking punch at the space around the 12 pearls, directly destroying a large area of space into nothingness. Almost at the same time, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon also attacked with all their might, blasting the space in the other 3 directions of the 12 pearls, destroying space after space. The space around the 12 beads was directly destroyed into nothingness. Chu Zhou's control over space lost its effect. Chapter 721, Incomparably Powerful, 1 against 4. 2. His plan was ruined. Have you been preventing me from using my spatial ability and taking away the 12 pearls? Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he glanced at Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon. The depths of his eyes turned slightly cold. Billions of sword chi suddenly appeared in his eyes. Countless sword chi formed 2 spiral galaxy-sized sword chi vortexes in the depths of his eyes. With a thought, the purple dragon sword was already in his hand. This was also the first time he had used the purple dragon sword after entering the reincarnation mystic realm. Humni! An earth-shattering sword cry suddenly resounded throughout the entire reincarnation mystic realm. Search, NEWN0EL, on Google. As the sword chant sounded, all the geniuses and living beings in the entire reincarnation mystic realm felt a terrifying sword intent that could destroy everything rush towards them. In the reincarnation mystic realm, the grass and people all over the mountain seemed to have been blown by a strong wind. They all fell in Chu Zhou's direction, and rustling sounds could be heard. All the sword-shaped plants kowtowed to Chu Zhou densely, as if they were worshipping a king who ruled the world. Boom! A huge circular white air wave burst out of Chu Zhou's body, covering a radius of thousands of kilometers as soon as it appeared. Buzz buzz! In the air, translucent sword chi suddenly appeared. Each cluster of sword chi was hundreds of meters tall, and some were even 10,000 meters tall. A moment later, a huge green lotus appeared in the sky. The green lotus stood proudly in the world. Countless lotus leaves surrounded it in the center, while Chu Zhou stood on the lotus platform at the top of the green lotus. This is Lord Beigang's killing sword art. Everyone looked at the huge green lotus that stood proudly in the world and at Chu Zhou's figure. Their expressions changed in shock. Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon looked at Chu Zhou solemnly. They felt that they had been locked onto by Chu Zhou's spiritual force. Suddenly, countless lotus leaves slashed at Romo and the others. Every single lotus leaf emitted a hazy white light. It was an innumerable amount of sword chi that looked like the hair of a cow. Good. 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 Romo was not shocked when he saw Chu Zhou use the killing sword art. Instead, he was delighted and said, "I've long wanted to see Lord Beigang's killing sword art." His body shook, and a peerless demon god-like aura suddenly erupted from his body. Endless blood-colored light emanated from his body. It vaguely formed a terrifying scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His strength was too powerful and rageful, causing the surrounding void to distort. His figure suddenly moved like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. He was also like a hellish Asura that had charged into the mortal world. He was angry and ferocious as he took the initiative to charge into the countless lotus leaves. The lotus leaves were shattered by the terrifying power that erupted from his body. He's actually preparing to fight 1 against 4? Looks like I'll be underestimated if I don't reveal some of my true abilities. A strong green light suddenly shot out of Xiu Si's eyes. A powerful and vast soul power surged out of his body like the collapse of the 4 seas. A huge and turbulent soul power condensed on his body into a huge figure in a black robe. He held a scepter in his left hand and a book in his right. The black-robed figure waved the scepter in his left hand, and countless dark green soul lightning struck the lotus leaves that were slashing over. At the same time, countless distorted and strange words appeared on the black book in his right hand. Waves of dark, sinister, and cold curse power spread towards Chu Zhou. Extreme wind kill. Feng Yan's gaze was solemn, and her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Streaks of material airflow coiled around her body, emitting a ghastly and dignified aura, like a god in the wind. She suddenly raised her hand, and a gale immediately roared. The wind was black and spread across the sky. It immediately turned into 9 black dragons. Dragon roars sounded in succession, and their auras were shocking. Especially when the black wind swept across, the 9 black dragons opened their mouths and spat out a cold wind. That inconceivably powerful power made people feel as if their fires of life were about to be extinguished at any moment. It was as if all living beings in the world could collapse and die if this wind blew. The mysterious power contained in it exceeded the imagination of all geniuses. Solomon could sense the danger contained in the lotus leaves that were slashing over. At this moment, he did not dare to hold back. He let out a long roar, and a surging energy wave erupted from his body. He had a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. Boom! He pushed his shield with his left hand to block the lotus leaves that were slashing at him. The war spear in his right hand blasted in Chu Zhou's direction. In an instant, an endless surging power shattered countless lotus leaves and attacked Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou stood expressionlessly on the lotus platform, controlling countless lotus leaves to fight Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon. At this moment, the entire sky was boiling. Countless lotus leaves covered the sky, countless sword chi danced, and terrifying attacks shattered the void. Many prodigies who were fighting for weapons were sent flying far away while vomiting blood. Even Dragon, Zhou, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin were no exception. Heavens! Chu Zhou is actually fighting Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon alone. Many people looked at the scene in the distance and could not help but be stunned. This scene was something they could never have imagined. They had long known that Chu Zhou was very fierce, but they never expected him to be so fierce. It was simply exaggerated. Chu Zhou, why did you choose to fight 4 people alone? Dragon and the others also did not expect Chu Zhou to be so bold and confident as to attack Romo and the others at the same time. Even though they were very confident in Chu Zhou's strength, they thought that Chu Zhou could already match or even surpass Romo. However, Chu Zhou was not fighting Romo alone now. He was fighting Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other 4 experts at the same time. This was a completely different concept. Even the geniuses, venerables, and nobilities outside the reincarnation mystic realm were moved when they saw Chu Zhou fighting 4 people alone through the virtual screen. It was not strange for him to fight 4 people alone. In fact, it was normal for him to fight 10 people alone. The most important thing was to see who their opponents were. Chu Zhou's current opponents were not ordinary people. Instead, they were Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon, who were ranked in the top 5 of the list of must-kill human prodigies. These 4 people could be said to be peerless prodigies. Romo, in particular, was publicly acknowledged as the #1 prodigy of the human race. Many of the higher-ups of the human race thought highly of him and thought that his future achievement would be comparable to King Beigang's. Now, there was actually someone who could fight against 4 such people at the same time. It would be strange if no one was shocked. Chu Zhou, looks like you haven't cultivated your killing sword art to the point of perfection. You can't do anything to me. Romo's 3 faces were grinning. Like a peerless demon god, he rampaged through the countless lotus leaves, shattering all the lotus leaves in front of him. He was getting closer and closer to Chu Zhou. Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Solomon followed closely behind Romo and charged into the lotus leaves. Is that so? Chu Zhou smiled faintly. Boom! A resplendent pillar of light shot up from his body. Above his head, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and endless dark clouds appeared. Then, it started to rain. Endless rain fell from the sky and drowned heaven and earth. When the rain fell on Romo and the others, the 4 of them immediately felt a sharp pain as if they had been cut into pieces. In the blink of an eye, deep cuts appeared on their bodies and they were all covered in blood. This is the second slaughter sword painting of the killing sword art. You actually comprehended the sword rain painting so quickly. Feng Yan seemed to have thought of something and said in shock. What? Chu Zhou has cultivated the 2nd level of the killing sword art. Romo, Xiu Si, and Solomon were moved. Chu Zhou's expression was calm. He suddenly raised the purple dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Suddenly, the sky changed again. Countless silver-white star realms suddenly appeared under the dark clouds that covered the sky. However, those star realms were different from ordinary star realms. All the silver-white star realms were covered in spikes. Upon closer inspection, they were not spikes at all, but incomparably sharp sword lights. The 3rd slaughter sword painting of the killing sword art, the sword star map. Feng Yan looked at the countless silver-white star realms in the sky in a daze and said in a dreamy voice. Chapter 722, The number 1 prodigy of humanity changes owner. Feng Yan raised her head and looked at the countless silver star realms with spikes below the dark clouds. Her entire body was stunned. She recognized that this was the profundity contained in the third slaughter sword painting of the killing sword art, the sword star pattern. Could Chu Zhou have already cultivated the third slaughter sword painting? The thought of it made her feel suffocated. The killing sword art was a pinnacle marquee level ultimate technique that shook the myriad races in the universe. It was endlessly profound. Even the top prodigies of humanity would find it difficult to comprehend such an ultimate technique. It was estimated that 99% of the top prodigies would find it difficult to comprehend the killing sword art. Even if he was lucky enough to comprehend it, it was already extremely fast for him to grasp the first slaughter sword painting in 10,000 years. Search, NEWN0EL, on Google. However, Chu Zhou had only been King Bei Kang's disciple for about a year, but he had actually grasped the profundities of the first to third slaughter sword paintings. This was simply too exaggerated. He could no longer be described as a prodigy. They could only be described as monsters and freaks. This is a scene that will only appear when I use the profundity of the killing sword art's sword star map. But, how is this possible? Solomon had seen many battle videos of King Bei Kang back then, so he was quite familiar with the phenomenon formed by the 24 killing sword art diagrams. Therefore, when he saw the countless silver star realms with spikes in the sky, he immediately understood that Chu Zhou was using the profound of the sword star map. At this moment, he looked at Chu Zhou in extreme shock. In his eyes, Chu Zhou was no longer a human, but a complete monster. No wonder, he dared to attack the four of us at the same time. It turns out, he's actually so powerful. Xiu Si stared at Chu Zhou's figure with a bitter smile, feeling inexplicably disheartened. Chu Zhou, you're indeed a good opponent. Romo was like an unparalleled demon god as he rampaged through the layers of lotus leaves and shuttled through the dense rain. Terrifying energy fluctuations emitted from his body, shattering lotus leaves and countless raindrops. He looked up at Chu Zhou's figure. His 3 faces and 6 eyes revealed an excited expression. Is this Chu Zhou's true strength? How terrifying! The many geniuses watching the battle from afar were all stunned by the terrifying sword intent on Chu Zhou's body that seemed to be able to destroy all worlds. This is the profundity of the third level of the killing sword art, the sword star map. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and marquises were also shocked when they saw the scene in the reincarnation mystic realm through the virtual screen. Even King Bei Kang's gaze could not help but freeze slightly. You actually grasped the mysteries of the sword star map so quickly. I was right about you. King Bei Kang looked at Chu Zhou's figure and thought. In the reincarnation mystic realm, after Chu Zhou used the profundity contained in the sword star map, he raised the purple dragon sword high in his right hand and suddenly pressed it down. In an instant, countless silver star realms with spikes descended from the sky. From afar, it looked like a huge meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Dense silver star realms smashed down from the heads of Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, and Romo. Romo and the other 3 faced the attacks of the lotus leaves, the rain, and the silver star realm at the same time. Such an attack is impossible to resist. Solomon's face was ashen as he activated his shield to block the silver star realm that was falling from the sky. A silver star realm collided with the shield in his hand with a loud bang, instantly transforming into endless sword chi that exploded. The shield in his hand shattered. In the next moment, lotus leaves slashed his body. There were also dense raindrops pouring down on him. I really can't accept this. Solomon let out an unwilling sigh, and his figure disappeared into thin air. It was obvious that the lotus leaves and the rain were enough to cause him fatal injuries. Therefore, he was teleported out. Feng Yan controlled the 9 black dragons and spat out terrifying cold winds that seemed to be able to directly extinguish the flames of life. However, the 9 black dragons were quickly annihilated under the siege of the lotus leaves, rain, and silver star realms. Feng Yan followed in Solomon's footsteps and was teleported out of the reincarnation mystic realm. The gap between me and them is really too big. Xiu Si glanced at Chu Zhou, who was standing coldly on the green lotus, and then at Romo, who was getting excited. He sighed in his heart and gave up struggling. A huge silver star realm collided with him and instantly sent him away. In the blink of an eye, Romo was the only one left among the 4 experts. Romo did not care that Xiu Si and the other 2 had been killed. He only had eyes for Chu Zhou. He was like an Asura who had walked out of the depths of hell. An endless mountain of corpses and sea of blood appeared behind him. His 6 arms drew a profound and unfathomable trajectory as they shot out streaks of chaotic blood light. The void collapsed, and countless lotus leaves, rain, and silver star realms were destroyed. Countless strands of sword chi that were charging at him like cow hair could not get close to his body. His body was filled with earth-shattering fluctuations that shattered all the approaching sword chi. At this moment, Romo displayed the terrifying power of the first place on the list of must-kill human prodigies. He was like a peerless demon god who walked the world. His killing intent was monstrous and his strength was peerless. All the prodigies trembled when they saw him. As expected of Romo, who is known as the #1 prodigy of humanity. His strength is much stronger than Chu Zhou and the others. When Chu Zhou saw Romo's figure moving freely among the countless lotus leaves, rain, and silver star realms, he was slightly surprised. However, he was still very calm. Romo was very strong, but he was stronger. His gaze locked onto Romo, and the purple dragon sword in his hand suddenly pointed at Romo from afar. A terrifying sword intent that could destroy thousands of worlds and destroy heaven and earth suddenly erupted from his body. Instantly, the green lotus under his feet and countless lotus leaves vibrated violently, emitting endless sword beams. The dense sword lights that seemed to fill the entire world gathered together and transformed into a huge and boundless lotus painting. At the same time, the endless raindrops that fell from the sky also gathered together, forming a huge rain scene. In addition, under the dark clouds, countless silver star realms with spikes began to spin at high speed along mysterious trajectories. Countless lights intertwined. A huge star realm diagram appeared from where the light intertwined. The moment the lotus painting, rain scenery painting, and star realm painting appeared, the entire void was instantly filled with endless killing sword intent. The moment these 3 diagrams appeared, they pressed down on Romo. When Romo saw the 3 huge pictures that were suppressing him, he immediately felt a huge sense of danger. Roar! His blood-red hair stood on end as a terrifying and oppressive aura burst out from his body. His 3 mouths let out an earth-shattering roar at the same time. 3 terrifying blood-colored pillars of light instantly shot out from his 3 mouths. These 3 blood-colored pillars of light seemed to be able to destroy 3,000 worlds. They erupted with fluctuations that made many geniuses tremble. The 3 blood-colored pillars of light quickly collided with the 3 huge diagrams. However, the 3 blood-colored pillars of light were quickly obliterated by the 3 huge diagrams. After the 3 huge diagrams obliterated the 3 beams of blood light, they tore through the void like lightning and struck Romo almost at the same time. In an instant, an incomparably huge green lotus phantom, endless rain, and endless silver star realms appeared and attacked Romo endlessly. Billions of sword beams instantly shot out, emitting a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. Many prodigies watching the battle felt like their eyes were about to be blinded. The entire heaven and earth fell into a vast and mighty state. The forests and mountains around the battlefield turned into ashes. 500,000 kilometers of earth shattered. It was as if a doomsday calamity had just descended. All the paragons were stunned by the scene before them. A moment later, when the light that was stronger than the sun disappeared, they saw a shocking scene. All that was left of Romo was a head with messy blood-colored hair and a face full of blood. The other parts of his body were all annihilated by the sword chi. What? Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. Romo, who was known as the #1 prodigy of humanity, was actually in such a miserable state now. Many paragons looked at Chu Zhou, who was standing coldly on the lotus platform, and their reverence for him intensified. There's only one head left. Isn't it considered a fatal injury? Chu Zhou looked at Romo's head and was a little surprised that Romo had not been teleported out. Chu Zhou, I haven't lost yet. Romo, who only had one head left, suddenly erupted with a more terrifying aura than before. His head suddenly became the size of the moon, and boundless blood light spread out, enveloping heaven and earth. The incomparably huge head suddenly rushed towards Chu Zhou and opened its mouth to devour him. Looks like I've underestimated you. Chu Zhou said calmly. Facing the huge head that was devouring him with a monstrous aura, there was no ripple on his face. He suddenly strolled down from the lotus platform and raised the purple dragon sword in his hand. In an instant, the green lotus and countless lotus leaves transformed into hazy lights that fused into the purple dragon sword. The rain that filled the sky also fused into the purple dragon sword. The countless silver star realms in the sky also transformed into rays of silver light that fused into the purple dragon sword at lightning speed. Yin! Countless universe engravings appeared on the body of the purple dragon sword. A purple dragon shadow that was like smoke and fog swam around, emitting a sword intent that made the heaven and earth change color. Suddenly, the body of the purple dragon sword was covered in a layer of 5-colored divine light. The purple dragon sword immediately became even more terrifying. Wherever the purple dragon sword slashed, space silently turned into nothingness. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. A head as huge as the moon, carrying boundless blood light, swooped down. Below it was a figure the size of a grain of sand. However, the sand-sized figure suddenly stabbed the sword in its hand at the huge head. The scene seemed to have stopped. The aggressive giant head instantly stopped in the air. In the next moment, the huge head was wrapped in a ball of light and instantly disappeared. Everyone fell into a huge shock when they saw this scene. A long pause. Only then did everyone react. Romo, who was known as the #1 prodigy of the human race, had been defeated. Romo, actually lost. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Tell me this isn't a dream. Many people stared blankly at Chu Zhou's figure with endless shock on their faces. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobles also looked at Chu Zhou in shock. The #1 prodigy of humanity has changed hands. A nobility lamented. Chapter 723, Reincarnation is the most heartless. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobles were moved when they saw Chu Zhou kill Romo. Romo's identity was too extraordinary. Not only was he the #1 prodigy of the human race, but he was also thought highly of by many higher-ups of the human race. They thought that he had the potential to grow to the level of King Bei Kang. However, Romo was now defeated by Chu Zhou in a clean and undisputed manner. Romo actually lost just like that. Furthermore, it was a crushing defeat. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it unbelievable. A venerable said in shock. Romo is already very strong. However, Chu Zhou is even stronger. This disciple of King Bei Kang is impressive. Even King Bei Kang wasn't this powerful when he was at the World Overlord realm. Looks like another monster that will shock all the races in the universe will appear in our human race after King Bei Kang. Master and disciple are both monsters. In the future, they will probably become the most terrifying master and disciple among us humans. Many venerables and nobilities discussed. Many venerables and nobilities were glad to see Chu Zhou's rise. In the universe, the competition between races was very cruel. If they fell behind, not only would they be beaten up, but their race would also be exterminated. Therefore, no matter which tribe it was, the top experts were the core pillars. And some monster-level powerhouses whose strength far exceeded their peers and had great potential were especially important to a race. The value of these monster-class experts was immeasurable. They were the pillars of a race, the core of the core. Like King Bei Kang. King Bei Kang was a peak presence among the nobles. He alone could easily suppress more than 100 ordinary nobles. Therefore, his value to humans was not something that ordinary nobles could compare to. Moreover, once King Bei Kang became a universe overlord, he would most likely become a pinnacle overlord. The value of an invincible overlord to humans was even more terrifying. It was precisely because of these reasons that King Bei Kang's status in the human race was so high, far above the other nobles. Even many universe overlords would give him some face. Chu Zhou was the same now. He had already displayed the terrifying potential of being invincible among his peers. Many venerables and nobles hoped that a monster like Chu Zhou would be born among humans. In that case, once a monster like Chu Zhou grew up, it would have an unimaginable effect on the prosperity and development of humans. In this way, many venerables and nobles were happy to see Chu Zhou rise. King Bei Kang stood on the spaceship. He, who had always been as cold as an iceberg, rarely smiled. The growth speed of Chu Zhou's disciple was beyond his expectations. He was very satisfied. He saw that Chu Zhou had surpassed his potential. In the crowd, Romo, who had just reconstructed his physical body, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon and the others looked at Chu Zhou's figure on the screen with complicated expressions. This time, they had lost too thoroughly. Losing was secondary. More importantly, they had lost this opportunity. This was an opportunity related to the Lord of Reincarnation and the Law of Reincarnation. In this life, there was a high chance that they would not encounter such a good opportunity. At this moment, everyone looked at Chu Zhou enviously. Without a doubt, no one could compete with Chu Zhou for the 12 pearls that contained the power of reincarnation after defeating Romo and the other 3. In the reincarnation mystic realm, Chu Zhou took a deep breath and flew towards the 12 pearls at the top of the sky. As soon as he approached the 12 pearls, he immediately felt a mighty force. This kind of power was firmly above the power of laws. This is the power of the law. Moreover, it should be the power of the law of reincarnation. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. With a thought, he activated a majestic spiritual consciousness and wrapped it around the 12 reincarnation pearls. Then, he stored the 12 reincarnation pearls into his internal world. I wonder if there are other secrets hidden in the tomb of reincarnation. After putting away the 12 reincarnation beads, Chu Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a flash, he appeared in front of the huge reincarnation ancient tomb. However, just as he approached the reincarnation ancient tomb, his expression suddenly changed. A terrifying suction force suddenly came from the tomb of reincarnation. Facing this suction force, Chu Zhou could not resist at all and was sucked into the tomb of reincarnation. This. Chu Zhou was actually sucked into the reincarnation ancient tomb. Many paragons, venerables, and nobility were shocked when they saw this. What's going on? Zhou Yu, Bing Celan, and Xi Liujin were all shocked and worried for Chu Zhou. Dragon was also worried at first, but he quickly calmed down. Don't worry too much, Dragon analyzed calmly. Don't forget that all of us have the means left behind by the Master of Void Silence. If we really encounter an irresistible danger, we will all be automatically teleported out. That makes sense. When Zhou Yu and the others heard this, they remembered that they had the means left behind by the Master of Void Silence. They heaved a long sigh of relief instantly. The other geniuses, venerables, and nobility quickly thought of this. Instantly, some people who were worried that something would happen to Chu Zhou were no longer worried. In the tomb of reincarnation, Chu Zhou had just been sucked in when his consciousness fell into a trance. Reincarnation is the most heartless. Only by guarding your heart can you escape. Remember. A faint sigh sounded in Chu Zhou's consciousness. Then, a dazed feeling surged in Chu Zhou's heart. He felt that his surroundings were in a mess, as if countless things were flying past him from both sides. He wanted to take a closer look, but he realized that all his efforts were in vain. His strength seemed to be disappearing at an extremely fast speed. He felt as if he had appeared in front of a huge wheel in a daze. That wheel was made up of countless small wheels. Around the giant wheel was a pitch-black and cold void. Countless souls shuttled through it, making whimpering sounds. Where is this? Chu Zhou thought in confusion. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a huge suction force suddenly came from a wheel-shaped hole in front of him. His consciousness was attracted by this force and sank into the endless darkness like a tide. The sky was gloomy. Beside the bustling streets of Tianjing, a disheveled young man in dirty clothes was lying quietly at the corner of the street with his arms crossed. He looked up at the gloomy sky with a blank look in his eyes. Waves of white steam mixed with the fragrance of steamed buns floated on the street. Chu Zhou's lips moved, and a hungry sound came from his stomach. He shifted his body and lay down again. What's going on? Even though his stomach was empty and he was starving, what was even more unbearable was the doubt in his heart. In this world, this young man called Chu Zhou had already lived for 15 years. From what he could remember, he seemed to be a beggar. He was hazy and ignorant for more than 10 years. For so many years, other than begging instinctively, the youth spent most of his time in a daze. Most of the time, some vague impressions would appear in the youth's mind, like a dream. There were many things that the young man could sense at a speed that was rapidly changing color. They were blurry and difficult to remember. The young man had once thought that he was a big shot. Or rather, he had experienced some unbelievable things. As time passed mercilessly and after living a bleak life for more than 10 years, the young man gradually understood that those were just dreams. Forget it. It was a dream of a young man who begged all day and yearned to do something. The people nearby said that this was a young man who liked to daydream. His words confused everyone. He said that the world was very big. Outside the world, there was a vast universe with countless races in the universe. Everyone laughed. This child had been wandering for too long. Life had already driven him crazy. Perhaps, it was really a dream. With a sigh, the young man clasped his hands together and stood up from the corner of the wall. He walked towards the fragrant steamed bun. Chapter 724, Soul Shard. Reincarnation Technique. 1. The sky was gloomy. Beside the bustling streets of Tianjing, a beggar youth with dirty clothes and unkempt hair walked towards the fragrant steamed bun. He could not bear the hunger. Bang! A black shadow rushed over from the opposite side. Before the beggar youth could see clearly, he was knocked into his chest. His body staggered and was about to fall. Something seemed to have been stuffed into his arms in a daze. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of ingots falling to the ground could be heard. The young man lowered his head and realized that his chest was filled with golden ingots. Catch him, don't let that thief escape. Little brat, how dare you steal from Master Jun? I'll skin you alive. A series of curses mixed with chaotic footsteps came from the other side. The vendors on the street cried out in alarm and avoided them one by one. In the moist white fog that filled the entire street, more than 10 burly men holding padaos rushed out. How dare you steal our master's things? I'll chop you up alive. A fierce-looking burly man shouted angrily and slashed at the youth. The young man looked at the huge blade that was slashing down from the top of his head in fear. He was about to be cut in half by the angry guard. Suddenly, the young man instinctively stretched out his hand. With a puff, his palm pierced through the burly man's chest. You! The burly man raised his hand in disbelief and pointed at the youth with a trembling finger. The young man's arm that had pierced through the burly man's chest shook slightly. With a bang, the burly man's entire body turned into a bloody mist. Murder! On the streets, all the merchants and pedestrians looked at the young man in fear and fled into the distance when they saw him killing others. I killed someone. The young man looked at his blood-stained right hand in a daze, but he did not panic. Instead, it felt very ordinary. Why, does it feel familiar? How dare you kill someone? Kill him! When the other 9 burly men saw that the youth had killed one of their companions, they were instantly enraged. They swung their sabers at the youth with killing intent. The young man's body instinctively moved and immediately turned into afterimages, passing through the 9 burly men. In the next moment, heads flew up one after another, and 9 headless corpses spewed out blood like fountains. Everyone on the street panicked. He looked at the young man as if he was looking at a devil. The young man looked at the 10 corpses on the ground in a daze. How could he have such power? He looked at his blood-stained hands in disbelief. It was as if a key valve had opened. Many memories surged from the depths of his mind. In the beginning, those memories were still very blurry, but they became clearer and clearer. This is my power to begin with. I'm Chu Zhou, the Chu Zhou who lives in an era where everyone can evolve. Boom! Chu Zhou woke up. An extremely powerful aura emanated from his body. Is this the power of reincarnation? Chu Zhou scanned the people on the long street and recalled a memory of living here for 14 years. He could not help but be shocked. If he had not woken up in time, he might have really treated the previous memory as his real experience and might have been lost here forever, spending his life here. He did not know if he would die after spending his life here, but it made him feel very dangerous. After Chu Zhou woke up, the streets of Tianjing and the living beings here immediately disappeared like a dream bubble. At the same time, an extremely vast power descended on his figure and instantly obliterated his body. His consciousness fell into endless darkness. Reincarnation, endless reincarnation. A hint of wisdom to protect one's heart. No matter how real reincarnation was, Chu Zhou had long determined that he was real. From the merchants and peddlers to the ministers of the imperial court, from being penniless to having power over a region, from the young heroes of Jianghu to the great evils of the worlds. Reincarnation, endless reincarnation. No matter what kind of reincarnation it was, Chu Zhou maintained his heart and watched everything coldly. At the same time, he silently integrated into it and became an established role in the reincarnation cycle. He was either unknown or shocking the world. Gradually, after hundreds and thousands of reincarnations, and always maintaining his original intentions, he watched coldly from the sidelines as he experienced the coldness and warmth of the world. The ways of the world, the betrayal of friends, the betrayal of his lover, from power to the world, changing into nothing. The extreme ups and downs of life did have a huge impact at first, but as Chu Zhou guarded his heart tightly, every reincarnation condensed Chu Zhou's consciousness even more firmly. In addition, unknowingly, there was also a trace of magical power infecting his soul. After an unknown period of time, it seemed to be billions of years, but it also seemed to be an instant. Chu Zhou transcended the endless cycle of reincarnation. Is this reincarnation? A joyful smile appeared on his face. Law of reincarnation, 0.00001%. Looking at the additional information on his attribute board, Chu Zhou smiled sincerely. There was a feeling of the mountains and rivers are heavy, and there's no way out. He originally thought that it was basically impossible for him to comprehend the law of reincarnation during this training. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in the end. Even though I've only comprehended 0.00001% of the law of reincarnation and can't even be considered superficial, this is enough. The rest can be handed to my talent. Chapter 725, Soul Shard. Reincarnation Technique. 2. Chu Zhou thought to himself. He was so excited that he could not control himself. This was the law of reincarnation. For countless years, among the myriad races in the universe, countless famous heroes of the era had come one after another to comprehend the law of reincarnation. However, only the Lord of Reincarnation had any real achievements in the law of reincarnation. Everyone else could be said to have failed, and he, Chu Zhou, would be the second one that succeeded. After retracting his gaze from the attribute board, Chu Zhou noticed that he was in a dark space. Not far in front of him, a human skin that was suffused with a hazy white light floated. An abyss-like pressure assaulted his face. It made Chu Zhou feel as if he had just faced the master of void silence not long ago, small and insignificant. Could this be the skin left behind by Lord of Reincarnation? Chu Zhou thought in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. If this was the skin shed by the Lord of Reincarnation, its value would be immeasurable. He could not help but approach the human skin that was filled with majestic pressure. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He recognized that this was not a human skin, but a molting of the soul, or rather, a shard of the soul. The boundless soul pressure made his soul and consciousness feel an incomparable pressure. This won't do. The pressure of this soul shard is too strong, I can't get close. Chu Zhou realized that the closer he got to the soul shard, the more terrifying the soul pressure he felt. When he was 100 meters away from the soul shard, the soul pressure was simply like a 10,000-foot-tall wave that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, washing over his consciousness. He felt that if he continued to forcefully approach the soul shard, his consciousness would probably be directly annihilated. His expression changed slightly. He no longer tried to approach the soul shard. Instead, he tried to use his spatial ability to collect the soul shard into his internal world. However, he soon failed. Damn it! This soul shard is surrounded by a terrifying nomological power. Moreover, that nomological power rejects all other powers. I can't use spatial ability to put away the soul shard from afar. Chu Zhou stared fixedly at the soul shard not far away, his heart filled with struggle and unwillingness. He was basically certain that this soul shard was left behind by Lord of Reincarnation. Moreover, it was very likely that the Lord of Reincarnation had shed it when it chose to reincarnate. Not only did this soul shard contain unimaginably majestic soul power, but it also contained dense nomological power. In addition, it might also contain the secret of the Lord of Reincarnation. Its value was immeasurable. Even universe overlords and universe saints would be tempted when they saw this soul shard. Therefore, he was definitely unwilling to give up on this soul shard just like that. It's just that, the soul pressure emitted by the soul shard is too strong. I can't get close at all. Chu Zhou felt bitter. Nothing was more tortuous than the fact that it was right in front of him and seemed to be within reach, but he couldn't get it. At this moment, Chu Zhou was shocked to discover that the soul shard suddenly moved on its own. It first floated gently in his direction for a short distance, then suddenly turned into a fleeting afterimage and shot into Chu Zhou's glabella before he could react. The next moment, Chu Zhou realized that there was a clothing as thin as a cicada's wing on his soul. At the same time, a large amount of information surged into Chu Zhou's consciousness. Reincarnation technique? This was created by the Lord of Reincarnation. It's a peerless technique that's related to the law of reincarnation. Chu Zhou's eyes widened, his body trembling with excitement. He did not expect to obtain the reincarnation technique created by Lord of Reincarnation. It also contained a large amount of Lord of Reincarnation's cultivation experience regarding reincarnation. Without a doubt, the value of this reincarnation technique was immeasurable. If word of this got out, it might cause an upheaval in the universe. The universe overlords and even saints of all the races in the universe might fight for it. I can't expose the art of reincarnation. Even if I reveal that I've comprehended the law of reincarnation in the future, I can't expose the art of reincarnation. Chu Zhou thought to himself. The law of reincarnation had always existed in the unseen world. Anyone could try to comprehend it, but whether they could comprehend it depended on their comprehension. However, the reincarnation technique was different. This was a peerless technique created by the Lord of Reincarnation based on his many years of comprehension and summary of the law of reincarnation. Other than possessing extremely terrifying and powerful might, it also contained many methods and paths to comprehend the law of reincarnation. For many universe overlords and universe saints who couldn't comprehend the law of reincarnation, the reincarnation technique was a priceless treasure. Once the news spread out, it would definitely cause a bloody battle between countless giants of the universe. Chu Zhou knew that his arm was not big enough yet. If he dared to expose the reincarnation technique, he would definitely have a death wish. Even King Beikang and the universe overlords of the mirror universe probably couldn't protect him. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. In addition to the reincarnation technique, the soul remains left behind by the Lord of Reincarnation are also priceless. Chu Zhou stared at the transparent gauze robe on his soul body and his emotions surged. He could clearly feel the vast and boundless high-quality spiritual strength contained within the transparent gauze dress, as well as traces of the law of reincarnation. If he digested the soul power and the power of the law of reincarnation, his soul origin would increase exponentially, and his comprehension of the law of reincarnation would also increase greatly. My gains from this reincarnation mystic realm trial are really too great. He sighed deeply. This time, in the reincarnation mystic realm, not only did he obtain the nomological marks of the 5 elements, but he also cultivated the 100,000-meter chaotic body. His flowing moon movement technique and 6 radiance shield had both advanced to the perfected 3rd level. His killing sword art had also advanced to the perfected 3rd level. He also obtained a large piece of origin source gold, more than 10 venerable weapons and noble weapons from the secret vault, the ancient blue demon tree, and the countless cultivation experience left behind by Lord of Reincarnation in the stone forest. Most importantly, he had obtained 12 reincarnation pearls that contained boundless reincarnation power, the remains of the Lord of Reincarnation's soul, and the reincarnation technique. If news of such a huge harvest were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar among countless people. Even those venerables and nobilities would be envious of him. Compared to the above-mentioned gains, he did not care about the glorious results of defeating Miller, Romo, Xiu Si, and the others. It's time to leave. With a thought, his figure instantly left the tomb of reincarnation and appeared in the eyes of many geniuses. Rumble. Just as Chu Zhou came out, the huge gears, countless small gears, and the reincarnation ancient tomb in the sky instantly disappeared and hid in the dark again. Chu Zhou is out. Many genius eyes lit up when they saw Chu Zhou. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many people who were worried that something would happen to Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. The tense hearts of Dragon and the others also relaxed. To be honest, when Chu Zhou was sucked into the ancient tomb, even though they knew that Chu Zhou had the means left behind by the Master of Void Silence, Long and the others were still secretly worried for Chu Zhou. There was no doubt that the ancient tomb was left behind by the legendary Lord of Reincarnation. And the Lord of Reincarnation was a terrifying existence that stood at the peak of all the overlords in the universe. Even universe saints were wary of the Lord of Reincarnation. All in all, the Lord of Reincarnation's strength and methods were far beyond that of other universe overlords. Therefore, they were all worried that when Chu Zhou encountered danger in the ancient tomb, the method left behind by the Master of Void Silence on Chu Zhou would not be effective in the ancient tomb. Only now, when they saw that Chu Zhou had come out safely, did they completely relax. Then, everyone was extremely curious. What did Chu Zhou obtain in the reincarnation ancient tomb? However, after Chu Zhou came out, his expression was as calm as water. He did not show any excitement, making him unable to guess if he had obtained a treasure or not. Chapter 726, News of Aunt and Sister. Chu Zhou. What's in that ancient tomb? Dragon and the others quickly flew to Chu Zhou's side and looked at him curiously. That ancient tomb might very well be the tomb of the Lord of Reincarnation. They all knew very well what was inside. I can't say. Chu Zhou said with a faint smile. Dragon and the others were slightly stunned and immediately understood. It was obvious that there was indeed a secret in the ancient tomb, but it was not convenient to reveal it to outsiders. Dragon and the others were smart people and did not ask further. In the reincarnation mystic realm, many prodigies were also using their divine senses to listen to Chu Zhou's words. They also wanted to know what was in the reincarnation tomb. In the end, Chu Zhou did not say anything, which disappointed them. It also made them guess what Chu Zhou had obtained from the ancient tomb. In fact, Not only were the geniuses in the reincarnation mystic realm curious, the venerables and nobilities outside the reincarnation mystic realm were also very curious about what Chu Zhou had obtained in the ancient tomb. Soon, it was time for the reincarnation trial to end. Swoosh! Almost instantly, Chu Zhou and the others were teleported out of the reincarnation mystic realm. Teacher! Chu Zhou flew in front of King Beiking and bowed slightly. Not bad. King Beiking smiled faintly. This was the first time he had smiled since he arrived. How is this just not bad? This is simply heaven-defying. The venerables of the other Mirror Universe companies thought to themselves. Another shocking figure is about to appear in the Mirror Universe Corporation. The venerables and nobilities of the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Infinite Battle Arena, the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, and other factions looked at Chu Zhou's figure and thought so. Soon, the Mirror Universe Company's spaceship flew towards Emperor Xi's plane. The spaceships of the other factions also left. This trial was completely over. However, even though the reincarnation mystic realm trial had ended, the impact of this trial had only just begun. The video of Chu Zhou crushing Miller and defeating Romo and the others circulated crazily on the Mirror Network, causing a huge uproar and shocking countless human experts. The number one prodigy of humanity has been changed. Chu Zhou defeated Romo. The biggest winner of the reincarnation trial, Chu Zhou. What exactly did Chu Zhou obtain from the ancient tomb? Master and disciple, invincible at the same level. Countless popular posts about Chu Zhou circulated crazily in the Mirror Universe Network. Countless people watched and commented. The word Chu Zhou became one of the hot words on the Mirror Universe's network. Countless people were amazed by Chu Zhou's rise. There were also many people who wanted to know what Chu Zhou had obtained in the reincarnation ancient tomb. Chu Zhou did not care about anything on the Mirror Universe's network. After returning to the chaotic mystic realm, he immediately immersed himself in cultivation. He silently refined and absorbed the soul slough that covered his soul body, as well as the 12 reincarnation pearls. During this process, his soul origin was constantly strengthening. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation was also increasing bit by bit. Of course, his life was not just about cultivation. His consciousness often entered the Mirror Universe to meet Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei. Occasionally, he would interact with Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Ling Zhan, Shimeng, Li Qingxi and the others who appeared in the Mirror Universe. In addition, he was also using his identity to get the branch company of the Mirror Universe Corporation in the Nine Mountains Universe Nation to help investigate the news of his aunt Chu Kinga and sister Chu Yu. Oh? There's news so soon? Chu Zhou was slightly excited when he saw the message from the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nations branch company. He immediately checked it. Honorable Excellency Chu Zhou, we've already found detailed information on the two people you want to investigate. Chu Kinga, Level 9 Domain Lord, Mentor of the Nine Mountains Dojo, personal disciple of the Nine Mountains Dojo's first elder, Nine Mountains Yin Lan. Chu Yu, Level 8 Star Realm, Nine Mountains Dojo's genius disciple, Chu Kinga's niece. Apart from being the first elder of the Nine Mountains Dojo, Nine Mountains Yin Lan was also the eldest princess of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation. Nine Mountains Yin Lan was one of the few experts in the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation and had already touched the threshold of a Universe Lord. Half a year ago, Nine Mountains Yin Lan failed to become a Universe Lord. She was seriously injured and fainted. She has yet to recover. When he saw the first half of the message, Chu Zhou was still very happy. His aunt and sister were clearly living quite well in the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation. Not only did their strengths increase exponentially, they had also had the backing of a powerful figure in the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation, Yin Lan. However, when he saw the second half of the message, he frowned. Nine Mountains Yin Lan actually failed to become a venerable and even fainted from serious injuries. Would this affect his aunt and sister? Chu Zhou was a little worried. It shouldn't affect my aunt and sister. Nine Mountains Yin Lan, as the eldest princess of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation and one of the top experts, even if she is seriously injured, ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend her and her disciples. Chu Zhou thought to himself. However, he was still a little worried. I haven't seen my aunt and sister in more than 40 years. It's time to see them. Chu Zhou made a decision. An almost identical figure instantly flew out of his body. It was his clone. Chu Zhou knew that as a figure on the list of must-kill human prodigies, he was actually in a very dangerous situation. Once he left the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Company, the foreign race factions that had participated in fabricating the list of must-kill human prodigies might send experts to kill him. He was not arrogant even though he was very confident in his strength. He was not afraid of any world overlord realm life form now. However, this did not mean that he was not afraid of universe lord life forms. If he was intercepted by a universe lord, it would still be very dangerous. If an outsider nobility attacked him, he would definitely die. Moreover, he was not completely at ease even with human powerhouses. There were also countless cruel struggles among humans. He had obtained 12 reincarnation pearls in the reincarnation mystic realm. This was a fact that many people had witnessed. What did he get from the tomb of reincarnation? Many experts also wanted to know the truth. If he left the headquarters, other than the foreign race experts, there might be venerables and nobles among the humans who would attack him. Therefore, he decided to let his avatar visit his aunt and sister while his main body hid in the headquarters and slowly developed. In that case, even if an accident happened to his clone, it would not affect his main body. The clone rode on the coiling dragon and quickly left the chaotic mystic realm and Emperor X's plane. Then, he shuttled through the universe and headed for the Nine Mountains cosmic nation. In the chaos mystic realm, Chu Zhou quickly devoured and refined the 12 reincarnation beads, as well as the power of the reincarnation remains. His soul source quickly increased. In addition, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation was also rapidly increasing. I wonder how Xiaoyu and Ant will react when they see me. Chu Zhou's clone stood in the control room of the coiling dragon and thought expectantly. He missed them after not seeing them for so many years. Chapter 727, Reunion. 6 months later, at the imperial capital of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation. This Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation is much more prosperous than the Blood Mountain Empire. Chu Zhou walked on the lively long street and looked at the living beings of the various races coming and going. In a short while, he met 3 to 4 world overlords. A moment later, he stopped in front of a majestic building. He looked up and saw a huge stone tablet. The words Nine Mountains Dojo were engraved on the stone tablet. Aunt and sister, are you cultivating here? He stared at the words as he thought to himself Nine Mountains Dojo and immediately felt a vast and majestic power of will. Almost instantly, he determined that it was the power of a venerable's will. Friend, the stone tablet contains the willpower of the king of our Nine Mountains cosmic nation. It's best if you don't stare at it for too long. Otherwise, your soul will be damaged. A valiant red-clothed woman walked over and kindly reminded him. Thanks for the warning. Chu Zhou looked away from the stone tablet and thanked the woman in red with a smile. When the woman in red saw the calm expression of the young man in front of her, she could not help but be slightly shocked. This stone tablet contained the power of the king's will. When creatures below the venerable realm stared at the stone tablet, their consciousness would be greatly suppressed. As long as he stared at it for more than 3 seconds, his soul would be affected. She observed the young man in front of her and stared at the stone tablet for at least 5 seconds before kindly reminding Chu Zhou. However, he realized that this young man's expression was calm and unaffected. This meant that this young man was either a venerable himself, or his soul was shockingly powerful. Venerables were elusive figures in the Nine Mountains cosmic nation. She didn't believe that she would encounter a venerable so easily. Then there was only one possibility: the soul of this young man in front of him was terrifyingly powerful. When did our Nine Mountains cosmic nation have such a prodigy? I actually don't know him. The woman in red thought this in her heart, but she smiled and said, My name is Nine Mountains Honglian. How should I address you, friend? Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou smiled. Chu Zhou? Why is this name so familiar? Brother Chu, you don't look familiar. You shouldn't be a student of the Nine Mountains Dojo, right? Honglian muttered in his heart. Indeed not. Chu Zhou nodded. I'm here to look for someone. Who are you looking for? Nine Mountains Honglian said, I am a student here. Basically, I know everyone in the Nine Mountains Dojo. Perhaps, I can help you. Chu Zhou did not hide anything and said, I'm looking for 2 people. One is called Chu Kinga, and the other is called Chu Yu. What? You're looking for teacher Kinga and sister Chu Yu? Nine Mountains Honglian was shocked. When she thought of Chu Zhou's surname, she immediately had a guess about Chu Zhou's relationship with Chu Kinga and Chu Yu. You know them? Chu Zhou was a little surprised. More than that. Forget it, wait here for a moment. I'll tell them about your situation immediately. With that, 9 Mountains Hong Lian turned into an afterimage and flew into the 9 Mountains dojo. Chu Zhou looked at 9th Mountain Hong Lian's back thoughtfully. 9 Mountains was the surname of the royal family of the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation. It was very likely that Hong Lian was a member of the royal family of the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation. A moment later, 3 figures flew out of the 9 Mountains dojo. Big brother. Chu Yu looked at the familiar figure and was overjoyed. She opened her arms and flew over. Xiao. Chu Zhou looked at the beautiful girl who was pouncing over and instantly recognized her as his younger sister, Chu Yu. Even though she was now an adult and her appearance was very different from back then. He opened his arms and hugged the girl. He spun a few times before putting her down. Big brother, I missed you so much. Chu Yu hugged Chu Zhou's arm and said excitedly. Me too. Chu Zhou smiled. He had been separated from his sister, Chu Yu, for almost 40 years. All these years, he had been worried that his sister would not have a good life. Fortunately, from the looks of it, it seemed to be not bad. You're already at the 9th level star realm. Your improvement is not bad. Chu Zhou reached out and rubbed his sister's head like he did on earth until her hair was messed up. Big brother, this little improvement of mine is nothing compared to you. Don't think that I don't know about you. Your matter is now spreading everywhere on the mirror image network. Chu Yu mumbled as she allowed the palm on her head to knead her hair into a cornbread. Familiar memories surfaced and she felt a sense of warmth and peace in her heart. Little Zhou, I didn't expect you to come and find us first. Chu Kinga walked over and smiled. I originally wanted to bring Xiaohu to the Mirror Universe Corporation headquarters to look for you after I was done with my matters. Chu Zhou did not find it strange that Chu Kinga knew that he was at the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters. Just as his sister, Chu Yu, had said, his matter was now being uploaded everywhere on the Mirror Universe network. His information was not a secret. I just found out about you guys, Chu Zhou smiled. Little Zhou, I really didn't expect you to achieve so much in just 40 years. Chu Kinga recalled everything she had found out about Chu Zhou on the Mirror Universe's network inside. Back on Earth, she had already seen how heaven-defying her nephew was. However, she never expected Chu Zhou to still be so heaven-defying after stepping into the universe. It's just luck, Chu Zhou smiled humbly. Alright, let's go to my place first. This is not a suitable place to talk. As Chu Kinga spoke, she brought Chu Zhou into the 9 Mountains dojo. Chu Yu chuckled and hugged Chu Zhou's arm. He kept telling Chu Zhou about his experiences in the 9 Mountains dojo. 9th Mountain Hong Lian looked at Chu Zhou's back and was completely stunned. At this moment, she finally remembered who Chu Zhou was. She tapped on the screen of the arm guard on her left arm, and a photo appeared with some relevant information. She looked at the photo and then at Chu Zhou's back view, her expression becoming more and more shocked. As expected, it's him. She muttered to herself. Chu Zhou, King Bei Kang's personal disciple. The current number 1 prodigy of the human race is actually Teacher Kinga's nephew, Xiaohu's brother. This is too shocking. 9th Mountain Hong Lian's emotions were surging, she could not control herself. Then, her eyes lit up. Recently, Teacher Kinga had been in trouble. However, if Chu Zhou was willing to help, it should be easy to resolve the trouble. Not long after Chu Zhou and the other two entered the 9 Mountains dojo, an imposing golden-robed young man walked over. Kinga. The golden-robed young man greeted Chu Kinga warmly. Then, her gaze landed on Chu Zhou. Who is this? Seeing the golden-robed young man, Chu Yu immediately pouted, as if she was very displeased with him. Chu Kinga's face darkened. Who he is none of your business. As Chu Kinga spoke, she led Chu Zhou and Chu Yu past the golden-robed young man and walked forward. The golden-robed young man's face stiffened. Chu Zhou and the others quickly walked away. The golden-robed young man looked at the backs of Chu Zhou and the other two. His face was ashen as he clenched his fists. After walking far away, Chu Zhou asked Chu Kinga curiously, "And, who was that person just now? Do you hold a grudge against him?" Before Chu Kinga could answer, Chu Yu rushed to say. "Big brother, that person's name is 9 Mountains by Li. He's a refined scum." "How is it a scum technique?" Chu Zhou asked. "He's the most famous lecher in the capital. Phi has more than 100,000 wives and concubines. Moreover, many of them were forcefully snatched by him with his status. There are many infamous slave-catching teams under him. They're here to help him capture beauties on various weak planets. The most crazy thing is that after they snatch the beauties from those planets, they will reduce all the other humans on those planets to slaves and sell them to interstellar slave traders. Chu Yu said through gritted teeth. Chu Zhou frowned. He is indeed a scumbag. If that's all, it has nothing to do with us. However, what's annoying is that this scum actually has his eyes on Ant now. He said that he wants to marry Ant as his official wife. Pfft, Ant is our Nine Mountains Dojo's celebrity mentor and the First Elder's personal disciple. Who cares about that scum? However, that person was too shameless. Even though Ant explicitly rejected him, he harassed Ant again and again. Furthermore, he even publicized the fact that he wanted to pursue Ant and embarrassed her. Chu Yu said hatefully. He deserves to be killed. When Chu Zhou heard this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Xiao Zhou, don't do anything rash. Chu Qingge sensed Chu Zhou's killing intent and hurriedly said. Nine Mountains Bai Li's identity is not simple. Otherwise, he would have been exterminated long ago after doing so many evil things. Chu Zhou asked, who is he? His father is the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation's most powerful prince. His status in the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation is second only to the king. Chu Qingge explained. Is Nine Mountains Yanri a venerable? Chu Zhou asked casually. No. Chu Qingge rolled her eyes at Chu Zhou. Do you think it's so easy to become a venerable? In our Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation, there's only one venerable in the royal family, and that's the king. However, even though Nine Mountains Yanri isn't a venerable, according to my teacher, he's already half a step into the venerable realm and can become a venerable at any time. Therefore, in the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation, almost no one dares to provoke Nine Mountains Yanri. Even so, no one dares to provoke Nine Mountains Bai Li. He's not a venerable. Then there's nothing worth paying attention to, Chu Zhou said indifferently. Chu Qingge was slightly stunned. Only then did she remember that the nephew beside her was now the #1 prodigy of the human race. He even declared that he was invincible among world overlords. Compared to his nephew, the Nine Mountains Yanri, who was not a venerable yet, did not seem to be worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Chu Qingge felt as if a huge rock was missing from her heart. She felt as if all the pressure was gone. Perhaps, the predicament she had faced during this period of time could be easily resolved by this nephew of hers. Nine Mountains Bai Li had been watching Chu Zhou and the others from afar until they completely disappeared. Chu Qingge, how dare you ignore me? His face was gloomy and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. If his father, Ninth Mountain Yanri, had not repeatedly reminded him that Chu Qingge was important and that he absolutely could not use force on her, why would he play a game of courtship with Chu Qingge? He had long been suppressed and forcefully subdued. Chu Qingge, that old witch, Ninth Mountain Yanlan is seriously injured and on the verge of death. I don't think she can hold on for much longer. Humph, when that old witch dies, I'll see who can still protect you. Ninth Mountain Bai Li thought to himself, his gaze cold and vicious. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his face was filled with killing intent. The young man who followed Chu Qingge just now seemed to be very important to Chu Qingge. Yes, it was inconvenient to use force on Chu Qingge, but there was no need to be so polite to that young man. He wanted to get someone to capture that young man and see where he came from. Then, he would destroy it again. This was also a warning to Chu Qingge, letting her know that he, Ninth Mountain Bai Li, was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 728, Don't Wait to Take Revenge. Manor 36 at Nine Mountains Dojo. And, I found out that your teacher, Nine Mountain Yanlan, failed to break through to the venerable realm and was seriously injured and unconscious before I came. She hasn't recovered yet. Does this affect you? Chu Zhou knelt on the sofa and looked at Chu Qingge. Chu Yu interrupted without waiting for Chu Qingge to speak. How can there be no effect? If the great elder wasn't seriously injured, that scum, Jushin Bai Li, would he dare to harass Ant? Chu Qingge frowned and said, actually, I understand. Nine Mountains Bai Li suddenly came to pursue me not because of me, but because of my teacher. Because of your teacher? Chu Zhou looked at Chu Qingge in confusion. I think he got to know my teacher's real situation through me, Chu Qingge said. Could it be that Ninth Mountain Bai Li still wants to harm your teacher? Of course he wouldn't dare. But his father, Nine Mountains Yanri, might have such thoughts. Nine Mountains Yanri and your teacher, Nine Mountains Yanlan, should be the core members of the royal family of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation. Could this be an internal struggle of the royal family? Something like that. The royal family of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation also has 12 main lineages and more than 300 branches. My teacher is the leader of the third main lineage, and Nine Mountains Yanri is the leader of the second main lineage. The third lineage that teacher is in is at odds with the second main lineage where Nine Mountains Yanri is. The two of them had been in conflict for a long time. Therefore, as soon as my teacher was seriously injured, Nine Mountains Bai Li immediately came to contact and pursue me. I suspect that Nine Mountains Blazing Sun had instigated this behind the scenes. Nine Mountains Yanri might very well want to understand teacher's current condition through me. He might even want me to cooperate with them to attack teacher. Don't tell me the king of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation doesn't care. King, he hasn't appeared for millions of years. After a simple conversation, Chu Zhou roughly understood his aunt Chu Kinga's predicament. With a thought, 10 transcendent soul slaves appeared in the hall. His main body was basically invincible as a world overlord now. He still had many trump cards. Soul slaves were no longer useful. Therefore, his clone brought all the soul slaves with him. These are. Chu Kinga looked at the 10 figures that suddenly appeared in front of her in shock. The feeling these 10 figures gave her was far more terrifying than the 9th level world overlords she had seen. This shocked her. These are all my soul slaves. Their strength is barely enough. They have all reached the transcendent world overlord level. In the future, they will follow Auntie and protect you. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. A transcendent world overlord soul slave? His strength was barely enough? Chu Kinga and Chu Yu didn't know what to say. The Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation did not lack world overlords, but transcendent world overlords were not something ordinary world overlords could compare to. In the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation, transcendent world overlords were considered experts. However, Chu Zhou casually summoned 10 transcendent world overlord level soul slaves and casually gave them to them. This refreshed their understanding of Chu Zhou. At this moment, only then did they vaguely understand how important the title of the number 1 prodigy of humanity was. It was definitely beyond their imagination. Chu Zhou gave the 2 Universe Lord weapons he had obtained from the reincarnation mystic realm to Chu Kinga and his sister, Chu Yu. I didn't expect a domain lord like me to have a Universe Lord weapon now. Chu Kinga caressed the pair of blue earrings on her left palm with the fingers of her right hand. She was extremely excited as her perception sensed the repressive and terrifying fluctuations contained within. These were Universe Lord weapons. Her teacher, Nine Mountains Yin Lan, was the leader of the third main branch of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation's royal family and the first elder of the Nine Mountains Dojo. He had a high position and power, but he only had an incomplete Universe Lord weapon. Chu Zhou casually gave out 2 Universe Lord weapons. At this moment, she vaguely understood why Chu Zhou did not take it to heart. The two of them were indeed not on the same level. Be it in terms of strength, wealth, or other aspects. Chu Zhou was probably completely superior to Nine Mountains Yanri. Thank you, big brother. Chu Yu played with a silver dagger and looked at the deep and mysterious silver streams of light on it. She was overjoyed. She was a Star Realm martial artist, but she actually had a Universe Lord weapon. If news of this spread, countless people would be envious. But she had a good brother. These 2 weapons are for you to protect yourselves. However, you still can't hold on to venerable level weapons. It's best not to use them unless you have no other choice, in case others covet them. Chu Zhou reminded. Chu Kinga and Chu Yu nodded seriously. It was inevitable that outsiders would not have any thoughts about a child who had traveled through the bustling city with gold. They all understood this logic. With their current strength, it would be too dangerous if they revealed that they had Universe Lord weapons. With a thought, Chu Zhou imparted all the cultivation insights he had obtained in the stone forest of the reincarnation mystic realm, as well as the secret techniques and ultimate techniques he had obtained in the past that he could not use. Of course, he knew his limits. He did not impart the core inheritance of the Bei King lineage or the ultimate techniques exchanged from the Mirror Universe Corporation. Chu Kinga and Chu Yu only felt a sharp pain in their heads. A vast amount of information kept surging in their consciousness like a tide. With just a simple glance, they were shocked to discover that there were many advanced techniques that they had never come into contact with before. There were also many extremely precious cultivation comprehensions. Among them were the cultivation comprehension of universe overlords. This made them inexplicably shocked. They knew that, after the Universe Lord weapons, Chu Zhou had given them a valuable gift. There was too much information. They had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and concentrate, silently digesting all the information that had appeared. Chu Zhou ordered the 10 soul slaves to protect his aunt and sister. Then, his figure moved and disappeared from the hall. Swoosh! Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared in the Garden of Manor 36. Come out! He scanned his surroundings coldly. In the next moment, the light distorted, and 12 figures appeared around the flowers. These 12 figures were all wearing masks and black clothes. Master wants to see you. Come with us. One of the men in black said coldly. As he spoke, his body emitted an overwhelming killing intent that enveloped Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou casually raised his eyelids and glanced at the 12 people indifferently. Chu Zhou casually raised his eyelids and glanced at the 12 people indifferently. Bang bang bang! The 12 men in black instantly had their heads exploded. At this moment, Chu Zhou's body turned into a black hole that instantly devoured the 12 men in black. Not a single drop of blood was left at the scene. They were all devoured. Chu Zhou stood on the spot and silently read the memories he had obtained from devouring the 12 men in black. A moment later, his figure disappeared into thin air again. In a luxurious villa, 9 Mountain Bai Li lay naked on a large bed. 5 or 6 similarly naked and enchanting figures were serving him. 9 Mountains Bai Li closed his eyes slightly and revealed a look of enjoyment on his face. In his heart, he was thinking about how Chu Kinga would react after the young man he met today died. Hehe, Chu Kinga, who do you think has nothing to do with me? Then, I'll make him disappear completely. 9 Mountain Bai Li revealed a sinister smile on his face. At this moment, a white palm suddenly stretched out from the void above 9 Mountains Bai Li. It grabbed 9 Mountains Bai Li's neck and lifted him up. Ah! When the 5 or 6 enchanting naked figures saw this scene, they screamed in fear. 9 Mountain Bai Li was like a dead duck whose neck was pinched, constantly kicking his feet. Who are you? Why did you attack me? 9 Mountain Bai Li said fearfully with his divine sense. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. This person was too powerful. He, a dignified world overlord, actually had no strength to resist. Moreover, other than this hand, he could not see the person's true body at all. The owner of the hand did not respond, but tightened his grip. My father is 9 Mountain Yan Ri, the most powerful prince of the 9 Mountain Cosmic Nation. You can't kill me. 9 Mountain Bai Li felt the hand on his neck tighten, and hurriedly urged his divine sense with all his might. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he lost all consciousness. With a bang, 9 Mountain Bai Li's entire body turned into a bloody mist. At the same time, a black hole appeared in his fair palm and instantly devoured all the blood mist. In the next moment, the palm disappeared. A large number of guards and world overlords rushed in. These people immediately felt that something was wrong when they did not see 9 Mountain Bai Li. A world overlord asked the 5 or 6 enchanting figures sternly. He was killed by a palm that suddenly appeared out of thin air. After these guards and world overlords asked, their expressions changed drastically. 9 Mountain Bai Li was actually killed. They knew that something big was going to happen this time. The entire imperial capital would probably be shaken. Even though 9 Mountain Bai Li was infamous for being a hedonistic son of a rich family in the capital. However, he was the youngest son of 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation's prince, 9 Mountain Bai Li. Even though he was trash, he was favored by 9 Mountain Yan Ri. 9 Mountain Yan Ri was one of the most powerful figures in the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation. In particular, the king had not appeared for millions of years. Almost all the administrative matters of the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation were handled by 9 Mountain Yan Ri. The power that 9 Mountain Yan Ri wielded was extremely terrifying. Now that his favorite youngest son was killed, 9 Mountain Yan Ri would probably be furious. A moment later, a dignified middle-aged man in black descended. Everyone felt suffocated. He glanced coldly at everyone present. With a bang, the void distorted, and an extremely vast and heavy force descended. Other than himself, everyone present was instantly suppressed into a bloody mist. Investigate, he said coldly. In the next moment, a figure flashed across the void. Chapter 729, Shocking the Imperial Capital. Woo! A sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the sky above the Imperial Capital. What's going on? Countless people in the capital raised their heads in shock. Then, they saw a large number of mechanical strange birds fly out from the direction of the palace. They spread out like dense locusts in the sky above the entire imperial capital. Those mechanical strange birds were completely silver-white in color. They were simple and fat, extremely recognizable. Moreover, ferocious cannon barrels that flickered with energy extended from the bodies of the mechanical strange birds, making one's scalp tingle. This is the mass-produced combat weapon of the Nine Mountains royal family, the silver bird. Did something major happen in the imperial capital? The Nine Mountains royal family actually mobilized so many silver birds. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the silver birds that were flickering with silver light. They were shocked. Anyone who knew anything about the Nine Mountains royal family knew how terrifying the silver bird of the Nine Mountains royal family was. Every silver bird was equipped with C6-rank laser cannons and powerful magnetic field weapons. A silver bird could directly slaughter living beings below the 6th level World Overlord realm on a large scale. Even a 6th level World Overlord would be severely injured by silver bird's laser cannon and magnetic field weapons. Hence, the silver bird had always been one of the trump cards of the Nine Mountain royal family. It maintained the rule of the Nine Mountains cosmic nation. It intimidated all the enemies of the Nine Mountains royal family. As one of the trump cards of the Nine Mountains imperial family, the silver birds were rarely deployed on a large scale. Even if they encountered some major events, they would usually only dispatch 100 of them. It had been many years since he had seen people who had been living in the capital for a long time. Not only did the silver birds mobilize on a large scale, but a large number of patrols were also mobilized. Soon, the people in the imperial capital saw groups of murderous patrol guards appearing everywhere. Soon, the entire imperial capital began to be under martial law. A large number of patrols began to search on a large scale. Tisk. Something big must have happened. Everyone realized that something big had happened. The truth always comes out, there is no concealing the truth. Soon, the news that Nine Mountain Bai Li was killed by a mysterious person in his residence spread. Instantly, the imperial capital was in an uproar. Everyone finally understood why there were so many silver birds and patrols. Nine Mountain Bai Li was just a notorious profligate son. He was nothing. However, his father was the number 2 person in the Nine Mountain cosmic nation, Nine Mountain Yan Ri. Nine Mountain Bai Li was killed, especially in the imperial capital. It would be strange if Nine Mountain Yan Ri did not fly into a rage. Tisk tisk, who exactly is this fierce person? He actually dared to kill Nine Mountain Bai Li in the imperial capital. He's really not afraid of the Nine Mountain royal family. Many people were secretly amazed. There were also many people who had long disliked Nine Mountain Bai Li but could not do anything to him. They cheered in their hearts. The Nine Mountains Dojo. Nine Mountain Bai Li is dead. When Chu Kinga and Chu Yu heard the news of Nine Mountain Bai Li's death, they looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Why are you looking at me? Chu Zhou asked calmly. Nothing happened to Nine Mountain Bai Li for so many years. The moment you came here, he died. Old Ji, did you kill him? Chu Yu looked at Chu Zhou suspiciously. Xiao Zhou, did you kill him? Chu Kinga also asked. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. There's no need to doubt it, I killed him. Chu Kinga and Chu Yu. This scum actually dares to have designs on you, auntie. If I don't kill him, will I still keep him for the new year? Chu Zhou said casually, as if he had just crushed an ant to death. He did not take it to heart at all that he had killed Nine Mountain Bai Li. Big brother, I saw on the Mirror Universe network that many people said that you were too arrogant. I even stood up and went against them, saying that you were actually very humble. I now realize that I was wrong. Big brother, you're really arrogant. Tisk tisk, Nine Mountain Bai Li is a member of the royal family in the Nine Mountains cosmic nation. His father, Nine Mountain Yan Ri, is also the number 2 figure in the Nine Mountains cosmic nation. But in your eyes, he's like trash by the roadside. If you kill him, so be it. You don't take it to heart at all. Nine Mountain Bai Li, he is unlucky to have met you. Chu Yu clicked her tongue and said emotionally. Chu Kinga frowned and said. Little Zhou, Nine Mountain Bai Li is nothing, but his father, Nine Mountain Yan Ri, is very troublesome. Nine Mountain Yan Ri not only has one foot in the Universe Lord realm, but more importantly, he has a high position in the 999 Mountains cosmic nation. He can mobilize all the armies in the Nine Mountains cosmic nation and many world overlord level experts. If he finds out that you killed Nine Mountain Bai Li and mobilized the army of the Nine Mountain Universe nation and many experts to deal with you, what will you do then? And, don't worry. A mere 9 mountain yan Ri can't do anything to me, Chu Zhou said confidently. Even though this clone of his only had 60 to 70% of the original's strength. However, he was confident that he could crush all creatures below the venerable realm. Moreover, he had a venerable level warship, the Coiling Dragon, and some other trump cards. It could be said that unless the ruler of the Nine Mountains universe country made a move. Otherwise, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Nine Mountains. Cosmic Nation. Chu Qingge and Chu Yu saw Chu Zhou's calm and confident expression and guessed that Chu Zhou might have a shocking trump card. They immediately felt a little more at ease. The martial law lasted for 3 days. Except for a few special locations, the silver birds and the guards had almost gone through the entire capital. In the palace, 9 Mountain Yan Ri sat behind his desk with a dignified expression. 3 figures in uniform stood in front of 9 Mountain Yan Ri, trembling with fear. 9 Mountain Yan Ri finished reading the investigation report expressionlessly. With a bang, he slammed his palm on the desk and suddenly stood up. This is the result of the search you gave me. He looked coldly at the 3 people in front of him. A heavy and oppressive aura emanated from his body. Sir, we've tried our best. Apart from some places that can't be searched, we've searched all the other places. We still haven't found the murderer. A green-skinned middle-aged man said. Just as he finished speaking, he was struck by an invisible force. His entire body was instantly sent flying like a meteor, leaving only a pool of blood on the spot. The remaining 2 people became even more uneasy. They lowered their heads and did not dare to meet 9 Mountain Yan Ri's eyes were filled with endless anger. Piss off! 9 Mountain Yan Ri shouted coldly. The remaining 2 quickly left the office. After the 2 people left, 9 Mountain Yan Ri sat down again. He clicked on the virtual screen in front of him and opened another investigation report. This investigation report detailed the process of 9 Mountain Bai Li's pursuit of Chu Qingge in the past few months, as well as the process of being rejected by Chu Qingge time and time again. Among them, it also recorded the scene of 9 Mountains Bai Li, Chu Zhou, Chu Qingge, Chu Yu and the others met in the 9 Mountains dojo not long ago. 9 Mountain Yin Lan, was it you who asked someone to do it to protect your disciple? Or did you do it yourself? 9 Mountain Yan Ri thought to himself with a cold gaze. He tapped the table lightly with one finger. His face was as gloomy as water, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, he entered a communication number on the virtual screen. Prince Yan Ri, you actually took the initiative to contact me. Looks like you finally thought it through. Soon, a handsome young man in a black robe appeared in front of 9 Mountain Yan Ri. Prince Mosi, watch your attitude. This is the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation, not your Mingluo Cosmic Nation. In my territory, it's best not to anger me. Otherwise, you might not be able to return to the Mingluo Cosmic Nation safely. 9 Mountain Yan Ri looked coldly at the handsome young man in front of him. The killing intent on his body erupted like a flood and enveloped the handsome young man. The handsome young man did not care about 9 Mountain Yan Ri's undisguised killing intent. He walked to the chair beside him and sat down calmly, folding his arms in front of his chest. All right. You're right. This is your territory. My attitude is indeed more proper. He said with a faint smile. Now, let's talk about cooperation. 9 Mountain Yan Ri stared deeply at the handsome young man for a while before saying, the success of our cooperation depends on one person. Are you talking about 9 Mountain Yin Lan? The handsome young man smiled as if he had expected this. That's right. 9 Mountain Yin Ri nodded heavily. Other than the king, only 9 Mountain Yin Lan knows how to enter that place. Therefore, we must find her. It's just that she's missing now. I secretly sent people to investigate for a long time, but they couldn't find any traces of her. Now, perhaps only her direct disciple knows where she is. It's just that. I'm also being watched by many people, especially the people from the second main lineage. They're watching me closely. It's not convenient for me to attack her disciple. I understand. You want me to capture Chu Qingge and get information about 9 Mountain Yin Lan from her, right? The handsome young man said. This is a test for you. If you can't even do this, then there's no need for us to cooperate. 9 Mountain Yan Ri said expressionlessly. Leave it to me. She's just a domain lord. Even if there's someone from the second main branch of the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation's royal family protecting her in secret, it'll be easy to take her down. Wait for my good news. With that, the handsome youth's figure disappeared. After the handsome youth's figure disappeared, 9 Mountain Yanri stood up again and looked in the direction of the 9 Mountains dojo with a gloomy gaze. Ancestor, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Who asked you to give the opportunity to become a venerable to 9 Mountain Yinlan and not me? His gloomy eyes burned with the flames of ambition as he thought about this. Chapter 730, Sudden Change. Late at night, at the 9 Mountains dojo. Wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, metal gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood. This is the coexistence of the 5 elements. Wood counters earth, earth counters water, water counters fire, fire counters metal, metal counters wood. These are the 5 elements countering each other. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining. The fusion of the 5 elements law is the 5 elements law. In Chu Zhou's mind, billions of divine senses were constantly deducing the mysteries of the 5 elements. Long before the reincarnation trial, he had already decided to advance to a universe lord through the 5 elements. Even though, in the reincarnation mystic realm, he had comprehended the law of reincarnation. He had also obtained 12 reincarnation pearls, the soul remains left behind by Lord of Reincarnation, and the reincarnation technique created by Lord of Reincarnation. To readers. Our content is stolen. Please copy and se at rch this link /39hpcn6j to support us. However, he still did not change his decision. With the help of the 12 reincarnation pearls, Lord of Reincarnation's soul remains, and reincarnation technique, it was more than 100 times easier for him to comprehend the law of reincarnation than others. But even so, he knew that it would take a long time for him to comprehend the law of reincarnation to the point where he could advance to the venerable realm. Compared to the law of reincarnation, he had an advantage in terms of the 5 elements. The 5 elemental laws were composed of the 5 major laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, he had already comprehended 90% of them. As long as he thought of a way to continuously fuse the 5 laws, he could quickly comprehend the 5 elements law. Moreover, his progress would definitely be much faster than comprehending the law of reincarnation. Therefore, he had no intention of changing his original plan. His main body was now focused on 2 things. At the same time, he deduced and comprehended the 5 elements law and the law of reincarnation. This avatar of his spent all his energy on deducing and comprehending the 5 elemental laws. He wanted to speed up the progress of his main body. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's expression changed. His figure disappeared into thin air and appeared above Manor 36. Almost at the same time, Chu Kinga and Chu Yu flew to Chu Zhou's side. At this moment, rolling white fog suddenly surged from the surroundings of the 9 Mountains dojo and quickly drowned the entire 9 Mountains dojo. What's going on? Could it be that a force wants to invade our 9 Mountains dojo? Chu Yu said in shock. She had joined the 9 Mountains dojo for so many years, but this was the first time someone dared to make a move on it. Chu Kinga frowned. The 9 Mountains dojo was established and managed by the royal family of the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation. The great elder of the 9 Mountains dojo was her teacher, 9 Mountain Yinlan, and also the eldest princess of the 9 Mountains royal family. The great elder of the 9 Mountains dojo was her teacher, 9 Mountain Yinlan, and also the eldest princess of the 9 Mountains royal family. And this was the imperial capital of the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation. The person who had secretly attacked the 9 Mountains dojo in the capital was extremely audacious. They don't come with good intentions. Chu Zhou sighed. He combined his divine sense with space and immediately sensed more than 100 powerful auras rushing into the 9 Mountains dojo. Who dares to attack our 9 Mountains dojo? Which outlaw are you? You don't know what's good for you. How dare you? Angry shouts sounded from all over the 9 Mountains dojo. Clearly, all the experts in the 9 Mountains dojo were alarmed. No, this white fog contains the power of the soul law. It can suppress one's spiritual force and make one lose themselves in it. Chu Kinga originally wanted to activate her divine consciousness to investigate the situation. However, she suddenly discovered that the rolling white fog seemed to have a trace of stickiness as it continuously absorbed and devoured her divine sense, causing her divine sense to only be able to extend 100 meters at most. In addition, when her spiritual will came into contact with the white fog, she immediately felt drowsy. This made her expression change drastically. He realized that this white fog was not an ordinary white fog. Chu Yu also noticed the strangeness of the white fog and could not help but say anxiously, "What should we do? This white fog is so strange. I'm afraid that many elders, teachers, and students in the dojo will also be lost in it. Once they are ambushed by the mastermind, I'm afraid there will be heavy casualties." During her years in the Nine Mountains Dojo, many elders, teachers, and students in the Nine Mountains Dojo had treated her very well. He often gave her pointers and helped her. Therefore, when she saw that the Nine Mountains Dojo might suffer a great calamity, she immediately became worried. "Don't worry about others. The mastermind is here for us," Chu Zhou said to Chu Yu. Chu Yu and Chu Kinga were stunned when they heard that. They thought that the mastermind had created such a huge scene to deal with the entire Nine Mountains Dojo. Now, Chu Zhou said that he was here for them? Did they have that much face? Right then, more than 100 figures suddenly broke through the layers of white fog and appeared around Chu Zhou and the other two, surrounding them. These more than 100 figures emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The weakest had reached the level 6 World Overlord realm. As expected, they're coming for us. Chu Kinga and Chu Yu's expressions changed slightly when they saw more than 100 powerful figures appear around them. "Capture Chu Kinga. Kill the other two," a figure in a black robe said coldly. In an instant, more than 10 of them condensed energy hands and grabbed at Chu Kinga among the hundreds over powerful figures. The remaining people went for Chu Zhou and Chu Yu. Wave after wave, "Do you really think I, Chu Zhou, am made of clay?" Chu Zhou's eyes were filled with killing intent. Originally, after killing 9 Mountain Bai Li, he thought that he could live in peace for a period of time. He did not expect a new enemy to arrive so quickly. Moreover, this time, the scale was even larger and there were more experts. He suddenly thought that if he hadn't happened to come here this time, his aunt and sister's lives might have been in danger. Thinking of this, the killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. On his glabella, the 5 nomological marks of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were discovered one after another, and the 5-colored divine light around him boiled. Suddenly, countless rays of 5-colored light shot out from his body. Dense 5-colored rays of light pierced through the void. Whether it was the energy hands or the attacks that were aimed at him and Chu Yu, they were all annihilated by the dense 5-colored rays of light in an instant. More than 100 experts were instantly pierced by the 5-colored rays of light and turned into corpses. Only a black-robed figure survived. 5 elemental nomological mark. How can there be an expert like you in the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation? The black-robed figure stared fixedly at the 5 elemental nomological mark that alternated between Chu Zhou's eyebrows. It was as if a tsunami had appeared in his heart, and he could not calm down. He had already made an extremely detailed understanding of all the 9th level world overlords and transcendent world overlords in the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation. According to his intelligence, there was definitely no existence in the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation that had condensed 5 nomological marks at the same time. His gaze was fixed on Chu Zhou's figure. While he was furious and afraid, he was also guessing where Chu Zhou came from. Chu Zhou could not be bothered to talk to the black-robed figure. In his eyes, the other party was just a dead person. He waved his right hand indifferently. In the void, 5-colored rays of light pierced through the black-robed figure at lightning speed. The black-robed figure was hit by the 5-colored rays of light before he could dodge. Still, he was not dead. A pitch-black energy shield suddenly appeared around him, blocking all the 5-colored light for him. In the next moment, the void beside the black-robed figure shattered. The black-robed figure immediately flew into the shattered void and instantly disappeared. Chu Zhou stared at the disappearing black-robed figure and did not chase after him. His expression was slightly solemn. The energy shield that suddenly appeared just now doesn't seem to be the power of the black-robed figure. It seems to be the power of a venerable. Could it be that a venerable is behind this matter? His heart felt heavy as he thought of this. Big brother, you're indeed the #1 prodigy of our human race. You actually killed more than 100 such powerful enemies in an instant. Chu Yu exclaimed. Chu Kinga was even more shocked. Chu Yu didn't know the standard of the 100 over martial warriors just now, but Chu Kinga knew. That was more than 100 experts whose strength was at least at the level 6 World Overlord realm. Such a powerful lineup was actually instantly killed by Chu Zhou. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Chu Zhou was. She felt that even her teacher was far inferior to Chu Zhou. The enemy this time is not simple. Let's go back to the house and talk. With a thought, Chu Zhou devoured the corpses of more than 100 world overlords. Then, he brought Chu Kinga and Chu Yu back to Manor 36. At this moment, the white fog slowly receded. Many elders, mentors, and students of the Nine Mountains Dojo woke up one after another or walked out of their confusion and searched everywhere for traces of the enemy. However, they only found some traces of battle, and nothing else. This made them furious, but they were also on high alert. Not long after, dozens of silver birds descended. They looked like they were here to support the Nine Mountains Dojo. In Manor 36, Chu Zhou told Chu Kinga and Chu Yu about his discovery. Those invaders are actually targeting us. Besides, there might be a venerable behind them. After Chu Kinga heard Chu Zhou's words, her expression immediately turned solemn. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly looked up and said to Chu Zhou, "Chu Zhou, I feel that some people can't wait to find out about my teacher's situation. Because of this, they want to take me down and get an answer from me." Chu Zhou nodded. "I think so too. Moreover, it's very likely that a big shot from the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation participated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for those people to launch a pounce on the Nine Mountains Dojo in the capital silently." Chu Kinga's expression was a little ugly. Indeed, if no one covered their tracks, it would be impossible for so many experts to sneak to the vicinity of the Nine Mountains Dojo. What should I do now? Do I need to capture the higher-ups of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation one by one and interrogate them? Chu Zhou said calmly. There's no need. Even if there's no concrete evidence, I roughly know who was involved. Chu Kinga took a deep breath and said, "Now, I'll bring you to see my teacher immediately." Chapter 731, Forbidden World. In the extreme west of the Nine Mountain Star, the cold wind howled, and the snow was beautiful. As far as the eye could see, there were boundless ice mountains. Swoosh! 3 figures suddenly appeared. She has been secretly recuperating here ever since teacher was injured. Other than me, no one else knows. Chu Kinga landed on a seemingly ordinary ice mountain with Chu Zhou and Chu Yu. Chu Zhou looked at the ice mountains around him and immediately realized that there was nothing special about this ice mountain in front of him. "This is indeed a good hiding place," he said. "Humph, if teacher hadn't sensed that there was danger in the imperial capital, it wouldn't be safe to stay in the Nine Mountain Path field. Why would he hide here to recuperate?" To readers. Our content is stolen. Please copy and SE at RCH this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Chu Kinga said with a heavy heart, feeling angry for her teacher. Not only was her teacher the first elder of the Nine Mountains Dojo, she was also the leader of the second main branch of the Nine Mountains royal family. It was really ironic that she could actually sense danger in the imperial capital of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation. And, don't worry. I'm here. A mere clown is not worth mentioning. Chu Zhou laughed. But, didn't you say that there might be a venerable behind the pounce just now? Chu Kinga said worriedly. That's right. Big brother, if those people have venerables behind them, we'll be in danger. Chu Yu frowned and said. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou laughed. And, Xiaoyu, have you forgotten my identity? I'm a core member of the Mirror Universe Company's chaotic mystic realm. I know your identity, and I also know that you're Lord Bei Kang's personal disciple. But your identity and background are based on your identity and background, and your strength is based on your strength. Your identity and background might not be able to deter a universe lord. Chu Kinga looked worried. And, you're underestimating the status of the core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation's chaotic mystic realm. Chu Zhou said confidently. This identity isn't just a simple identity. It's also equipped with a weapon that can deter venerables. Don't worry. Even if a venerable really appears, we have the ability to protect ourselves. A weapon to deter venerables? Chu Kinga and Chu Yu were shocked when they heard that. What kind of existence was a universe lord? This was the true upper echelons of humanity. The weakest universe lord was qualified to establish a universe country and control the fate of billions of humans. Every core member of the Mirror Universe Corporation's chaotic mystic realm was equipped with a weapon that could deter universe lords. This was unbelievable. At this moment, they truly felt the foundation and horror of the Mirror Universe Corporation and the other 5 giants of humanity. Some important World Overlord Realm core members were actually equipped with weapons that could deter venerables. Then, how terrifying was the overall strength of the 5 giants? The identity of the core members of the 5 giants is really something to look forward to. As Chu Kinga spoke emotionally, she brought Chu Zhou and Chu Yu to an ice wall. When Chu Zhou heard Chu Kinga's feelings, his heart skipped a beat. He wanted his aunt and sister to become core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation or the other 4 giants. However, he also knew very well that the 5 giants were extremely strict in the review and selection of core members. Even the descendants of venerables, nobles, and even overlords would find it difficult to become core members of the 5 giants if they didn't have enough talent and potential. The current me doesn't have the right and authority to let my aunt and sister become core members of the company. I'll consider this matter after I become a universe lord. With this thought in mind, he temporarily put this thought aside. Chu Kinga walked in front of the ice wall and pressed one hand on it. 3 rays of red, blue, and green light swept across her palm, as if testing her identity. At the next moment, countless universe engravings appeared on the ice wall. Crack, crack, crack. The ice wall suddenly shook, revealing an entrance. Chu Kinga brought Chu Zhou and Chu Yu in. Who's there? A cold shout came from the ice mountain. A majestic and turbulent energy surged, as if it would erupt at any moment. Teacher, it's me, Kinga. Chu Kinga hurriedly said and appeared in a hall with Chu Zhou and his sister. A beautiful silver-haired woman sitting cross-legged on the ice surface entered Chu Zhou's sight. The silver-haired beauty's face was as pale as snow, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. There was also a pool of blood on the ice in front of her. Obviously, she was not in a good state. Qingji, why are you here? When the silver-haired beauty saw Chu Kinga's figure, her tensed heart instantly relaxed, and the surging energy waves on her body slowly calmed down. Chu Kinga had yet to speak. Chu Yu rushed to the silver-haired beauty's side and grabbed her arm with her small hand. She said worriedly. Great Elder, how did you get injured like this? As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Hee, little naughty, you're here too. Don't worry, I'm fine. The silver-haired beauty patted Chu Yu's shoulder gently and comforted her. Teacher, you vomited blood again. Chu Kinga walked over and looked at the pool of blood on the ground and the blood at the corner of the Great Elder's mouth. She looked worried. Don't worry. It's just some blood. It's nothing. As the silver-haired woman spoke, she looked at Chu Zhou. Kinga, aren't you going to introduce us? She was very curious about Chu Zhou's identity. She knew that Chu Kinga definitely knew the severity of the matter. If Chu Zhou's identity was not reliable, Chu Kinga would definitely not bring Chu Zhou to her place of recuperation at this time. Chapter 732, Forbidden World. 2. Teacher, this is my biological nephew, and also Xiao's brother, Chu Zhou. Chu Kinga immediately introduced Chu Zhou to the silver-haired woman. She even told him about Chu Zhou's various identities and situations. Bei Gang's personal disciple, the core member of the Mirror Universe Corporation's chaotic mystic realm, the #1 prodigy of humanity. 9 Mountain Yinlan looked at Chu Zhou in shock. She never expected Chu Zhou's background to be so terrifying and shocking. As one of the core figures of the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nation, she naturally knew what Chu Zhou's status meant. She also knew how important these statuses were. Chu Zhou greets Senior. Thank you for taking care of my aunt and sister all these years. Chu Zhou bowed and thanked 9 Mountain Yinlan sincerely. Your Highness, you're too polite. Seeing Chu Zhou bow to him, 9 Mountain Yinlan couldn't help but feel flattered. Then, she looked at Chu Kinga and Chu Yu with a face full of emotions and said, you guys are really too lucky, to actually have such relatives. Hehe, I also think I'm very lucky. Chu Yu chuckled and said smugly. Chu Kinga also smiled and nodded. They were really lucky. Without a doubt, with a relative like Chu Zhou, even if Chu Zhou casually took care of them in the future, the benefits they could obtain in the future would be enough to make countless experts envious. After 9 Mountain Yinlan lamented Chu Kinga and Chu Yu's good luck, he immediately said. Qingji. I told you not to look for me unless I have no choice but to contact you. Now that you're here, we have to leave this place immediately and find another place. Teacher, you said that before. I'm guessing that you're worried that the person who secretly harmed you will find you through my traces. Chu Kinga said. 9 Mountain Yinlan nodded solemnly and said. To tell you the truth, I wasn't seriously injured after failing to break through to the Venerable Realm. I was seriously injured by a sneak attack when I was heading to the forbidden area of our 9 Mountains royal family and was about to use the opportunities inside to break through to the Venerable Realm. Moreover, I'm sure that the person who ambushed me is a big shot in the 9 Mountains imperial family. Right now, that person must be searching for my tracks. He wants to know how to enter our 9 mountains imperial family's forbidden area from me. That person has a high position and authority. The intelligence system of the 9 mountains imperial family is all under his control. He must have discovered you coming here now. When Chu Kinga heard 9 Mountain Yin Lan's words, she was furious. She did not expect that the real reason why her teacher was severely injured was not because he had failed to break through, but because he had been ambushed. Moreover, the person who launched the sneak attack was a big shot of the 9 Mountains imperial family. She finally understood why her teacher was hiding here to recuperate. Grand Elder, don't worry. My big brother is the #1 prodigy of humanity. With him around, even if the person you mentioned knows that you are here, he won't be able to do anything to you. Chu Yu patted her chest and said. Yes. Chu Zhou smiled and said, Senior, with me around, don't worry. My strength is all right, and I have some good methods. As long as it's not an intermediate grade venerable or above, I can guarantee that we can at least escape unscathed. 9 Mountain Yin Lan looked at the confident Chu Zhou in a daze. Waves surged in his heart. She never expected Chu Zhou to not even be afraid of an elementary grade venerable. In her impression, venerables were terrifying figures like gods. They were far from what a world overlord could compare to. Chu Zhou actually dared to say that he wasn't afraid of a elementary grade venerable. Moreover, it seemed that what he said was completely true. This made her extremely shocked. This, is Lord Beigang's personal disciple? Is this the #1 prodigy of our human race? She was indescribably shocked as she thought about this. At the same time, her mentality was completely relaxed. If Chu Zhou wasn't lying, then, there was indeed no need for her to be nervous now. Suddenly, a glint flashed across her eyes. She said to Chu Zhou, Your Highness, with you around, I'm indeed relieved. However, since Your Highness is around, I want to ask Your Highness to escort me to the forbidden area of our 9 Mountains royal family again. There's an opportunity for me to become a venerable inside. Point 1. As long as I successfully become a venerable in the forbidden area, all my problems will be solved. Sure. Chu Zhou nodded. He was also very curious. What kind of opportunity could help 9 Mountain Yin Lan directly became a venerable? After making a decision, Chu Zhou and the others did not delay at all. They walked out of the ice mountain and boarded 9 Mountain Yin Lan's spaceship. They soared into the sky and flew out of 9 Mountain Planet. Not long after Chu Zhou and the others left, hundreds of silver birds and 2 figures appeared above the snow mountain. 9 Mountain Yin Lan has finally appeared. Chase. The forbidden area of the 9 Mountains royal family is not in the 9 Mountains planet, or even in the 9 Mountains Great Star region. It is in a vast and boundless void near the 9 Mountains Great Star region. In the spaceship, 9 Mountain Yin Lan told Chu Zhou and the others about the 9 Mountain royal family's forbidden area. In the void, Chu Kinga and Chu Yu were shocked. In the universe, other than the galaxies, star fields, and star zones that were filled with countless star realms, there was also an incomparably huge void space. Chapter 733, Forbidden World. 3. Or rather, the area of the void space was the largest. Generally speaking, between galaxies, between galaxies, between galaxies, between star regions, there were void spaces. The void between galaxies and star regions was generally not very large. However, the void between the star zones was vast, far larger than the star zones. There was almost nothing in the void, only endless darkness. Therefore, the void was also very dangerous. Even if a venerable entered it, they might lose their way and be lost forever. It was also because of this that Chu Kinga and Chu Yu were so shocked when they heard that the 9 Mountain royal family's forbidden ground was actually in the void space. Even Chu Zhou was slightly surprised. 9 Mountain Yin Lan said with a smile, the reason why you placed the forbidden area in the void is because the void is safe enough. The void space is vast and boundless. A forbidden area in the void space is like a grain of sand in the vast sea. Besides, other than a few creatures who accidentally got lost in the void, there are no other creatures in the void. Therefore, the probability of the forbidden area being discovered is minimal. Moreover, the forbidden area is constantly moving. This way, the probability of being discovered is even lower. Only by mastering a special method to contact the Forbidden Land can we accurately find the location of the Forbidden Land. When Chu Zhou and the others heard this, they secretly sighed at the 9 Mountains Cosmic Nations King's thorough consideration and brilliant methods. 10 days later, the ship suddenly left the dark universe and appeared in a dark void. We're here. 9 Mountain Yinlan brought Chu Zhou and the others out of the spaceship and stored it in his internal world. We're here. Chu Yu was confused. Great Elder, where is the forbidden area? Why don't I see it? That's right. Teacher, where is the forbidden area? Chu Kinga asked curiously. She looked around and saw nothing but darkness. Chu Zhou's figure moved and appeared 1,000 meters away. He stared at a fist-sized stone and observed it carefully. This stone looked like an ordinary stone on the surface and was not worth mentioning. However, he sensed an extremely weak spatial fluctuation from this stone. It was obvious that this was no ordinary stone. When Chu Kinga and Chu Yu saw Chu Zhou's actions, they immediately flew over and sized up the stone curiously. This stone looks like an ordinary stone. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Chu Yu mumbled. She really did not see anything special about this stone. Teacher, is this the forbidden area of your 9 Mountains royal family? Chu Kinga said in shock. It was just an ordinary stone. Who would have thought that it would be a forbidden area? Not to mention in this vast void, it was difficult to encounter this stone. Even if they encountered it, many people probably didn't take it to heart and directly ignored it. That's right. This stone is the forbidden ground of our 9 Mountains imperial family. 9 Mountain Yinlan flew over and nodded as he spoke. That's right. This stone is the forbidden ground of our 9 Mountains imperial family. 9 Mountain Yinlan flew over and nodded as he spoke. Chu Zhou smiled. I'm proficient in the Dao of space. Although this stone looks ordinary, it emits a faint spatial fluctuation. This is clearly not an ordinary stone. Spatial ability. It's really profound. 9 Mountain Yinlan exclaimed. Then, she made mysterious hand seals towards the stone in front of her. 9 Mountain Yinlan's speed was very fast. In just a moment, hundreds of thousands of hand seals were imprinted on the stone. Gradually, countless mysterious universe engravings appeared on the surface of the stone. Finally, a spatial vortex appeared on the surface of the stone. Through the spatial vortex, Chu Zhou and the others immediately saw a strange world with countless mountains floating inside. The forbidden area has opened. Let's go in. 9 Mountain Yinlan said excitedly and rushed in first. Chu Zhou and the others followed. In an instant, Chu Zhou and the others appeared in a world with countless mountains floating. Ha ha ha, 9 Mountain Yinlan, thank you for leading me into the royal family's forbidden land. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the entrance of the forbidden area. 9 Mountain Yinlan, Chu Kinga and Chu Yu's expressions changed. They immediately looked up at the entrance of the sky. Instantly, countless silver birds appeared in their line of sight, covering the entire sky. In the center of the countless silver birds, there were 2 figures. A dignified middle-aged man. There was also a handsome young man. Prince Yan Ri and Prince Mosi from the Ming Luo cosmic nation. Chu Yu exclaimed. 9 Mountain Yan Ri. As the number 2 figure in the 9 Mountains cosmic nation, Chu Yu, who had lived in the capital for many years, had naturally seen him before. As the ambassador of Ming Luo cosmic nation in the 9 Mountains cosmic nation, Prince Mosi was also a prominent figure in the imperial capital. Chu Yu had also seen him many times when she followed him to attend some high-end cocktail parties in the imperial capital. She did not expect these 2 people to secretly follow her here. 9 Mountain Yan Ri. You were the one who ambushed me that day, right? 9 Mountain Yinlan looked coldly at 9 Mountain Yan Ri. It's me. 9 Mountain Yan Ri admitted frankly. He looked down indifferently at 9 Mountain Yinlan and said in a gloomy tone. The king is too unfair. I'm clearly the one who has been working hard for the 9 Mountains cosmic nation, but he gave you the opportunity to advance to the venerable realm. Chapter 734, Forbidden World. 4. On what grounds? An extremely sharp light suddenly shot out from his eyes. He opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and grabbed fiercely. But, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll snatch it myself. I must get what I want. Crackpot. 9 Mountain Yinlan said coldly, don't tell me you don't know that the concentration of my bloodline is higher than yours, and the success rate of accepting this opportunity is higher. Is it because of this that the king gave me this opportunity? 9 Mountain Yan Ri's expression turned cold. I don't care what the reason is. What belongs to me will definitely be mine. You're crazy. Not only did you go against the king's decision, you even ambushed your own people. Nine Mountain Yinlan was filled with killing intent. Furthermore, you actually cooperated with an outsider. You're a traitor, do you know that? Nine Mountain Yanri did not say anything else. When he looked at Nine Mountain Yinlan, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. After Prince Mosi entered the Forbidden World, his gaze was fixed on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had left a deep impression on him that day. He had almost died at Chu Zhou's hands. Chu Zhou raised his head and looked at Nine Mountain Yanri and Prince Mosi. His gaze was very calm from the beginning to the end. Senior, bring my aunt and sister to obtain your fortuitous opportunity. Leave these two to me. He spoke to Nine Mountain Yinlan in a relaxed and calm tone. Then I'll leave them to you. Nine Mountain Yinlan took a deep breath. Then, he immediately brought Chu Kinga and Chu Yu and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the center of the Forbidden World. Where are you going? When Nine Mountain Yinri saw that Nine Mountain Yinlan wanted to go and obtain opportunities, how could he agree? His gaze turned cold and instantly turned into a black ray of light that pierced through the void and chased after Nine Mountain Yinlan. However, he had only flown less than 100 meters when Chu Zhou silently appeared in front of him. Boom! Chu Zhou kicked Nine Mountain Yanri heavily. Under this kick, it was as if the world was about to collapse. Endless power erupted, and the void distorted layer by layer. Nine Mountain Yanri seemed to have seen a terrifying huge foot that had broken through the 3,000 worlds kicking over. His scalp went numb and he instinctively felt a huge crisis. His expression changed. He immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest. A large amount of heavy black energy surged out of his body and condensed into a huge black shield in front of him. Boom! Almost instantly, the mountain-like black shield was shattered by a kick. That foot continued to kick Nine Mountain Yanri's body, directly shattering his body into countless pieces. Nine Mountain Yanri was not dead. His countless fragments quickly reassembled and condensed his body again. However, the way he looked at Chu Zhou had completely changed. It became extremely heavy. I told you, he's dangerous. I told you to be careful of him, but you didn't believe me. Prince Mosi flew to Nine Mountain Yanri's side and said faintly. Nine Mountain Yanri ignored Prince Mosi's words and glared at Chu Zhou. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the internal affairs of our Nine Mountains royal family? Chu Zhou looked at Ninth Mountain Yanri indifferently and said calmly, you should never have attacked my aunt and sister. Today, your only outcome is death. Hearing Chu Zhou's words, Nine Mountain Yanri and Prince Mosi were shocked. They did not expect that this mysterious and powerful young man in front of them was actually Chu Kinga and Chu Yu's relative. Chu Zhou's words made them very angry. He actually wanted them to die. Hehe, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Nine Mountain Yanri's gaze was deep. With a wave of his hand, the densely packed silver birds in the sky immediately rushed towards Chu Zhou and attacked him. At the same time, a black flame suddenly surged out of Prince Mosi's body. A terrifying pressure that was above that of a world overlord spread out from his body. Chu Zhou did not take it to heart about those silver birds, but the power that suddenly surged from Prince Mosi's body made his heart skip a beat. The power of a venerable. He stared at Prince Mosi's figure with a thoughtful expression. On the other side, Nine Mountain Yinlan brought Chu Kinga and Chu Yu to a high mountain in the air. At the top of this suspended mountain, there was a huge round platform. In the center of the round platform, there was a dignified figure in a black dragon robe sitting with his eyes closed. Chapter 735, Venerable Avatar. 1. Nine Mountain Imperial Family Forbidden Ground. The densely packed silver birds swooped down on Chu Zhou. Moreover, every silver bird shot out terrifying laser beams. At this moment, the entire void erupted. The vast energy fluctuations caused the entire Forbidden World to tremble. Facing such an attack, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. How can a fluorescent worm dare to compete with the sun and moon? Chu Zhou sneered. Suddenly, 9 huge black holes appeared around him. All the laser beams that pierced through were devoured by the 9 black holes. Spatial imprisonment. He spat out and it was as if he was a supreme god who spoke the constitution of the heavens and followed the laws. In an instant, the silver birds that covered the sky like countless locusts were all imprisoned in the void. Space collapse. Chu Zhou said again. In an instant, the space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers collapsed. A pitch-black spatial crack that was like a spider web instantly filled the entire sky. Then, the entire sky exploded into countless fragments like a mirror. Countless imprisoned silver birds were first torn apart by the dense spatial cracks, then shattered into countless fragments in the collapse of space. Law of space. Whether it was Nine Mountain Yan Ri or Prince Mosi, their pupils instantly constricted when they saw Chu Zhou activate the law of space. There aren't many humans who master the law of space. Who is he? Nine Mountain Yan Ri's gaze was fixed on Chu Zhou's figure. His mind worked crazily as names kept appearing in his mind. These names were all known to him. They were experts with relatively high attainments in space among humans. Suddenly, his attention was fixed on the name Chu Zhou. It was as if lightning had flashed through his mind. In an instant, he recalled a lot of information about Chu Zhou. You're Chu Zhou. Nine Mountain Yan Ri suddenly blurted out. A look of deep shock appeared on his face. He finally knew the identity of this powerful and mysterious young man in front of him. He finally understood why this young man in front of him was so strong. Even he, who was half a step into the Universe Lord realm, had to withstand a casual kick from him. What? He's the number one prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou. Prince Mosi also looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock. Of course, he had heard of the name Chu Zhou. It could even be said that it was like a thunderclap in his ears. However, in the past, he felt that Chu Zhou was too far away from him, so he did not understand him in depth. This was very normal. There were too many humans, and there were also too many experts among them. Many people only paid attention to the celebrities around them. Even if they had heard of celebrities who were too far away, they would not delve into them. Similarly, on Earth, many people only paid attention to their own celebrities and did not know anything about foreign international celebrities. Even if they occasionally heard the other party's name, they did not know who the other party was when they met. Nine Mountain Yan Ri and Prince Mosi were the same. They had heard of Chu Zhou's name, but they did not know him well and had never seen his photo. Hence, when she met Chu Zhou, she didn't even know who he was. They only suddenly thought of Chu Zhou's identity at this moment, when Chu Zhou exposed his spatial ability. After knowing Chu Zhou's identity, Nine Mountain Yan Ri and Prince Mosi's expressions turned extremely ugly. They did not expect that Chu Kinga and Chu Yu, two nobodies that they did not take seriously, actually had Chu Zhou, the number one prodigy of humanity, behind them. They naturally knew the weight of the number one prodigy of humanity. Looks like you already know my identity. So, what are you going to do now? Chu Zhou looked at Nine Mountain Yan Ri and Prince Mosi playfully. Chu Zhou, this is an internal matter of our Nine Mountains royal family. Do you really want to interfere? Nine Mountain Yan Ri looked at Chu Zhou with a livid expression. To be honest, if possible, he really didn't want to be Chu Zhou's enemy. Not to mention Chu Zhou's strength, Chu Zhou's background was enough to make him wary. Not only were they core members of the Mirror Universe Company, but more importantly, they were King Beigang's personal disciples. These two identities made him deeply afraid. However, the opportunity in the Forbidden World might be his only chance to become a venerable. At the thought of this, his gaze on Chu Zhou turned cold. I don't care who you are. Anyone who stands in my way shall die. Nine Mountain Yan Ri thought. The next moment, silver birds flew over and wrapped around his body. Many silver birds formed a silver-white iron ball dozens of kilometers in diameter. Then, all the silver birds suddenly began to melt and fuse together. A moment later, a 100-meter-tall silver-white metallic figure appeared in the void. Its appearance was exactly the same as Nine Mountain Yan Ri. A storm of energy that far surpassed that of normal transcendent world overlords swept out from the silver-white metal giant. Many of the surrounding floating mountains were minced. Interesting, I didn't expect these silver birds to be able to fuse with the human body and increase the strength of a martial artist. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He could clearly sense that Nine Mountain Yan Ri was several times stronger than before. On the other side, a large amount of ink-like dark energy surged out from Prince Mosi's body. Chapter 736, Venerable Avatar. 2. Boundless dark power condensed into an enormous figure behind him. Heavy, cold, and domineering pressure spread out from the huge dark figure. Layers of the void were crushed. So what if you're the number one prodigy of humanity? Those who stop me will die. The metal giant that Nine Mountain Yan Ri had transformed into let out a long roar and charged towards Chu Zhou. Rings of grey energy ripples spread out from his body. Wherever it passed, layers of void collapsed. Almost at the same time, the huge dark shadow rays behind Prince Mosi suddenly stretched out a huge dark hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked at the metal giant that was charging over and the huge dark hand that was grabbing over. His expression was very calm. His hands suddenly drew two mysterious trajectories in the void. In an instant, the power on his body surged wildly. Unknowingly, the power of the law of space, the law of gravity, and the law of repulsion gathered crazily in his hands. Boom! Boom! Two resplendent palm prints blasted out from his hands. Almost instantly, the metal giant that charged over was blasted through by a palm print and fell to the earth like a meteor. Silver-white liquid metal and rolling blood gushed out crazily from the huge hole in the metal giant's chest. Almost at the same time, the other palm print also directly shattered the huge black hand that was grabbing over. After that, the remaining force bombarded the huge black shadow behind Prince Mosi. The huge black shadow instantly dimmed a lot. How? How is this possible? 9 Mountain Yan Ri struggled to stand up from a pool of silver liquid. He looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock, as if he did not feel a huge bloody hole in his chest at all. He was half-step into the venerable realm. Furthermore, he had fused with many silver birds just now, and his strength had increased several times. With such strength, he had always thought that no one could do anything to him except venerables. However, he did not expect to lose so badly. He was actually severely injured by Chu Zhou in one move. Even the power of the ancestor can't do anything to him. This doesn't make sense. Prince Mosi looked at Chu Zhou as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What he used just now was the power of a true venerable. He was actually defeated by a world overlord like Chu Zhou. This was unbelievable. It seems like that's all you can do. As Chu Zhou spoke indifferently, his figure suddenly appeared in front of 9 Mountain Yan Ri. His right hand unceremoniously slapped 9 Mountain Yan Ri's head. 9 Mountain Yan Ri's head exploded like a watermelon with a bang. Blood splattered everywhere. A black hole appeared and quickly devoured 9 Mountain Yan Ri's corpse. When Prince Mosi saw Chu Zhou easily kill 9 Mountain Yan Ri, he was scared out of his wits. After Chu Zhou killed 9 Mountain Yan Ri, he suddenly appeared in front of Prince Mosi and slapped him heavily. Prince Mosi looked at the palm that was coming at him heavily. Dead soul big cat! Ancestor, save me! He shouted in fear. In an instant, the huge black shadow floating behind him instantly shrunk and turned into a black-robed old man who looked similar to Prince Mosi. How dare you! The black-robed old man shouted coldly and struck out with his palm at lightning speed. The two palms collided in the void. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, a terrifying illuminate swept across the entire Forbidden World. The entire Forbidden World shook violently, and countless cracks appeared. Pieces of earth that were dozens of kilometers long flipped over with a bang. Countless floating mountains in the sky collapsed one after another. The entire Forbidden World seemed to be the descent of the doomsday calamity. Venerable! Chu Zhou stood in the dust that filled the sky. His gaze pierced through the rolling dust and looked at the black-robed old man opposite him with a solemn expression. The black-robed old man looked ordinary, but he gave Chu Zhou an extremely dangerous feeling. He had no choice but to be on high alert. Chu Zhou was confident that he was already invincible among world overlords. However, this black-robed old man made him feel a huge threat. He concluded that the black-robed old man was a venerable. As expected of King Beigang's disciple. Your eyesight is not bad. The black-robed old man said indifferently as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chu Zhou frowned when he heard this. Teacher was a pinnacle marquis of the human race, and he was once the #1 marquis of the human race. His reputation and status among the humans were not inferior to some universe overlords. All the venerables he had met in the past, whether they were from the Mirror Virtual Universe Company or not, would basically address their teacher as Lord Beikang. However, this black-robed old man in front of him directly called his teacher King Beikang. Moreover, his tone was not kind. This made Chu Zhou feel that something was wrong with the black-robed old man. How should I address you, sir? Chu Zhou asked. There's no harm in telling you. I'm the king of the Ming Luo cosmic nation, Venerable Ming Luo. The black-robed old man stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and said coldly. Disciple of King Beikang. Your identity and background can deter other venerables, but it's useless against me. I'll give you a chance to live. Get out of this forbidden world immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. You're the one who should get lost. Chu Zhou sneered. He suddenly summoned a black book and charged at the black-robed old man. Chapter 737, Venerable Avatar. 3. That black book was the Book of Souls he had obtained from the Black Mountain secret realm. At this moment, under Chu Zhou's full power, black nomological chains appeared on the surface of the Book of Souls. Soul Storm, Soul Mist, Soul Extinguishing Arrow, Netherworld Spear, Soul Vortex, Soul Millstone, Soul Lightning, and other nomological profounds erupted. Dense soul attacks whistled towards the black-robed old man. A venerable weapon? Hehe, do you think you can defeat me with just a venerable weapon? The black-robed old man sneered. He pointed at the various soul attacks that whistled over. In an instant, a vast power of laws surged out of his body. This power of laws was filled with vitality and endless death. Rumble. The densely packed soul attacks were almost annihilated by the black-robed old man's finger. However, just as the black-robed old man annihilated many soul attacks, a mighty blood moon suddenly descended from behind the black-robed venerable. The vast blood-red light illuminated the entire forbidden world in a bloody red color. In the huge blood moon, there was a ferocious and strange creature floating. That strange creature was as red as blood and had the head of a bat. It had the body and limbs of a wild beast and a pair of blood-colored wings covered in scales. In particular, its pair of blood-colored eyes seemed to be filled with an endless desire for blood, making one shudder. As that strange living being descended, the entire forbidden world collapsed. A terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end swept through heaven and earth. And this strange creature was Chu Zhou's strongest soul slave, the Red God. This was also the first time he had summoned Red God to deal with an enemy. A universe lord. The black-robed Eider's expression changed drastically when he saw the descending Red God. Before he could think further, Red God had already arrived in front of him like a bolt of blood lightning. A ferocious claw covered in scales grabbed fiercely at the black-robed old man's head. The black-robed old man was furious. He activated a vast nomological power in his right hand and clashed with Red God's sharp claws. Boom! An illuminate that was much more terrifying than before instantly swept through the entire forbidden world. In an instant, the entire forbidden world collapsed and a storm swept over. The entire forbidden world seemed to be about to collapse. After the black-robed elder exchanged blows with Red God, his expression turned ugly. After the black-robed elder exchanged blows with Red God, his expression turned ugly. Correspondingly, half of Red God's body had been shattered by him, and he still had a blood wing. Both sides suffered heavy losses. So, it's just a puppet. The black-robed elder looked at Red God with a gloomy gaze. After exchanging just one move, he immediately realized that Red God was a puppet. However, his expression was still ugly. Even though Red God was a puppet, he was still severely injured by Red God's attack just now. Damn it! If my main body was here, why would I allow a puppet like you to show off? As the black-robed old man thought of this, his gaze was vicious and ferocious. At this moment, a corner of a huge world suddenly appeared in the void behind him. In that world, there was an incomparably huge ferocious battleship floating. At this moment, the main cannon of the ferocious battleship was emitting a resplendent light like the sun. Chu Zhou, how dare you! When the black-robed old man noticed the battleship, it was already too late to dodge. Boom! A terrifying beam of light that seemed to tear apart the universe instantly struck the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was already severely injured. Under this endless dazzling cannon, he was directly reduced to ashes. Before turning into ashes, he looked in the opposite direction of Chu Zhou with extreme disgust. Not only the black-robed old man, even Prince Mosi had turned into cosmic dust in that bright beam of light. After that beam of light blasted the black-robed old man and Prince Mosi into ashes, it did not stop there. It directly blasted a huge hole in the sky of the forbidden world. The beam of light passed through the hole and shot into the vast void. Chapter 738, Nomological Divine Fragment 1. Chu Zhou looked at the black-robed old man who had been blasted into ashes. With a thought, the space in front of him immediately disintegrated layer by layer. In the depths of the layers of space, a vast spatial turbulence appeared. After a world overlord level expert died, if their corpse and soul were destroyed, their internal world would disintegrate at the same time and fuse into the spatial turbulence. I hope I can gain something. Chu Zhou condensed a pair of huge energy hands and rescued them in the spatial turbulence. A moment later, he retracted his hands. A great token appeared in his right hand. A majestic palace was carved in the center of the great token. Apart from that, there was also the word Saint on the token. What token is this? Chu Zhou carefully looked at the great token in front of him and realized that there were mysterious and complicated cosmic engravings on it. His intuition told him that this great token was not simple. His consciousness immediately connected to the Mirror Universe network and asked Deep Blue to scan the great token. He uploaded the information of the great token to the Mirror Universe network and searched for the information of the great token. "I'm sorry, your authorization level is not high enough to check." Chu Zhou was stunned when he saw this notification. "What's going on? You actually don't have enough authority to search for information on the Mirror Universe network." This was the first time Chu Zhou had encountered such a situation after using the Mirror Universe network for so long. This surprised him greatly. He immediately entered the Mirror Universe network. Does the Mirror Universe network have an authorization level? Existence. The authority level of the Mirror Universe network is divided into 8 levels. The higher the level, the higher the authority to investigate. Level 1 to 3 authority was the level of authority granted to foreign races that were allied with humans. The better the relationship with humans, the higher the level of authority granted, and the highest level was level 3. Level 4 authority was the authority of ordinary humans to World Overlord realm humans. Apart from a very small amount of top secret information, level 4 authority could basically check all information. Level 5 authority was the authority of a human universe lord. Level 6 authority was the authority of the human universe nobility. Level 7 authority was the authority of a human universe overlord. Level 8 authority is the authority of the human universe saint. It turns out that the authority I've always had is level 4. Chu Zhou thought to himself as he looked at the great token in his hand. He knew he was right. This great token was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have needed higher authority to search for its information. With a thought, he put away the great token. He decided to ask his teacher about the origin of the great token after he was done with the matters here. In the next moment, his body disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of a huge floating mountain. "Big brother, where are those two?" Seeing Chu Zhou appear, Chu Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. The battle between Chu Zhou, 9 Mountain Yan Ri, and the others just now were too shocking. It was as if the entire forbidden world was about to collapse. Even though she knew that her big brother was the #1 prodigy of humanity, she could not help but worry. Now that she saw Chu Zhou safe and sound, she was finally relieved. "Those two? They're dead," Chu Zhou said casually. "Other than 9 Mountain Yan Ri and Prince Mosi, I also sensed the presence of a third person. Furthermore, the third person is terrifyingly powerful." "Who is he?" "Other than 9 Mountain Yan Ri and Prince Mosi, I also sensed the presence of a third person. Furthermore, the third person is terrifyingly powerful." "Who is he?" "He's a clone of Venerable Ming Luo," Chu Zhou said calmly. "He's the Venerable hiding behind Prince Mosi. However, he's been destroyed now." "A Venerable's clone? And they were wiped out?" Chu Qingge and Chu Yu were so shocked that they were speechless. They knew that Chu Zhou was very strong. Therefore, he was not surprised when he found out that Chu Zhou had killed 9 Mountain Yan Ri and Prince Mosi. This was the dignity of the #1 prodigy of humanity. However, when they heard that Chu Zhou had destroyed the Venerable's clone, they could no longer remain calm. Even though he didn't know much about Venerables, he also knew that Venerables and World Overlords were creatures from completely different dimensions. Under normal circumstances, even a Venerable's clone was enough to defeat all the World Overlords. However, Chu Zhou, a World Overlord, killed a Venerable clone. This was too shocking. At this moment, Chu Zhou looked at the two figures sitting opposite each other on the platform. The majestic figure in the Black Dragon Imperial robe was quickly dimming. Then, it suddenly turned into a huge torrent and fused into 9 Mountain Yin Lan's body. 9 Mountain Yin Lan's aura was rising steadily. Soon, he surpassed the World Overlord realm. Buzz! Suddenly, an incomparably vast and soul-shaking power descended, enveloping 9 Mountain Yin Lan's body. This power distorted the space around 9 Mountain Yin Lan. It seemed to have isolated 9 Mountain Yin Lan from the other regions. 9 Mountain Yin Lan's entire body was suspended in the air. This is the law of the universe. Chu Zhou and the others sensed the incomparably ancient, sublime, and vast nomological power from 9 Mountain Yin Lan. Teacher is going to become a universe lord. Chu Qingge was delighted. Chu Zhou stared at 9 Mountain Yin Lan, preparing to record the entire process of 9 Mountain Yin Lan becomes a universe lord in preparation for his future ascension to the universe lord realm. At this moment, a large amount of black nomological power surged out from the surrounding void and poured into 9 Mountain Yin Lan's body. Chapter 739, Noinological Divine Fragment. 2. Countless floating mountains in the entire Forbidden World also flew towards 9 Mountain Yin Lan's location and revolved around the mountain peak where 9 Mountain Yin Lan was. Countless noinological threads suddenly appeared above 9 Mountain Yin Lan's head, and they intertwined crazily. A large amount of black noinological power condensed into dense black symbols and fused into the noinological threads. A moment later, all the nomological threads and black symbols disappeared. In the void of space, a mysterious black crystal appeared. This mysterious black crystal emitted a vast and majestic aura. It was as if it was a combination of Dao and Logos, and it emitted a terrifying pressure that crushed time and space. Nomological divinity, is this a nomological divinity? Chu Zhou stared at the black crystal and his breathing quickened slightly. Teacher succeeded. That's great. The Great Elder has become a venerable. When Chu Kinga and Chu Yu saw Rhe nomological godhood above 9 Mountain Yin Lan's head, they were overjoyed. At this moment, the nomological godhood slowly descended and fused into 9 Mountain Yin Lan's glabella. Boom! The aura on 9 Mountain Yin Lan's body instantly jumped to a huge level, as if he had gone from a little white rabbit to a fierce tiger. A vast, majestic, noble, and ancient aura emanated from her body. She was like an ancient true god that had descended to the mortal world. The cosmic origin power of the entire Forbidden World boiled. Chu Zhou immediately sensed that the threat that 9 Mountain Yin Lan posed to him was increasing. As expected, venerables and world overlords are completely different dimensional creatures. Before 9 Mountain Yin Lan advanced, I could easily kill her with one finger. Before 9 Mountain Yin Lan advanced, I could easily kill her with one finger. This is a venerable. It's completely incomparable to Venerable Ming Luo's clone. Chu Zhou sensed the huge threat coming from 9 Mountain Yin Lan and could nor help but exclaim in his heart. Swoosh! At this moment, 9 Mountain Yin Lan suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if 2 dark lightning bolts flashed across his eyes, and the light in the entire forbidden area dimmed for a moment. She stood up with a smile and said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, thank you. This time, if you hadn't stopped 9 Mountain Yan Hai, Prince Mosi, and Venerable Ming Luo's clone, I wouldn't have had the chance to inherit the legacy of my ancestor, nor would I have had the chance to successfully become a venerable. Senior, you're too polite. Chu Zhou said in surprise. Senior, can advancing to the venerable realm be achieved by inheriting the power of other venerables? Seeing the scene just now, he basically knew what all of 9 Mountain Yin Lan's opportunities were. If he didn't guess wrongly, that black dragon-robed figure was the 9 Mountains Universe Country's king, and also the ancestor of the 9 Mountains royal family. The figure in the black dragon imperial robe had transformed into an incomparably vast power and fused into 9 Mountain Yin Lan's body. In that case, 9 Mountains? Yin Lan's so-called fortuitous opportunity was clearly to inherit everything of the 9 Mountains cosmic nation's king. 9 Mountain Yin Lan had a good impression of Chu Zhou, so he didn't hide it. Of course, it's nor that simple to become a venerable. I successfully became a venerable this time because I was just one step away from becoming a venerable. With the help of my ancestor, I took Rhe last step. Of course, Rhe reason why I was able to merge with the old ancestor's power so smoothly was partly because my bloodline was relatively pure and was extremely similar to the old ancestor's bloodline. On Rhe other hand, it was also because the law I cultivated was the same law as the law the old ancestor cultivated. All these factors combined allowed me to successfully advance to the venerable realm. Other people, if they want to become venerables through this method, the probability of failure is very high. I see, Chu Zhou nodded in understanding. This was normal. If he inherited or devoured the power of other venerables, he could become a venerable. Then it would be too easy to become a venerable. He only needed to find a venerable corpse and devour and fuse the power. Obviously, this was unrealistic. Teacher. The figure in the black dragon imperial robe just now is Rhe king. At this moment, Chu Kinga asked. 9 Mountain Yin Lan nodded sadly and revealed a secret. Actually, our ancestor suffered a serious injury that was difficult to recover from tens of millions of years ago. After that, he kept it a secret and continued to intimidate Rhe enemies of the 9 Mountains cosmic nation. It wasn't until millions of years ago that my ancestor's injuries became worse and worse. He couldn't take it anymore, so he came to this forbidden area to cultivate in seclusion and prepared to infuse all his power and law comprehension into me to help me become a venerable. However, I hadn't reached the limit of the World Overlord realm at that time, so I wasn't in a hurry to accept RHE inheritance of the ancestor. 11. 9 Mountain Yan Ri also knew about the ancestor's situation and final instructions. The ancestor hoped that he could assist me in governing the 9 Mountains cosmic nation in the future. However, it was obvious that he was unwilling to accept it, which led to what happened next. When Chu Zhou and the others heard this, they finally understood why 9 Mountain Yan Ri attacked 9 Mountain Yin Lan. When Chu Zhou and the others heard this, they finally understood why 9 Mountain Yan Ri attacked 9 Mountain Yin Lan. That's probably why they're here. Chu Zhou exclaimed curiously. As 9 Mountain Yin Lan spoke, he opened his palm and revealed a fragment of divinity. Chapter 740, Nomological Spike Fragment. 3. Chu Zhou and the others immediately felt a pressure that was much stronger than the divine spark that 9 Mountain Yin Lan had just condensed. Could this be a fragment of Universe Nobility's divinity? Chu Zhou asked in shock. Yes. According to the information left behind by our ancestor, this is not only a Universe Nobility's divine persona fragment, it is also a high-level one. The 9 Mountain Yin Lan lamented. No wonder Venerable Ming Luo sent his clone here. Chu Zhou stared at the divine spark fragment and said. He probably found out from somewhere that your ancestor had a fragment of a high-level noble's divinity, but he wasn't sure if your ancestor was really dead, so he asked Prince Mosi to come and probe and sent a clone over. My deduction is the same. 9 Mountain Yin Lan nodded slightly and agreed with Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou stared at the divine persona fragment in 9 Mountain Yin Lan's hand with a burning gaze. The divine fragment contained a portion of the laws and power comprehended by a high-level noble. Its value was immeasurable. Not to mention Venerable Ming Luo, even he was tempted. At this moment, 9 Mountain Yin Lan suddenly pushed his palm and sent the half-black and half-white fragment of divinity to Chu Zhou. Senior, what are you? Chu Zhou looked at the divine spark fragment in front of him, his heart racing. When 9 Mountain Yin Lan saw Chu Zhou's expression, he smiled. This time, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to become a venerable at all. I might have even died at the hands of 9 Mountain Yan Ri and the others. You've helped me a lot. You deserve this piece of Godhead fragment. This, if it was someone else who gave it to him, Chu Zhou would definitely accept it without hesitation. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such an advantage. However, 9 Mountain Yin Lan was her aunt's teacher and treated her sister very well. He didn't want to ask for favors in return. Chu Zhou, accept it. When 9 Mountain Yin Lan saw Chu Zhou's hesitation, a trace of gratification and admiration flashed across his eyes. The laws contained in this fragment are different from the laws I cultivate. I don't have the talent or energy to cultivate another law. It's no longer of much use to me. It might be of great use to you. Just accept it. Chu Zhou, since teacher has already said so, you don't have to stand on ceremony. Chu Kinga could tell that Chu Zhou really wanted this divine persona fragment. Coupled with the fact that her teacher was willing to give it to him, she also persuaded him. Big brother, if you think this gift is too heavy, then when you become a venerable in the future, just help the 9 Mountains cosmic nation more. Chu Yu was also a smart person. After realizing that this divine persona fragment might be very useful to her big brother, she immediately persuaded Chu Zhou to accept it. When 9 Mountain Yin Lan heard Chu Yu's words, a glint flashed across his eyes. She knew that Chu Zhou's future achievement was far from just becoming a venerable. It was very likely that he would become a noble or even a universe overlord. If Chu Zhou rose in the future and was still willing to take care of the 9 Mountains cosmic nation, it would be too beneficial to the 9 Mountains cosmic nation. When Chu Zhou heard 9 Mountain Yin Lan and the other two said this, he smiled and no longer stood on ceremony. All right, I'll accept it. Excited, he kept the fragment into his internal world. It's time to return to the capital. Chu Zhou and the others quickly returned to the capital of the 9 Mountains cosmic nation. After 9 Mountain Yin Lan returned to the capital, under the shocked gazes of countless people, he displayed the power of a universe lord. After that, she announced the death of the previous king, as well as 9 Mountain Yan Ri, and announced that she would be the successor king. The entire imperial capital was in an uproar. However, no one stopped Yin Lan from becoming the new king. The power of a venerable was enough for everything in the 9 Mountains cosmic nation. Furthermore, 9 Mountain Yin Lan was a core member of the royal family of the 9 Mountains cosmic nation. She had become a venerable. With the death of the previous king, it was perfectly justifiable for her to become the new king. After 9 Mountain Yin Lan became the king, he immediately granted Chu Zhou the title of the King of the Nine Mountain Cosmic Nation. Chu Zhou didn't care much about the position of the Prince of the Nine Mountains Cosmic Nation. However, considering his aunt and sister's relationship with Nine Mountain Yin Lan, and the fact that they would probably have to cultivate in the Nine Mountain Passage for a long time in the future, if he became the Prince of the Nine Mountain Cosmic Nation, he would be able to protect them. Thus, he did not object and accepted Nine Mountain Yin Lan's pardon. In a villa in the Nine Mountains dojo, Chu Zhou focused all his attention on the divine persona fragment floating in front of him. He sensed the aura of the life and death laws diffusing from it and fell into deep thought. My main body is focused on comprehending the five elements law now. In the future, my main body will also cultivate the law of reincarnation. Then, this clone of mine should choose a path suitable for my clone. Yes, after my main body becomes a venerable, I will focus on comprehending the law of life and death. He thought to himself. In the chaos mystic realm, Chu Zhou's main body received a message from his avatar. His expression immediately changed. Originally, I only sent a clone to visit my aunt and sister to see how they were doing. I didn't expect to actually obtain a fragment of divinity. This is really an unexpected huge gain. As Chu Zhou thought about this, he thought of his clone's cultivation plan and immediately sent a message to his clone. He told his clone not to care about the five elements and focus on comprehending the life and death laws contained in the divine spark fragment. I've already reached the beginner realm of the five elements. I'm only lacking attribute points now. With this thought in mind, he decided to apply to his teacher to go to the 10,000 races battlefield to train. As long as he reached the 10,000 races battlefield, he could harvest attribute points wantonly. However, there's one more thing I need to do before heading to the 10,000 race battlefield. Chu Zhou stood up and walked out of the cultivation room. He had not cleared the heaven-reaching pagoda, the myriad form stairway, the instant maze, and the purgatory altar. When he became a venerable in the future, it wouldn't be suitable for him to break through. He might as well experience it before he became a venerable, in case he had any regrets in the future. Chapter 741, Breaking the Record, Chaos Crystal. 1. The Emperor Xi Plane, Purgatory Altar. Chu Zhou, you've already cultivated a Chaos Dharma body, yet you still came to the Purgatory Altar to test the strength of your divine body. Isn't this too much of a bully? How are the others on the Purgatory rankings supposed to live? Zhou Yu teased Chu Zhou while defending the people on the Purgatory rankings. I didn't come to the Purgatory Altar to compete with anyone. I just wanted to test the strength of my divine body. Chu Zhou said calmly. I'm afraid the others don't think so. Bing Selen smiled and said, I'm afraid, they all think that they're here to clear the rankings. This is for sure. Xi Liujin said. Chu Zhou stood on the crimson ground. Waves of heat surged towards him. He saw volcanoes spewing thick smoke and lava. On the ground, lava rivers flowed everywhere. At this moment, many core members who were cultivating in the Purgatory mystic realm also saw Chu Zhou and the others. It's Chu Zhou. He's here. Is he here to test his divine body? It's said that he has cultivated the most powerful divine body technique, Chaos Dharma Body, recorded by our Mirror Universe Corporation. If he challenges the Purgatory Altar, I reckon that his ranking on the Purgatory rankings will surpass Li Lei's. Many core members looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock and disgust. Chu Zhou, you're here. A thunderous sound came from the sky, and a figure the size of a small mountain descended. The boorish man is here. Xi Liujin stammered. Xi Liujin, how dare you call me a boor, I think you're asking for a beating. Li Lei glared at Xi Liujin and waved his fist at him. Hee, who deserves a beating? We'll only know after we fight. Xi Liujin chuckled and glanced at Li Lei with his perverted peach blossom eyes, eager to give it a try. In the reincarnation trial, he had followed Chu Zhou and obtained a large number of opportunities. During this period of time, he had digested a portion of those opportunities and his strength had increased explosively. He felt that he now had enough strength to compete with Li Lei. Hence, she did not take it to heart about Li Lei's threat. Instead, she wanted to use Li Lei to test her combat ability. Li Lei saw that Xi Liujin, who had always been afraid of him, actually dared to provoke him. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. However, he was more concerned about Chu Zhou now and was not interested in Xi Liujin for the time being. Chu Zhou, are you here for the Purgatory rankings? He looked at Chu Zhou and asked. I'm not interested in the rankings, I just want to experience the purgatory altar and other items before I become a venerable, in case I have any regrets in the future. Chu Zhou chuckled. Li Lei was speechless. Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, and Xi Liujin were dumbfounded. They had never seen someone as confident as Chu Zhou. Going from a world overlord to a venerable was an incomparably huge life transition. There was also an insurmountable chasm. No matter how stunning a genius was, he couldn't guarantee that he would definitely become a venerable. In history, countless monstrous geniuses in the universe were unable to cross the chasm in the end. They could only be a world overlord for the rest of their lives and die of depression. Chu Zhou was clearly overly confident. It was not enough. Whether it was Li Lei or the three of them, they were actually looking forward to Chu Zhou's achievements in the purgatory altar. Chu Zhou's performance in the reincarnation trial was too stunning. They wanted to know how many levels Chu Zhou could clear in the purgatory altar. Chu Zhou, this is the purgatory altar. Li Lei brought Chu Zhou to a red altar surrounded by flames. As long as you stand on the altar will automatically read your identity information and teleport you to the first level purgatory space. Every time you pass through the first level of the purgatory space, you will automatically be teleported to the next level. There are a total of 32 levels in the purgatory space. He briefly introduced the rules of the purgatory altar to Chu Zhou. After Chu Zhou heard this, he flew straight into the purgatory altar. At this moment, a red ray of light scanned down his body from above. Chu Zhou, core member of the chaotic mystic realm, identity confirmed. An electronic voice sounded in the void of space. The next moment, on the purgatory altar, the cosmic engravings outlined by flames shone brightly. Chu Zhou's figure instantly disappeared. Boorish man, you, how many levels do you think Chu Zhou can clear? Xi Liujin flew up to Li Lei's shoulder and patted him on the shoulder. Li Lei glanced at Xi Liujin and said calmly, I don't know about that. But, I know that he will definitely surpass me. The highest record on the purgatory rankings is 30 levels. This was set by Caged Dragon Master, one of the level 6 universe overlords of our Mirror Universe Corporation. Chu Zhou has now cultivated the Chaos Dharma body. I want to know if he can break the record of the Lord of the Caged Dragon. His eyes revealed a trace of anticipation as he spoke. When Zhou Yu and the other two heard the words Caged Dragon Master, their faces were filled with respect. Caged Dragon Master was one of the 6 universe overlords of the company. It was the company's white jade pillar that supported the sea and purple gold beam. Chapter 742, Breaking the Record, Chaos Crystal. 2. At the same time, the strength of the Caged Dragon Master's divine body was also famous among humans. Now that they thought about how Chu Zhou might break the record set by the Caged Dragon Master on the purgatory rankings back then, the three of them were filled with anticipation for Chu Zhou. In addition to Li Lei, Zhou Yu, and the rest, many core members who were cultivating in the purgatory altar also flew over after knowing that Chu Zhou had entered the purgatory altar and were waiting for Chu Zhou's results. Soon, Miller, Sardius, Ojwin, and many other core members learned that Chu Zhou was challenging the purgatory altar. They all rushed towards the purgatory altar at full speed, wanting to see with their own eyes how many levels Chu Zhou could clear in the purgatory altar. Is this the purgatory space? Chu Zhou looked around and realized that he had been teleported into a space surging with endless flames. Suddenly, the entire fiery space boiled. Rumble! A huge explosion and pressure suddenly descended from above. Chu Zhou looked up and immediately saw a huge and boundless fire array suppressing down. In the huge fire array, endless universe engravings flickered and emitted an incomparably terrifying pressure. There was also a mysterious force that seeped down. My soul power and origin power are actually restrained. Furthermore, I can't sense or mobilize the power of laws. My soul power and origin power are actually restrained. Furthermore, I can't sense or mobilize the power of laws. Chu Zhou was shocked to discover that other than the power of his body, he could not use any other power. At this moment, the huge fire array suddenly descended above his head. He raised his hands and supported the entire fire array with a bang. The fire array was unimaginably heavy, like a sun. Moreover, there was also rolling mystical power that was constantly emitted from the fire array. It was like waves of tides that kept pressing down on his body. Is this the test of the first level of the purgatory altar? It doesn't seem to be that difficult. Chu Zhou held the fire array with both hands. Chaos mist surged around his body. He did not even need to use his chaos divine body to easily withstand the pressure of the fire array. Chapter 743, Breaking the Record, Chaos Crystal. 3. He already knew the answer and only wanted to know if Chu Zhou could break the record set by the caged dragon master back then. Soon, the information on the stone tablet changed again. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 28th level of the test. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 29th test. Gasp! Chu Zhou has already passed the 29th level. Could he really clear the 30th level today and even surpass the record left behind by the caged dragon master? At this moment, everyone calmed down and stared at the stone tablet nervously. Zhou Yu and the others also tensed up nervously. Caged Dragon Master was one of the company's 6 universe overlords. If Chu Zhou could equal or break the record left behind by the Caged Dragon Master, it would be a very impressive achievement. Swoosh! Under everyone's nervous gazes, the information on the stone tablet changed again. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 30th level's test. Seeing this message, many core members who were watching the stone tablet were in an uproar. Hiss! Chu Zhou has matched the records left behind by the caged dragon master. Someone could not help but exclaim. Some people immediately sent this message to the internal forum of the Mirror Universe Company. Many martial artists from the Mirror Universe Corporation saw the news on the internal forum and immediately erupted. In a mansion surrounded by a huge black dragon in Xi Imperial City, a majestic figure covered in dragon scales and with an iron whip-like tail suddenly exclaimed and opened a pair of dark golden majestic eyes. In a mansion surrounded by a huge black dragon in Xi Imperial City, a majestic figure covered in dragon scales and with an iron whip-like tail suddenly exclaimed and opened a pair of dark golden majestic eyes. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and saw Chu Zhou in the 31st level of the purgatory space. Outside the purgatory altar, Zhou Yu and the others became even more nervous when they saw Chu Zhou clear the 30th level of the purgatory space. Chu Zhou only needed to clear one more level to surpass the caged dragon master. A moment later, the information on the stone tablet refreshed again. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 31st test. Seeing this message, everyone was in an uproar again. He exceeded it. Chu Zhou exceeded the record left behind by the caged dragon master. He's too strong. Caged dragon master is one of the 6 universe overlords in our company. Is Chu Zhou going to become a universe overlord in the future? Everyone was extremely shocked. Miller, Sardius, Li Lei, Ajun and the others could not remain calm, and their expressions changed. Zhou Yu and the other 2 were overjoyed, sincerely happy for Chu Zhou. At this moment, the information on the stone tablet changed again. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 32nd test. At the same time, a ranking list surrounded by hellfire appeared in the sky above the mystic realm. The words Purgatory Rankings were at the top of the rankings, where names were displayed one after another. First place, Li Lai, 27th floor, core member of the chaotic mystic realm. This was the original information of the Purgatory Rankings. At this moment, the information on the Purgatory Rankings was refreshed. First place, Chu Zhou, 32nd level, core member of the chaotic mystic realm. The first place had changed. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. In the Purgatory mystic realm, all the volcanoes suddenly erupted at the same time. Countless streams of magma soared into the sky. Then, under some mysterious power, they turned into huge magma flowers. Countless huge magma flowers floated in the sky, as if congratulating Chu Zhou, who had passed the 32nd level of the purgatory altar. The scene was extremely spectacular. Zhou Yu and the others were deeply shocked at this moment. This time, Chu Zhou actually completely passed all 32 levels of the purgatory altar. If they remembered correctly, Chu Zhou was the first person to pass all 32 levels of the purgatory altar. He actually passed all 32 levels. This little guy is amazing. In the residence surrounded by the black dragon, the majestic figure muttered to himself. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and took out a fist-sized crystal that was filled with wisps of chaos mist. In the residence surrounded by the black dragon, the majestic figure muttered to himself. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and took out a fist-sized crystal that was filled with wisps of chaos mist. The majestic figure waved his hand, and the crystal immediately pierced through the layers of space and flew in Chu Zhou's direction. Heavens! Chu Zhou actually passed all 32 levels of the purgatory altar. The news quickly spread throughout the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters like a storm. Almost all the martial artists in the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation were in an uproar. Many venerables and marquises were shocked when they received the news. The Bei King Manor. King Bei King smiled when he received the news. In the Purgatory Mystic Realm, many core members looked at Chu Zhou, who was flying out of a volcano, with admiration in their eyes, as if they had seen a god. If Chu Zhou had only tied with the Caged Dragon Master's record, they would not have been so shocked. However, Chu Zhou had passed all 32 levels of the Purgatory Altar. This was terrifying. Chu Zhou was the first person to pass all 32 levels of the Purgatory Altar. Furthermore, for a person like Chu Zhou who scored full marks, it was very likely just because the Purgatory Altar only had 32 levels and could only pass 32 levels. If the Purgatory Altar had 33 levels, he might have passed all 33 levels. This was too shocking. I am so inferior to him. Miller looked at Chu Zhou with a complicated gaze. He felt that the gap between him and Chu Zhou was getting bigger and bigger. If this continued, he might not even be able to catch up to Chu Zhou's back in his life, let alone surpass him. I can't just give up like this. Miller thought of his teacher Green King's expectations for him. He suddenly clenched his fists and turned to leave. He wanted to apply to go to the 10,000 race battlefield to undergo the crudest tempering. I seem to have accidentally cleared all the levels. Chu Zhou looked up at the purgatory rankings above and looked at his name and information. He smiled faintly and retracted his gaze before walking towards Zhou Yu and the others. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. He grabbed a fist-sized crystal with lightning speed. Kid, this is a chaos crystal. It should be useful for you to cultivate the chaos dharma body. Keep working hard in the future. A dignified voice sounded in Chu Zhou's consciousness. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that this might be a super big shot in the company. After knowing that he had passed all 32 levels of the Purgatory Altar, he appreciated him and rewarded him with the Chaos Crystal. Thank you, Senior. Chu Zhou could not perceive where that super big shot was at all. He could only bow in a random direction. After bowing, he looked at the Chaos Crystal in his hand and could not help but be overjoyed. He had cultivated the Chaos Dharma body and naturally knew that some cosmic oddities had miraculous effects on cultivating the Chaos Dharma body. And this Chaos Crystal was one of the few cosmic oddities with the best effect. However, the Chaos Crystal was a grade S mysterious item, Overlord level. Even if a Universe Overlord wanted to obtain it, it would not be easy. Therefore, he had never hoped to obtain Chaos Crystals and use them to speed up the cultivation of the Chaos Dharma body. However, a Chaos Crystal was delivered to him now. Chapter 744, I'm a Heartless Recording Machine. 1. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised to obtain a Chaos Crystal. Even a Universe Overlord would have a hard time obtaining such a S-rank Universe mysterious item. The person who bestowed me with Chaos Crystals should be one of the 6 Overlords of the company, Chu Zhou guessed in his heart. He felt that the person who bestowed him the Chaos Crystal was very likely the Caged Dragon Master of the 6 Overlords. Universe Overlords were the top executives of mankind. They were very busy and considered the development of the entire company and even mankind. Basically, they rarely paid attention to a mere world overlord like him. Only the Caged Dragon Master, who had once set a record on the Purgatory rankings, would pay attention to who had broken his record. And he paid attention to himself because of this. Chu Zhou was not too obsessed with figuring out who had bestowed him the Chaos Crystal. When the time came, he would naturally know. After putting away the Chaos Crystal, he flew in front of Zhou Yu and the others. Tisk tisk, Chu Zhou, I know you're abnormal, but I didn't expect you to be so abnormal. Zhou Yu clicked her tongue in surprise and looked at Chu Zhou as if she was looking at a monster. Bing Selen covered her mouth and laughed. This time, many people will probably be dumbfounded when they hear the news. She gestured for Chu Zhou to look at the core members around as she spoke. Chu Zhou glanced at them and immediately realized that many core members' eyes were filled with admiration. He only smiled indifferently in response. Old Chu, do you still want to continue? Xi Liujin asked excitedly. He knew that Chu Zhou's plan this time was to complete the Purgatory Altar, the Myriad Form Stairway, the Instant Maze, and the Heaven-reaching Pagoda in a day. Chu Zhou's results in the Purgatory Altar were simply blinding. He was looking forward to Chu Zhou's next performance. Of course I have to continue. Chu Zhou said decisively. He sat down cross-legged and entered the mirror universe. Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin hurriedly guarded Chu Zhou, seeing Chu Zhou's consciousness enter the mirror universe. At the same time, they sent a portion of their consciousness into the mirror universe. When Li Lei, Sardius, and the others saw this scene, they thought of Chu Zhou's conversation with Xi Liujin and suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Chu Zhou still wanted to challenge the myriad form stairway, the instant maze, and the heaven-reaching pagoda? As soon as this thought appeared, they immediately sat down cross-legged and sent a portion of their consciousness into the mirror universe. Could it be that Chu Zhou is going to challenge places like the myriad form stairway today? When the other core members saw the actions of Chu Zhou and the rest, as well as Li Lei and the rest, they had a faint guess in their hearts. They also logged into the mirror universe while they were shocked. In the mirror universe, the primordial mountain, the starting square. Let's go to the myriad form stairway first. Chu Zhou said to Zhou Yu and the others and immediately rushed towards the myriad form stairway. Many people who had followed Chu Zhou and the others into the primordial mountain immediately confirmed their previous guess when they saw Chu Zhou and the others rushing towards the myriad form stairway. I've confirmed it. Chu Zhou is indeed going to challenge places like the myriad form stairway today. Hurry up and follow him. These people spoke excitedly as they chased after Chu Zhou hurriedly. At the same time, the news that Chu Zhou was going to continue challenging the myriad phenomena heaven and earth quickly spread throughout the headquarters of the Mirror Image Company. Many people were still immersed in the shock that Chu Zhou had just brought. Now that they heard that Chu Zhou wanted to continue challenging the myriad heaven and earth, they were all inexplicably shocked. Then, they logged in and entered the primordial mountain. Even many venerables and nobilities were alarmed. They sent a wisp of their consciousness into the primordial mountain. Is this the myriad form stairway? Chu Zhou looked up and saw an extremely majestic staircase. This stairway to heaven stood on the top of the mountain that was shrouded in clouds and mist. It twisted and extended towards the sky, all the way to the end of the sky, as if it wanted to connect to the distant horizon. In front of the heaven ladder stood a stone tablet that was as smooth as a mirror. Chu Zhou easily glanced at the stone tablet and realized that lines of information appeared on the stone tablet, indicating the identity, name, and level of the person. It seems like there are quite a number of people trying to climb the stairway to heaven. With this thought in mind, he stepped onto the stairway to heaven under the gazes of Zhou Yu and the others. Soon, his figure disappeared into the clouds. I wonder if Chu Zhou can create another miracle this time? Zhou Yu and the others, as well as everyone who was paying attention to Chu Zhou, stared fixedly at the smooth stone tablet. The myriad form stairway. After Chu Zhou stepped onto the first level heaven ladder, he immediately discovered an experience similar to that in the purgatory space. A mysterious force enveloped his body from the stairway to heaven. It made it impossible for him to use any other power other than the power of laws. I wonder how the myriad form stairway will test my comprehension of laws and rules. Chu Zhou walked on the first level heaven ladder and scanned his surroundings curiously. He did not see anyone else on the heaven ladder. He guessed that the myriad form stairway was the same as the purgatory altar. They would be teleported to the only space after everyone stepped onto the stairway. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering bang sounded from the depths of the heaven ladder. Chu Zhou looked up and realized that the sky had split open. A colorful river that was billions of kilometers long seemed to extend from the end of time and space. Chapter 745, I'm a heartless recording machine. 2. Chu Zhou was shocked. He could sense the aura of countless laws and rules from that long river that was billions of miles long. It was as if this river was a combination of countless laws and rules. Even though he knew that this river was fake, a simulation by the Mirror Universe Network, he was still very shocked. Emperor Xi is really great. He actually created something as abnormal as the Mirror Universe's network, Chu Zhou thought to himself. Rumble. In an instant, the multicolored river that was billions of miles long poured down from the 9 heavens and landed on the heaven ladder. The surging river water washed down layer after layer of heaven ladder. The river water hit his body, and Chu Zhou's figure could not help but tilt slightly. He immediately sensed that the river water contained traces of the power of laws and the power of the natural order. These forces were washing over his body, forcing him to retreat continuously. At this moment, he finally understood how the myriad form stairway tested his comprehension of laws and rules. He had to use the power of laws or the power of laws to offset the power of laws and the power of laws that washed over his body. He had to go against the flow. Otherwise, he would be washed out by the river. He could also feel that the power of laws and the power of the natural order contained in the current water that washed over him was actually not abundant. It was not difficult for him to offset these impacts. It's not difficult at first, but it will definitely get harder and harder later on. Chu Zhou directly mobilized the power of the law of space to offset the impact of the river water and strode forward as he thought. Soon, he passed the first level and stepped onto the second level. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the first level heaven ladder test. An electronic voice sounded in Chu Zhou's ear. As expected, the impact of the river water on the second level of the celestial ladder is even stronger. Chu Zhou quickly felt the impact of the river become stronger. But to him, it was still very weak. He mobilized the rule-bending power on his body and easily negated the impact as he continued to stride forward. Outside the myriad form stairway, Zhou Yu and the others were staring at the smooth stone tablet. Soon, Chu Zhou's information appeared on the stone tablet. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the first level heaven ladder test. I wonder how many levels of the heaven ladder assessment will Chu Zhou pass this time? Many people whispered to each other curiously. Among them, even some venerables and nobilities were communicating. Everyone wanted to see if Chu Zhou, who had just created a miracle at the purgatory altar, could create another miracle. Chu Zhou will definitely have no problem passing the first 21 levels. It depends on how many levels he can pass later. Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, and Xi Liujin were dumbfounded. The myriad form stairway had a total of 99 levels. Normally speaking, core members of the heaven and earth mystic realm could clear the 10th level. The core members of the black and yellow mystic realm could all clear the 15th level. The core members of the primordial mystic realm could pass the 18th level. The core members of the chaotic mystic realm could pass through the 21st level. Chu Zhou was now the number 1 core member. The first 21 levels would definitely not be a problem for him. Chu Zhou easily passed the 15th level and stepped onto the 16th level in the myriad form stairway. After stepping onto the 16th floor, he realized that not only was the impact of the river water stronger, but there were also changes in the river water. Huge vortexes appeared in the river one after another. Apart from the impact, there was also a powerful tearing force in the river. However, this was not a problem for him. He only used the power of the law of space and easily negated all the various forces that the river water hit him. In one breath, he passed through the 16th, 17th, and 18th levels. He stepped onto the 19th step of the heaven ladder. At this moment, the impact in the river increased by more than 100 times. The huge vortex that appeared also became densely packed. In addition, countless wind, fire, lightning, and thunder suddenly appeared in the river. The wind, fire, lightning, and thunder that covered the sky bombarded Chu Zhou. When the wind, fire, and lightning struck his body, Chu Zhou immediately felt the power of laws and rules contained in them. Furthermore, these wind, fire, lightning, and thunder contained the power of laws and rules. They were very complicated. They were not ordinary wind, fire, lightning, and thunder at all. They were countless times stronger than ordinary wind, fire, lightning, and thunder. At this moment, Chu Zhou still felt that as long as he mobilized the power of the law of space, he could negate all the attacks. Therefore, he still did not use the power of other rules. He continued to move against the current. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 19th level. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 20th level. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 21st level. Soon, he passed the 3 levels of the heaven ladder test and stepped onto the 22nd level. At this moment, the river water changed again. Phantoms of weapons flew out of the river and whistled towards Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked at the phantom weapons that flew out and sighed. He mobilized the power of space with both hands and suddenly blasted them out. Dense spatial cracks spread forward at lightning speed. They tore apart the weapons' phantoms one after another. Outside the myriad form stairway, the information of the stone tablet was updated at the same time. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 21st level. Chapter 746, I'm a heartless recording machine. 3. Seeing this message, everyone's attention was immediately focused. They knew that the real test for Chu Zhou was coming. Who set the highest record on the myriad form stairway? A venerable asked his companion. It was created by Lord Bei King. Before becoming a venerable, Lord Bei King stepped onto the 97th level of the myriad form stairway. This record has been maintained until now, and no one has broken it. Now, it depends on whether his disciple can break it. Another venerable said. Hehe, is this considered a different kind of battle between master and disciple? Another venerable said with a smile. The conversation of the venerables was heard by everyone. Instantly, many people couldn't help but have strong expectations for this disciple-disciple battle. King Bei King was the number one prodigy of the company back then. He was also the number one prodigy of humanity. Chu Zhou was now the number one prodigy of the company and also the number one prodigy of humanity. And King Bei King and Chu Zhou were master and disciple. This kind of master-disciple battle that transcended time and space was too attractive. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Someone posted a post on the internal forum of the Mirror Universe Corporation. King Bei King vs. Chu Zhou, a battle that transcended space and time. Who won and who lost? As soon as this post appeared on the internal forum of the Mirror Universe Company, it immediately became popular. Many members of the Mirror Universe Corporation expressed their opinions in the post. Many members of the Mirror Universe Corporation outside the headquarters also logged into the Mirror Universe world. Then, they teleported to the Primordial Mountain and headed to the location of the Myriad Form Stairway, preparing to witness this master-disciple battle that transcended space and time. The posts were quickly forwarded to some public forums. Instantly, countless martial artists in the universe who saw the post were in an uproar. Their consciousnesses could not enter the Primordial Mountain, so they paid attention to the post at all times and waited for the final outcome. In the Myriad Form Stairway, Chu Zhou advanced triumphantly. The situation in the river became more and more complicated. In addition to the huge vortex, wind, fire, lightning, and weapons phantoms that appeared one after another, there were also terrifying scenes and attacks like ice storms, meteorite disasters, cosmic beasts, and so on. However, none of these could stop Chu Zhou. Outside the Myriad Form Stairway, everyone held their breaths as they looked at the rapidly refreshing information on the stone tablet. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 30th level. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 60th level of the Heaven Ladder assessment. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 90th level of the Heaven Ladder assessment. In less than an hour, Chu Zhou cleared the 90th level of the Myriad Form Stairway in one go. This is too fast. Zhou Yu and the other core members were shocked beyond words when they saw this scene. Even the venerables and nobilities present couldn't remain calm. As the number one prodigy of humanity, it was acceptable for Chu Zhou to pass the 90th level of the Myriad Form Stairway. However, the speed was too fast. It had only been less than an hour. Many Chaos Core Mystic Realm members would probably only reach the 20th level in an hour. In comparison, the other core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm were far inferior to Chu Zhou. King Bei Kang's judgment is really accurate. He chose an incomparably terrifying freak to be his personal disciple. A nobility with a sea of stars floating behind his head said faintly. The surrounding venerables and other nobles nodded in agreement. Who's to say it isn't? If they had such a disciple, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. After a while, everyone's eyes suddenly focused. Shock appeared on their faces. The information on the stone tablet refreshed again. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 97th level. Seeing this message, everyone gasped slightly. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou had already caught up to King Bei Kang's record back then. However, even though everyone was shocked, no one said anything. Everyone stared at the stone tablet. They wanted to know if Chu Zhou could take another step forward and surpass King Bei Kang. The atmosphere at the scene had unknowingly become tense. Swoosh! Just as everyone was nervously waiting, the information on the stone tablet refreshed again. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 98th level. Seeing this message, everyone's head seemed to rumble. Everyone realized that Chu Zhou had officially surpassed King Bei Kang's record. Chu Zhou won this interdimensional master-disciple battle. However, the information on the stone tablet changed again before everyone could calm down. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 99th level. The moment this message appeared, the entire stone tablet suddenly emitted an incomparably intense colorful light. At the same time, the winding staircase that extended into the sky seemed to extend all the way to the end of the sky. At this moment, it also emitted endless colorful light. The clouds that wrapped around the myriad form stairway also boiled and turned into gorgeous colorful auspicious clouds. A vast divine light extended down from the end of the staircase, and Chu Zhou's figure stood in it. Everyone raised their heads to look at the figure in the vast divine light. It was as if they had seen an ancient and majestic god stepping on the divine light and descending into the mortal world. Shocking! Chapter 747, I'm a heartless recording machine. 4. Everyone stared at that figure with indescribable shock in their hearts. Chu Zhou cleared the myriad form stairway again. After a long while, someone exclaimed. The core members present were all in an uproar. Impressive! An universe nobility sighed deeply. Looks like our Mirror Universe Corporation is going to have another person who will shock all the races in the universe, just like King Bei King back then. Ha ha ha, this is a good thing. The younger generation of our company has been much inferior to the Infinite Battle Arena and the Universe Adventurer Alliance in recent years. Now that Chu Zhou has appeared, we've finally turned the tables. A venerable said with a smile. The other venerables and nobles looked at Chu Zhou's figure with joy. Even though Chu Zhou was not their disciple, they were still very happy to see a talent like Chu Zhou in the company. At the end of the day, they and Chu Zhou were actually a part of the company and a community of interests. The more outstanding Chu Zhou was, the stronger the company would be. They would also benefit in the future. The news quickly spread. In the universe, countless martial artists who had been paying attention to this temporal master-disciple battle also fell into a huge shock after knowing the final outcome. Chu Zhou walked down the myriad form stairway and walked to Zhou Yu and the others, who were in a daze under everyone's shocked gazes. Let's continue to the instant maze. Chu Zhou flew towards the instant maze as he spoke. Oh. Zhou Yu was still in a daze. Bing Sulin and Xi Liujin were shocked. They hurriedly chased after Chu Zhou with Zhou Yu. What? Chu Zhou actually wants to challenge the instant maze? Could it be that he plans to complete the Purgatory Altar, Myriad Form Stairway, Instant Maze, and Heaven-Reaching Pagoda in a day? He has already cleared the Purgatory Altar and the Myriad Form Stairway. Don't tell me he's going to completely clear the Instant Maze and Heaven-Reaching Pagoda next. Everyone was in an uproar. Many venerables and nobilities couldn't calm down either. They all flew towards the instant maze. Many people looked at Chu Zhou's back and had a faint feeling that they might witness the birth of an unprecedented freak today. In the outside world, before the countless martial artists in the universe could calm down from the shock just now, they learned that Chu Zhou was going to continue challenging the instant maze. They were instantly in an uproar again. Many of them also had a premonition that they might witness the birth of an unprecedented freak today. Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other top prodigies of humanity were all paying close attention to Chu Zhou's latest news after hearing the news. Instant maze, I'm here. A group of majestic palaces filled with dreamy light appeared in Chu Zhou's eyes. This group of palaces stood on a majestic mountain peak. From low to high, there were a total of 72 palaces. This was the instant maze. Chu Zhou stared at the instant maze as information about it surfaced in his mind. The Purgatory Altar tested the strength of one's divine body. The Myriad Form Stairway tested one's comprehension of laws and rules. The Instant Maze tested the strength of a martial artist's soul and will. He calmly walked towards the first palace. Zhou Yu and the others, as well as many others, were waiting outside and staring at the smooth stone tablet outside the Instant Maze. Wang! The moment Chu Zhou walked into the first Instant Maze, he appeared on a vast dry land. Above his head floated a huge millstone the size of the moon. The millstone slowly rotated, causing the entire world to spin. Chu Zhou immediately felt that his soul was also being ground by some terrifying power, as if it wanted to grind his soul into pieces. This is the soul millstone. He recognized the origin of the huge millstone almost instantly. The huge millstone was condensed from the soul millstone profound in the soul law. He could also condense the soul millstone. However, the power of the soul millstone in this world was beyond imagination. He made a simple comparison. It was more than 100 times stronger than the soul millstone he had personally condensed. Looking up at the slowly spinning soul millstone, Chu Zhou smiled. He felt that clearing the instant maze was even easier than clearing the Purgatory Altar and the Myriad Form Stairway. His soul source was too powerful. Before the reincarnation trial, his soul origin was 30 times that of other normal world overlords. 30 times the soul origin was the limit that a world overlord could reach. Even if Chu Zhou continued to refine and absorb the soul stones in the Black Mountain mystic realm, he could not break through this limit. However, Chu Zhou had broken through his limit after experiencing endless reincarnation in the reincarnation ancient tomb. His soul source had become much stronger. After returning to the headquarters, he had been absorbing the Lord of Reincarnation soul molting and the high-quality soul power of the 12 reincarnation beads, causing his soul source to increase explosively again. Now, his soul origin was 50 times that of other world overlords. He didn't know how strong the soul source of a venerable was. However, he felt that his soul origin was no weaker than that of a high-level venerable. The soul millstone in the sky was used to test the world overlord's soul strength and will. To Chu Zhou, it was just child's play. Chu Zhou sat down and hugged his head with both hands. He lay on the ground and looked at the slowly spinning soul millstone in the sky. He allowed the power that seeped into his soul to continuously grind his soul. Chapter 748, I'm a heartless recording machine. 5. His soul origin far exceeded that of a normal world overlord after all. Furthermore, he was still in the reincarnation ancient tomb and had been condensed through endless reincarnation. The grinding force that seeped into his soul could not do anything to him at all. This made him feel a little bored and he closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown period of time, he was teleported to the second palace. He was still lying on the ground with his head in his hands and his eyes closed. If others saw this scene, they would probably be dumbfounded. When the others entered the instant maze and faced the terrifying grinding power of the soul millstone, which one of them didn't tremble in fear and activate the power of their souls with all their might to resist the grinding power? There was no one like Chu Zhou who had been lying down all this time. In the outside world, everyone was also watching the information on the stone tablet refresh. Every refresh meant that Chu Zhou had passed another instant maze assessment. Soon, the stone tablet showed that Chu Zhou had passed the assessment of the 70th instant maze. If it was before today, everyone would definitely be shocked and excited to see someone pass the assessment of the 70th instant maze. However, not long ago, they had witnessed Chu Zhou clear the purgatory altar and the instant maze. Now that they saw Chu Zhou pass the assessment of the 70th instant maze, everyone was a little numb and immune. It was still very shocking. However, everyone's reaction was much calmer. After a while, the information on the stone tablet refreshed again. Core members of the chaotic mystic realm have passed the 72nd instant maze test. The moment the information was refreshed, the 72 palaces all emitted an incomparably dazzling light. The entire mountain seemed to have become a paradise under the gorgeous colorful light. Chu Zhou stepped on a gorgeous light and flew out of the last instant maze, landing in front of Zhou Yu and the others. This test is a little boring. I came here to sleep. As Chu Zhou spoke, he yawned and stretched. He looked like he had just woken up. Zhou Yu and the others stiffened when they heard that. Could it be that Chu Zhou had fallen asleep in the instant maze just now? Chu Zhou, did you pass the level while sleeping just now? Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask. The others, including the venerables and nobilities, all pricked up their ears. That's right. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. My soul origin is slightly stronger than ordinary world overlords by 100 million points. The soul millstone in the instant maze is useless to me. It's too boring to stand inside, so I can only choose to sleep. Yes, I think I passed the level just by sleeping. When the group of people heard this, they were all petrified. Everyone looked at Chu Zhou in a daze, as if they were asking the heavens. What kind of monster was this? Especially those core members, their hearts had suffered a critical hit. Every time they entered the instant maze, they were trembling in fear. Every time, they felt the pain of their souls being cruelly ground in the instant maze. However, the person in front of him actually didn't feel anything about the soul grinding and passed the level lying down. The difference was too great. We're still short of the heaven-reaching pagoda. Continue. As Chu Zhou spoke, he flew towards the heaven-reaching pagoda. Zhou Yu and the others looked at each other. Then, they forcefully suppressed their surging emotions and chased after Chu Zhou. Chapter 749, Grand Slam of the Four Rankings, First in History. 1. In the Mirror Universe, the Primordial Mountain. This is Heaven-reaching Pagoda. Chu Zhou raised his head and looked at the towering tower in front of him. Information about the Heaven-reaching Pagoda appeared in his mind. Heaven-reaching Pagoda, 48th floor, a place specially used to test one's combat ability. At this moment, people were moving around the Heaven-reaching Pagoda. There was no lack of venerables and nobilities in the crowd. Almost all the members of the Mirror Universe Corporation who had received the news rushed over. Chu Zhou cleared the purgatory altar, the myriad form stairway, and the instant maze in succession. It was too shocking. If he continued to clear the heaven-reaching pagoda, he would then create an unprecedented miracle. Many venerables and nobilities couldn't sit still after knowing the situation. They all came to heaven-reaching pagoda to watch Chu Zhou create a miracle. The highest record in heaven-reaching pagoda seems to have been set by Teacher. Back then, Teacher reached the 45th level. This record has been maintained until now. Now, let this disciple of mine personally break this record. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou smiled faintly and strode into the heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou went in. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on seeing Chu Zhou walk into the heaven-reaching pagoda. Pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the smooth stone tablet in front of heaven-reaching pagoda. The scene was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. In the universe, countless human martial artists were also paying close attention to Chu Zhou's latest news. Romo, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the other top prodigies of the human race all put down what they were doing and silently paid attention to the latest news about Chu Zhou. Dragon, Sol, Chang'e Saha, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shimeng, Li Qingxi and others who were close to Chu Zhou were also paying attention to Chu Zhou's news and silently praying for him. At this moment, Chu Zhou became the focus of the entire human race. A mere world overlord had actually become the focus of all mankind. This had never happened before. This was because Chu Zhou, the world overlord, was too extraordinary. He had done something that even King Beiking could not do back then. In fact, it was very likely that he would create an unprecedented miracle and record. Once he succeeded in creating a miracle, everyone understood what this meant. This meant that a peerless genius with the strongest talent and potential in human history had been born. In the long history of humans, there were probably very few people who could compare to them at the world overlord realm. Perhaps only Emperor Xi, who had founded the Mirror Universe Company, the martial ancestor who had founded the Infinite Battle Arena, and Lord of Reincarnation, who had ruled the world back then, could compare to him at the world overlord realm. Even King Beikang, who had made all the races in the universe tremble and stunned an era, was still much inferior. It was normal for such a person with extraordinary significance to become the focus of all mankind. In fact, it wasn't just the entire human race that was paying attention to Chu Zhou. In the dark, many foreign race experts lurking among the humans were also silently paying attention to Chu Zhou. However, these foreign race experts were all silently praying that Chu Zhou had failed to clear the heaven-reaching pagoda. Humans were already powerful enough. They did not want another heaven-defying existence to appear in the human race. In heaven-reaching pagoda. After Chu Zhou stepped into the first level of heaven-reaching pagoda, he was immediately teleported to an ancient ruins battlefield. He looked around and saw huge collapsed buildings. The earth was shattered, covered in spider web-like cracks and countless sinkholes. In the heaven-reaching pagoda, other than not being able to use weapons and puppets that exceed one's level, there are no restrictions on any other methods or powers. An electronic voice sounded in his ear. Is that so? Then can I summon the ancient blue demon tree? And the many soul slaves in the Black Mountain mystic realm? Chu Zhou thought to himself. The rules in heaven-reaching pagoda were much looser than he had imagined. If he summoned the ancient blue demon tree and the soul slave, it would undoubtedly be easier for him to clear the level compared to the other challengers. Especially the ancient blue demon tree, which could create a large number of treant soldiers. It was equivalent to an army. This seemed unfair to the other challengers. However, he quickly realized that there was no fairness in actual killing and life and death battles. He could use any method in order to survive, in order to kill the enemy. If he didn't use his advantages and ended up being killed by the enemy instead, he would be an idiot. The heaven-reaching pagoda was only a simulation of the actual battlefield to the greatest extent. This was very reasonable. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the void shattered. 3 beams of sword light that were like heavenly pillars broke through the clouds and descended. They shattered layers of space and blasted diagonally towards Chu Zhou. Before these 3 majestic sword lights descended, the ruins below shook. Countless rocks and debris floated in the air. It's not a big deal. Chu Zhou looked indifferently at the 3 sword beams that were charging at him like pillars of heaven. His eyelids twitched slightly, and 3 hair-like sword beams shot out from the depths of his eyes. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, the 3 majestic sword lights were shattered by the 3 hair-like sword lights. The 3 hair-like sword lights shot into the clouds and pierced through the sea of clouds. In the sea of clouds, 3 flowers of blood bloomed. 3 figures in black fell from the sea of clouds. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the test of the first level of heaven-reaching pagoda. An electronic voice sounded and showed the same scene. Chapter 750, Grand Slam of the 4 Rankings, first in history. 2. This time, 10 men in black holding sharp swords appeared. The IO men in black were like peerless assassins. They became one with their swords and transformed into incomparably sharp sword beams that instantly attacked Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was as still as a mountain and his gaze was indifferent. A powerful soul pressure suddenly erupted from his body. The IO men in black all had headshots. Chu Zhou, core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the test of the second level of heaven-reaching pagoda. It was the same scene. Blue men in black surrounded Chu Zhou from all directions and attacked him at the same time. The overwhelming sword chi gathered into an ocean of sword chi that enveloped Chu Zhou fiercely, suppressing and strangling everything. Chu Zhou's gaze focused. Vast spatial power gathered, and an incomparably huge spatial shield appeared in the void, blocking the suppressive sea of sword chi. Then, he casually grabbed the void with his right hand. In an instant, the space in the entire ruined world shattered, and space shattered like a mirror. The 100 black-robed men in the air also exploded along with the space, turning into blood mist. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the third level of heaven-reaching pagoda. In the next moment, Chu Zhou was teleported to a dark starry sky filled with countless meteors. Swoosh! 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 Insects swarmed towards him from all directions as soon as he appeared. These insects were of different sizes and types. Some had ferocious mouthparts that looked like mosquitoes, some had hundreds of tentacles that looked like centipedes, some had snake-like bodies but wings, and some had black fur that was filled with poisonous gas. These are insectoids. Chu Zhou's gaze froze slightly. He immediately took the initiative to attack the many zergs. He was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. His surging power swept out like a tsunami and waves, crushing the zergs into blood mist. Chu Zhou started a massacre in the heaven-reaching pagoda and fought wave after wave of enemies. The information about him on the stone tablet outside the heaven-reaching pagoda was also refreshing at an astonishing speed. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 6th level of the heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the test of the 9th level of heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 12th level of the heaven-reaching pagoda. In less than 15 minutes, Chu Zhou had passed the 12th level of heaven-reaching pagoda. So fast! Everyone was dumbfounded and their scalps went numb. Another half an hour passed. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the 38th level of the heaven-reaching pagoda. The 38th floor. This is Miller's result in the heaven-reaching pagoda. Chu Zhou has already caught up to Miller. She told Bing Selen, Xi Liujin, Li Lei, Sardius, and the others. Old Chu, you're too awesome. Xi Liujin said in admiration. Bing Selen's face was full of emotion. Before Chu Zhou's future, Miller was the number 1 among our core members and had been ranked first on the Heavenly Gold rankings for a long time. No matter how hard we work, we can't catch up to him. Who would have thought that Chu Zhou would surpass Miller after only coming to the headquarters for a year? Sardius frowned and said, I believe Miller won't lose to Chu Zhou so easily. I know Miller. He's definitely not someone who gives up so easily. With that, he took a deep look at heaven-reaching pagoda and left without waiting for the results. Bullshit, Rice. Miller, you still want to surpass old Chu? Dream on. Xi Liujin looked at Sardius back and said disdainfully. They were not surprised by Sardius' departure. They all knew that Sardius and Miller had been good friends for many years. Now that he heard them say that Miller was inferior to Chu Zhou, it was normal for him to be unhappy. As for what Sardius said about Miller and the hope of surpassing Chu Zhou, they thought it was just a dream. Even if Chu Zhou did not clear heaven-reaching pagoda, with his previous performance, he was enough to become one of the 10 world overlords with the most potential and talent in the long history of humanity. Miller couldn't compare at all. Time passed slowly. Chu Zhou's information was still refreshing on the stone tablet. Suddenly, everyone's eyes narrowed when they saw the latest notification. Chu Zhou, a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, has passed the test of the 42nd level of heaven-reaching pagoda. Hiss, the number of floors Chu Zhou and Lord Green King passed in the heaven-reaching pagoda back then is the same. Everyone was shocked. The Green King was now the number 1 nobilities of the company. Not only were the 6 overlords in the company very optimistic. The upper echelons of the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Infinite Battle Arena, the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, and many other powerful factions, as well as many higher-ups of the human race, all thought highly of the Green King. Almost all the higher-ups of humanity thought that the Green King would become a universe overlord in a few years. Furthermore, he would become a top universe overlord. Hence, everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Chu Zhou equal the Green King's results back then. Some people couldn't help but have a strange feeling when they thought about how Chu Zhou had first surpassed Miller and then tied with the Green King. Then, they thought about how Miller and the Green King were master and disciple. In heaven-reaching pagoda. Boom! 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 11 towering giants that were 100,000 meters tall were fighting fiercely in a vast sea. To be precise, 10 100,000 meter tall rock giants were besieging a chaos giant that was covered in chaos mist.